Chapter 2589. The other 7 Saint Envoys did the same. Seeing that the Blood Gate was hopeless and that the Rock Spirit clan was going to retreat, they no longer held back and pushed their cultivations to the limit. The Rock Spirits who were fighting against them suffered great losses and were forced to retreat. However, the Rock Spirit clan was not only born with great strength, but also a strong physique. Unless their bodies were crushed, not only would they not die, they would not even be injured. After the burly Monster King forced his opponent back with a single move, he shouted, "Monster Kings, listen up. The Rock Spirit clan has trespassed into the Blood Gate restricted area and is up to no good. By the order of the Saint, take them all down." He pointed his finger and the 31 Monster Kings, who were watching from a distance, rushed over like wolves and tigers and surrounded the Rock Spirit clan in an instant. Xueqi's heart sank as he realized that they were in big trouble. The 8 Saint Envoys and the 31 Monster Kings made a total of nearly 40 Third Order Emperor Realm Masters. Such a powerful lineup could only be subdued by the great emperors themselves. Asterisk wang wang wang. Asterisk a powerful aura burst out and the whole world hummed. The gravel on the ground slowly floated up uncontrollably, as if there was an invisible force bouncing them up. If you don't have a diamond, why take on this porcelain job? Xueqi sighed and slowly shook his head. His eyes swept over the 10 huge rock giants and finally fixed on Xueqi. Leave this human to this king. You deal with the rest. He was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so he did not have the courage to confront the Rock Spirit clan head-on. However, dealing with a first-order Emperor Realm human was not a problem for him. The burly Saint Envoy obviously knew what Xueqi was planning. Hearing this, he only glanced coldly at Xueqi. He warned, "Xueqi, you have to be careful. This human is proficient in the Tao of Space." Xueqi was surprised and whispered, "Tao of Space? This is rather interesting." Although he said so, he still did not put Xueqi in his eyes. After all, the gap between their cultivations was too obvious. The burly Saint Emissary's face was gloomy as he looked coldly at the elder. "I respect your old age, and I don't want to fall out with your clan. As long as you cooperate and surrender, maybe the Saint Venerables will show mercy when they return. However, if you are stubborn, then I can only offend you." The elder sighed and said, "Sacred Envoy, this old man appreciates your kind intentions, but my Stone Spirit clan will not submit to anyone." "Not even the Saint?" The burly Saint's eyes turned cold. The elder shook his head slowly. The burly Sacred Emissary gently nodded and said indifferently, "If that's the case." He raised his hand high. Then, he swung his arm down and shouted, "Kill!" Swish swish swish. More than 30 Monster King figures swayed, wrapped in abundant demonic chi, and rushed toward the Rock Spirit clan. In an instant, the elder took the lead. The Rock Spirits roared in unison. Huge fists were swung out, as if they could shatter heaven and earth. Wrapped in an unimaginable violent force, they went to meet the Monster King. The Monster King did not dare to fight them head-on. They all used their demonic techniques to hide their bodies, and then used their advantage in numbers and agility to deal with them. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions were heard, and rays of light bloomed. The curtain of an earth-shattering battle was lifted. "Take 9th Shur and leave. Leave my Rock Spirit bloodline." The elder suddenly shouted. The crutch in his hand was swung in a circle, and he smashed it toward a Monster King that was flying toward him. However, the Monster King nimbly dodged it. Xueqi knew that the elder was talking to him. However, at this moment, how could he leave as he wished? If he was alone, he could come and go as he pleased. However, if he wanted to take Xiao Xiao away, he would have to first put him into the sealed world bead. However, Xiao Xiao seemed to have lost his mind and was fighting side by side with the other Rock Spirits. If he did not take the initiative to cooperate, Xueqi would not be able to forcibly put him into the sealed world bead. "Human, let this king have a taste of your skills." Suddenly, a figure blurred in front of him. Xueqi discovered that the Monster King named Xueqi had suddenly appeared in front of him. He had a slight smile on his face, and he lightly slapped his palm toward him. Scram! Xueqi also raised his palm and met the other party's attack. "You've got guts." Xueqi chuckled. He found this human to be quite interesting. He actually dared to meet him head-on with a cultivation level lower than his. Did this human have no combat experience? But soon, his smile stiffened on his face. This was because the moment his palms collided, Huli felt a power that was not inferior to his own come from the front. The power of his palm was easily flattened. Not only that, but the other party's attack also contained a mysterious power that fluctuated freely in space. It seemed to be able to cut his palm open. Huli turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. He looked at Yang Kai with a look of horror. The contempt and indifference in his eyes disappeared, and it was replaced with extreme seriousness. "Condense!" Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. The surrounding space law surged, and the space where Huli was instantly solidified. It was as if he had fallen into a pool of mud. Not only was his body unable to move freely, but even the power in his body was difficult to circulate. Yang Kai clapped his hands again and pulled, and with a sizzling sound, a huge pitch-black moon blade suddenly took shape and was thrown directly towards Huli. Huli's complexion changed drastically and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He felt his hands and feet turn cold and his entire body turn cold. He desperately urged his strength to dodge, but he found that he was powerless. Under the inexplicable binding of the space principles, he could not avoid this blow. In a hurry, Huli could only open his mouth and spit out a snow-white ball about the size of a quail egg, exuding a strange fragrance. A monster core. At this moment of life and death, Huli decisively spat out this monster core that could not be easily exposed. Blowing on the spinning monster core in front of him, a layer of protection suddenly appeared in front of him. Kong. The huge moon blade slammed into the protective layer, as if it had cut into a ball of extremely tough cotton candy. It was not until its own power was exhausted that the layer of protection was broken. At the same time, the space principles that bound Huli disappeared. Huli did not dare to hesitate and quickly put away his monster core, then jumped back a few dozen meters. After putting some distance between himself and Yang Kai, he gasped for breath with a face full of lingering fear. He had underestimated this human being and had almost caused him to be doomed eternally. If he had not used the power of his monster core, he was afraid that he would have been split in two. This human. What was his background? Ha! On the other side, one of the 8 envoys who had not participated in the battle saw Huli retreat and could not help but have a look of surprise in his eyes. He was surprised by Yang Kai's amazing fighting strength. However, he also knew that the Monster King Huli was not known for his fighting strength, but mainly for his tricks, so he was not too surprised and took a step forward with a cold snort. While his afterimage was still in place, he had already arrived in front of Yang Kai. Looking down at Yang Kai condescendingly, the Saint Envoy reached out to grab Yang Kai, as if he was trying to catch a chicken. His expression was relaxed as he said lightly, "A trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master dares to act so presumptuously in the ancient lands? It seems that your master has not told you how dangerous the ancient lands are. This is not a place where you humans can do as you please." Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he quickly formed a series of seals with his hands. A mysterious aura suddenly filled the air and time seemed to stop at this moment. The Saint Envoy only felt that his thoughts had suddenly come to a halt and his vision blurred. Yang Kai had already struck him with his palm. Flowing time, Great Emperor, withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. A murmur sounded in the Saint Envoy's ears. In front of everyone's eyes, the Saint Envoy seemed to have been cast on him and was caught off guard by the seal. It was only at this moment that the Saint Envoy suddenly woke up. In an instant, his expression changed greatly as he felt the terrifying power coming from his arm. He screamed and hurriedly retreated. The monster chi in his body trembled and rushed to his arm, resisting the terrifying power. Looking down, the Saint Envoy could not help but widen his eyes in shock. His arm seemed to have experienced the baptism of the flowing time Great Emperor, and its vitality was rapidly draining away. His originally sturdy arm was about to wither. What kind of power is this? The Saint Envoy exclaimed and hurriedly urged his monster chi to force this power out of his body. But how could Yang Kai give him this opportunity? Now that he had shed all pretense of cordiality with the ancient land's monster race, he naturally wanted to kill as many as he could to relieve the pressure on the Stone Spirit clan. The myriad sword buzzed as Emperor Chi surged. A dazzling sword light more than 10 meters long slashed down at the Saint Envoy. If this attack hit, the Saint Envoy would be seriously injured even if he did not die. At the very least, he would not be able to fight for a while. In fact, the strength of the Saint Envoy had exceeded Yang Kai's expectations. The flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal had always been successful ever since he cultivated it. But this Saint Envoy was able to break free from the interference of time principles at the most critical moment, causing the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal to fail, and only injure one of the Saint Envoy's arms. As expected of a master comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. If he had been prepared, Xueqi estimated that the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal would not have been able to hit him. The sword light was dazzling, and the sword intent soared to the sky. Xueqi's murderous intent was so dense that it was almost tangible. "Human, don't you dare!" the burly Saint Envoy roared. He did not seem to move, but he suddenly appeared between Xueqi and the Saint Envoy who had been hit by the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. Without dodging, he threw a punch at Xueqi's myriad sword. First, the Monster King Huli had been scared away by Xueqi. Now, another Saint Envoy had been injured by him. If this Saint Envoy really died under Xueqi's sword, the ancient land's monster race would lose face. Even if he could kill Xueqi after this, he would be punished by the Holy Master. How could the burly Saint Envoy just stand by and watch Xueqi display his might? Chapter 2590. Under the burly Saint Envoy's punch, Xueqi's myriad sword wave was shattered, and his entire body was swept away by the powerful fist wind. "You overestimate yourself," the burly Saint Envoy coldly snorted, his murderous intent flashing as he sent out another punch. It was a simple and direct movement, without the slightest bit of fancy, but it was a simple strike. The burly Saint Envoy still wanted to subdue the Stone Spirit Clan and was unwilling to fight them to the death unless it was absolutely necessary. But for a human like Xueqi, a trivial human was nothing. So what if he had to kill him? Before the fist arrived, the wind created by it whistled through the air, causing Xueqi's skin to hurt. He couldn't block it. He couldn't block it at all. The difference in cultivation was too great. Xueqi was only able to injure a Saint Envoy just now because he caught him off guard. The biggest credit for that was the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. But now, he didn't even have time to form a seal when this punch came. "Come out!" As Kai Yong rapidly retreated, he suddenly shouted out. In the next moment, a huge stone giant appeared with a bang. This stone giant looked similar to the Stone Spirit Clan, but its eyes were less violent and more intelligent. The embodiment. As soon as it appeared, the embodiment swung its fist forward to meet the attack. Before the burly Saint Envoy's complacent punch could hit Xueqi, a stone spirit had mysteriously appeared in front of him. The Saint Envoy couldn't help but twitch his eyes, thinking that he was seeing things. But when the fist arrived, he realized that it wasn't an illusion at all. It was too late for him to change his move in a hurry, so he could only brace himself and meet the embodiment's fist head-on. Kong. There was a loud bang. The embodiment staggered back 2 steps. The burly Saint Envoy, on the other hand, grunted as the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard from his wrist. His whole body flew backwards like a ragged sack. In terms of cultivation, the burly Saint Envoy was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, far stronger than the embodiment, but in terms of strength, the embodiment could easily crush him. The burly emissary was at a disadvantage in this confrontation. The remaining 6 Saint Envoys who were watching the battle not far away were all stunned. All of them were petrified. He stood there in a daze, as if he had lost consciousness, unable to accept this fact. This human, who appeared to be the weakest among them, had actually forced a Monster King to retreat in such a short amount of time and injured 2 holy messengers. Even though he was not the one who had injured the burly holy messenger, such a battle record was shocking enough. What the demons couldn't understand the most was where this Shirling had jumped out from. Wasn't it said that the Rock Spirit Clan was born with a limit of 10, and that they would die after 10? Including the last Rock Spirit, the Rock Spirit Clan already had 11 clansmen. He had already broken the legend of death after 10 years. How could this be? If the Rock Spirit Clan could surpass 10 in number, what other clan in the world could go against them? These guys were all battle maniacs. Each one of them would be extremely terrifying when they grew up. Go help! Xueqi flew to the embodiment's shoulder and turned his head to look in the direction of the Rock Spirit Clan. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and beckoned in a certain direction. It seemed to be summoning something. The Rock Spirit Clan situation was not optimistic. Even if they were born fighting machines and did not know fatigue, even if they had immense strength and strong bodies, they were still beaten to a pulp by the Monster King, who was 3 times their size. They were battered and exhausted. Each of the rock spirits seemed to have gone mad as they wantonly unleashed their power. However, they could not do anything to the agile Monster Kings. Instead, they scattered in all directions. There was no way for them to support each other. They could only fight on their own. Basically, every rock spirit had to face 3 Monster King level powerhouses. However, these Monster Kings were extremely cunning. They divided up the work and worked together. 2 of them restrained the rock spirit's movements on the ground, while the other flew in the air, looking for opportunities to use powerful demonic techniques. Although the rock spirits were not in danger for the time being, in the long run, it was only a matter of time before they were all wiped out. The elder obviously realized this as well. A look of determination flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "Muna, help me!" As soon as he finished speaking, colorful lights suddenly spread out from his back. Those lights condensed and extended behind him, directly forming 2 colorful wings. Xueqi was stunned when he saw this. He suddenly realized that this seemed to be the wood spirit's power. Those colorful wings should be the power that the wood spirits gave to the rock spirits with their own power. No wonder he didn't see the wood spirits when he summoned the stone spirits. No wonder the wood spirits had followed him before he set out for battle. It turned out that the 2 races really lived together and helped each other. It wasn't just a matter of protection and reliance. The biggest disadvantage of the rock spirits was that they could not fly. This was related to their body structure. However, the wood spirits could give the rock spirits the ability to fly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Pairs of colorful wings suddenly appeared behind each rock spirit's back. Those wings fluttered, bringing them along to fly nimbly. It was as if they were a part of themselves. There was not a hint of obscurity. The Monster Kings' faces darkened. They all rose into the air and attacked from the front and back. They surrounded the rock spirits from both sides. They looked like they would not let them break through the defense line. Those saint envoys who were still watching the battle could not sit still. They also swayed their bodies and went to help. For a moment, in mid-air, the many tyrants fought until the sky changed color. The sun and the moon dimmed. Under the collision of all kinds of laws, it seemed like the world was going to collapse. "What are you going to do?" Xueqi's face darkened. He looked at the embodiment and asked. The battlefield had suddenly shifted to the sky. The embodiment could not do anything at all. The embodiment grinned and said, "I also have the help of the wood spirits." Whoosh! Suddenly, light spread out from his back. 2 wings extended. After a leap, he directly jumped into the air. Xueqi's eyes lit up. He knew that the embodiment must have received help from the wood spirits before this. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He waved the myriad sword forward and shouted, "Kill!" Thousands of miles away from the blood door, 4 figures rushed toward the blood door. It would not take long for them to reach the battlefield. Each of these 4 figures had a terrifying aura. They were the 4 Saint Venerables of the ancient land. They had previously received Xia Wuwei's report and had gone to investigate the mountains and rivers Bell. When they arrived, they had indeed seen the mountains and rivers Bell. Unfortunately, no matter what they did, they were unable to subdue it, let alone take it away. The bell was in a valley and did not move. They did not know why it had appeared out of thin air. The suppressive power of the bell was so strong that even the 4 Saint Venerables did not dare to underestimate it. Just as the 4 Saint Venerables were at their wits' end, they suddenly sensed an abnormal movement from the blood door. 3,000 miles was not close, but it was not far either. However, the 4 Saint Venerables had extremely sharp senses. The fierce battle there naturally could not escape their detection. In an instant, the 4 Saint Venerables knew that they had been lured away. They did not hesitate and immediately rushed back to the blood door. After all, the mountains and rivers Bell could not escape. They could not lose the blood door. Before they could rush back to the blood door, an aura that made them feel shocked suddenly came from behind them. That aura spread out, making them feel as if they were being suppressed. Mountains and rivers Bell. Old Dog suddenly turned around and stopped. Sure enough, he saw a stream of light chasing after them. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of them. Luan Feng, Fan Ku, and Xueqi's expressions changed greatly. They did not dare to face it head-on and hurriedly scattered to the sides. Xiao. The mountains and rivers Bell flew past the 4 Saint Venerables and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Xueqi had a look of lingering fear. Just now, he thought that someone was going to use the mountains and rivers Bell to suppress them. He was so scared that he almost used his source strength. However, the mountains and rivers Bell had actually flown away. This situation was truly baffling to them. The other 3 Saint Venerables were also bewildered. Fanka suddenly thought of something and her face sank. Gritting her teeth, she said, "This mountains and rivers bell has a master." Luan Feng's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She said in shock, "You mean, the master summoned it?" Fanka coldly snorted, "Other than that, what other explanation is there?" Old Dog's face suddenly turned ugly. He looked at the blood door and said bitterly, "Who took the mountains and rivers bell and used it to distract us?" Fanka said, "No matter who it is, his goal is definitely the blood door. Let's go." After saying that, he quickly rushed forward. Luan Feng, Old Dog, and Xueqi exchanged a look and also hurried after him. Dozens of miles behind them, Xueqi had a bitter expression as he chased after the four Saint Venerables. However, he was not as fast as them and could only eat their dust. Just now, when the mountains and rivers bell suddenly flew over, he naturally saw it and knew that it was definitely Yang Kai's doing. In her heart, she was cursing Yang Kai like a dog, but at the same time, she couldn't help but worry for him, fearing that Yang Kai would encounter some kind of accident. Now that he was Yang Kai's sole slave, if Yang Kai died, he would definitely die. "Kid, you'd better be safe and leave quickly. The Saint Venerables have returned." Xueqi prayed in his heart. Above the blood door, the monsters were fighting. The rock spirits rushed left and right, but they could not break through the defense and were all trapped in place. After all, the difference in numbers was too great. Under the full strength of the Monster King, the rock spirits had nowhere to run. At this moment, a stream of light came from afar. Judging from the direction, it was coming from the center of the battlefield. That stream of light seemed to contain an extremely terrifying aura. Wherever it passed, the world buzzed and trembled. "Human, die!" The burly Saint Envoy who was injured by the embodiment let out a roar as the phantom of a giant multicolored tiger suddenly appeared behind him. In a flash, the tiger lunged at Yang Kai and bit him. He had suffered a great loss from the embodiment once, so he did not dare to get too close. He just wanted to use his secret technique to kill this kid first. At this moment, the embodiment was entangled with another Monster King and could not free himself to help Yang Kai. Seeing the phantom of the giant tiger pouncing at him, the embodiment roared and released the territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. The violent suction force pulled the blood and chi of the Monster King out. Chapter 2591. What the hell? The Monster King was shocked. When had he ever seen such a strange secret technique? Shocked, he wanted to retreat. However, the embodiment grinned maliciously and slapped him with its hand. Unfortunately, there was still a gap in strength. He could only watch as the Monster King broke free from the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's territory and fled. At this moment, the burly Saint Emissary's attack arrived. "Don't worry about me," Yang Kai suddenly shouted. The embodiment, who was about to help, stopped. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk a stream of light flashed, and a small ancient bell suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's hand. The flowing time Great Emperor was mottled on the bell, but there were clear carvings of flowers, birds, rain, beasts, mountains, and rivers. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted the bell gently. Emperor Qi surged, and the small bell suddenly grew to the height of a person, blocking in front of him. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the phantom of the giant multicolored tiger pounced in front of Yang Kai and bit down on the big bell. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sound of the bell shook the 9 heavens, and a layer of ripples suddenly spread out with Yang Kai as the center. The ripples seemed to contain an extremely mysterious power. All creatures who heard the bell sound, whether it was the 30-odd Monster King or the rock spirit, were stunned, as if they were suppressed for no reason. The giant multicolored tiger was directly shaken and scattered, turning into fluorescent light and disappearing. Asterisk puff. Asterisk the burly Saint Emissary spat out a mouthful of old blood, and his spirit suddenly weakened. The phantom of the giant multicolored tiger was a full-force attack that he had used the power of his monster core. After it was shaken and scattered by the mountains and rivers bell, he also suffered a certain degree of backlash. The mountains and rivers bell. The burly Saint Emissary clutched his chest with one hand and staggered back. The corners of his eyes twitched violently. His mind was sluggish, and he could not believe his eyes. The mountains and rivers bell? This is impossible. Wasn't this thing stolen tens of thousands of years ago? How could it appear here? The demons were shocked, and the Saint Envoys were also exclaiming in surprise. Their eyes were filled with shock. There was nothing he could do about it. The mountains and rivers bell was just too famous. It was something that had been passed down from the savage, desolate, ancient land. No one knew the horror of the mountains and rivers bell better than them. But when he looked up, the big bell in front of the human being was exactly the same as the legendary ancient rare treasure. Thinking of the suppressive force just now, what else could it be but the mountains and rivers bell? All of a sudden, fear appeared in the eyes of the Monster King. They might not put a trivial first-order Emperor realm human in their eyes, but if this human had the mountains and rivers bell in his hand and could use its power at will, they would have no choice. That would be a different story. No one was willing to try the terrifying power of the mountains and rivers bell. With the bell in hand, the faces of the Monster King and Saint Envoys turned cold, but they were wary of taking action. Xueqi raised the mountains and rivers bell and shouted, "All of you, follow me." The rock spirits reacted and took advantage of the time when the Monster Kings were still in a daze to rush towards Xueqi. They gathered around him. "Those who stand in my way will die." Xueqi held the myriad sword in one hand. Raising the mountains and rivers bell high in the air, he let out an aggressive roar. After determining a direction, his figure flickered as he dashed in that direction. In that direction, there were several Monster Kings who were staring dumbfoundedly. Seeing Xueqi leading a group of stone spirits, they were all taken aback. Before they could make way, Xueqi raised the myriad sword and slammed it on the mountains and rivers bell. Dang. The deep sound of the bell almost converged into a shock wave visible to the naked eye, directly attacking the few Monster Kings blocking the way ahead. Wherever it passed, the space was suppressed. The expressions of the few Monster Kings changed drastically, and they cursed loudly. They didn't dare to hesitate and scattered to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack range of the shockwave. They had just retreated when Xueqi led a group of rock spirits and rushed through them. He was so arrogant that it was as if he had entered a place where no one could stop him. Every Monster King's expression was ugly, and the expressions of the 8 Saint Envoys were so gloomy that it was as if they could scrape off frost. This place had gathered the highest combat power of the ancient land's monster clan, but a human had killed his way in and out so unscrupulously. If news of this spread, where would they put their faces? But Xueqi looked murderous, and they really didn't dare to be the first to eat crabs. Who knew what the consequences would be if they were really attacked by the mountains and rivers bell? Didn't they see the dispirited face of the burly Saint Envoy and his blood kept flowing out? This was only the power of the backlash. If they were hit directly, there wouldn't even be a speck of dust left. The Monster Kings all had different thoughts, so Xueqi led the Rock Spirit clan out of the encirclement easily, and they were about to escape. At this moment, Xueqi, who was leading the charge, suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked in a certain direction in a daze. The rock spirits following closely behind also instinctively sensed traces of chilling aura growing in their hearts. Wang. The world suddenly trembled, and several small black dots suddenly appeared on the horizon. In the blink of an eye, those small black dots flew close, and 4 terrifying auras fell from the sky and gathered in one place. It was as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down, making Xueqi's chest feel heavy, and he almost couldn't breathe. Holy spirits! Xueqi's eyes bulged as he stared at the 4 figures that suddenly appeared, his face as ugly as it could be. He knew that these 4 holy spirits must be on their way back, but he only needed a little bit of time to take the Rock Spirit clan back into the mysterious small world. At that time, he could use his space secret technique to escape from here. However, in front of these 4 holy spirits, this little bit of time was nothing but a luxury. Xueqi's figure came to a halt, and so did the Rock Spirit clan, their eyes filled with despair. They knew that since these 4 holy masters had appeared, they would not be able to escape today. The elder smiled dryly. "Little brother, my Rock Spirit clan has implicated you. If he and Mu Na hadn't insisted that Xueqi bring them to the blood sect, how could there be such a disaster today?" Speaking of which, it was indeed them who had implicated Xueqi, so the elder's heart was filled with guilt. It's not the end of the road yet. It's too early for elder to say this. Xueqi pursed his lips and shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the 4 holy spirits. He had been in the ancient lands for a long time, but he had heard of these 4 holy spirits for a long time. These 4 were the overlords of the entire ancient wild land. Fanhua, Luanfeng, Conggo, Shihua. Xueqi looked at the faces of these 4 people, their names flashing across his mind. Luanfeng's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed as she looked at Xueqi with some surprise. "Little friend, have this queen?" Seen you somewhere before? Little friend. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, but in front of these powerful existences who had lived for who knows how many years, she was qualified to call him that. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. More than 10 years ago, on clear Jade Mountain outside Maplewood City, this junior was fortunate enough to see Master. I'm afraid Master doesn't remember. What he was talking about was naturally the time when he and Lu Xianyun escaped from the Blue Feather sect and went to Maplewood City. At that time, a Luan Feng cub suddenly appeared on clear Jade Mountain, causing many cultivators to go to search for it. In the end, the Luan Feng suddenly appeared and burned countless cultivators with her world-extinguishing black flames, causing clear Jade Mountain to burn forever. At that time it was also the first time he saw a real living Holy Spirit. At that time, the Luan Feng he saw was her true body, but now she had taken human form. However, there was only one Holy Spirit in this world, so Yang Kai naturally knew that this beautiful woman was the behemoth he saw back then. Hearing this, the Luan Feng's beautiful eyes flashed, seeming to have some impression of him, and nodded lightly. Does Lady Feng know him? Fan Hua asked lightly. The Luan Feng smiled. We just met once. I didn't expect him to grow to this extent in just a short 10 years. It seems that his talent is not low. In time, he will become a tyrant. Humph. Songgo sneered and stared at Yang Kai maliciously. Only those who can grow can be called tyrants. The mountains and rivers bell actually belongs to him. It seems his opportunity is not small. Fan Hua stared coldly at the mountains and rivers bell in Yang Kai's hand. The 4 Saint Masters were somewhat annoyed that someone had used the mountains and rivers bell to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Now that they knew that the mountains and rivers bell belonged to Yang Kai, they naturally did not have good expressions, feeling that Yang Kai had tricked them. Boy, how do you want to die? Xueqi suddenly took a step forward and a substantial pressure rushed towards Yang Kai. Even with the mountains and rivers bell blocking it, Yang Kai still felt extremely uncomfortable. It seemed that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Elder Shiling spoke in a low voice. Master Xueqi, this little friend was kidnapped by this old man. Today's matter has nothing to do with him, so I ask Master not to make things difficult for him. If you can let him go, my Shiling clan will be at your disposal. Xueqi sneered. Isn't it a little too late to say that you will be at my disposal? Over the years, this king has tried to subdue you many times, but you disdained me. Now that you are at the end of your rope, you ask this king for help. Do you think this king will agree? The elder's expression was dry, not knowing what to say. Shiling clan was not good with words. Xueqi shouted coldly, Today, your Shiling clan will either submit to us or be exterminated. As for this little brat, he dared to trick this king. Even the heavens can't save him. Trick? Where did that come from? The elder looked confused, obviously not knowing that Yang Kai had used the mountains and rivers bell to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The Saint Masters had been dominating the ancient lands for so many years, but today, they had been tricked by a human using the mountains and rivers bell. When this matter was brought up, everyone's face turned ugly. If this human was strong enough, it would be fine, but he was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Xueqi had no intention of explaining. With his status, he naturally disdained to explain too much, so he just said rudely, Exterminate your clan or submit, elder, you choose. Time is limited, so this king will give you 10 breaths. The elder quickly said, This old man just said that as long as Master can let this little friend go, my Shiling clan is willing to submit. This is not up to you. You are not qualified to bargain with this king. Xueqi waved his hand, looking extremely impatient. The elder looked at the other 3 Saint Masters and said bitterly, Master, do you also agree? Chapter 2592. Elder Qi Yi's eyes swept over Fan Hua, Luan Feng, and Songgo, but the results disappointed him greatly. These 3 looked indifferent and didn't say anything. He's just a human, Master. Why are you making things difficult for him? The elder asked angrily. The other 3 Saint Venerables still did not say a word. Xueqi coldly snorted and said, Elder, don't be stubborn. This king and your Stone Spirit clan are somewhat related. If not for this, just based on today's matter, you have no other choice but to exterminate your clan. This king has already shown you mercy, so don't push your luck. The elder wanted to say something, but Yang Kai suddenly said, Elder, promise him that you don't need to worry about me. The elder shouted in a low voice. This matter was caused by our clan in the first place. We have implicated you, little friend. If we withdraw ourselves from this matter now, how can our clan face the world? Xiao Xiao also shook his head vigorously, obviously unwilling to let the elder give up on Yang Kai. Yang Kai sighed helplessly and whispered, if I was alone, I would have left already, but it's not too late to leave now. Take care, I'll take my leave first. Saying so, Yang Kai urged his space force and disappeared from where he stood. Now that he was sure that the 4 Saint Masters just wanted to subdue the Stone Spirit Clan and not kill them all, Yang Kai was relieved. In this situation, the Stone Spirit Clan definitely couldn't escape, so he could only think of a way to protect himself first. He didn't even have time to put his embodiment into the sealed world bead. However, the embodiment was still a stone spirit, so it shouldn't be in any danger if he mixed in with a group of stone spirits. After escaping from here, he could find a way to bring his embodiment back and even find an opportunity to take the Stone Spirit Clan away. Far away from this place. This bizarre scene caused Xueqi, who was glaring at Yang Kai, to be slightly startled. Obviously, he hadn't figured out what was going on yet. Fan Hua's eyes flashed and he shouted in amazement, Space Divine Technique. As he spoke, his figure suddenly turned sharply and he pointed in a certain direction. With a muffled snort, a figure appeared in the distance. It was Yang Kai who had suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Yang Kai looked as if he had seen a ghost. He looked at Fan Ku in shock. He never thought that the Holy Spirit would be able to grab him out of the void. Their eyes met for only a moment. But Fan Wu's face was as calm as an ancient well. No one could see any expression on his face. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and performed the teleportation secret technique again. His body turned into a void and disappeared from where he was standing. The Luan Feng's beautiful eyes glanced left and right before she suddenly opened her mouth. A jet of black flame shot out like an agile black serpent and disappeared into the void. A moment later, accompanied by a strange cry, Yang Kai appeared in a sorry state, with the world-destroying black flames chasing after him. They were like maggots in a tarsal bone that could not be shaken off. The old dog sneered. This kid's comprehension of the Space Divine Technique is pretty good, but it's a pity. He's still a little lacking. Fan Ku said indifferently, if he grows a little more, I'm afraid he will be able to come and go freely in front of us. At that time, no one will be able to stop him. The Space Divine Technique is indeed marvelous. Dang. The sound of a bell rang out. At this critical moment, Yang Kai once again summoned the mountains and rivers bell to block in front of him, narrowly blocking the world-destroying black flames. After the bell rang, the world-destroying black flames that could burn all things were suddenly extinguished. Standing in mid-air, Yang Kai's face was ashen. Gritting his teeth he said, Master, you all joined hands to deal with this junior. This junior is really honored. Anyone could hear the sarcasm in his words, but whether it was Fan Ku or the Luan Feng, they did not show much shame. Fan Wu said, to deal with an extraordinary person, we naturally have to use extraordinary means. You don't need to be so sarcastic. Yang Kai sneered, but his heart sank to the bottom. He had never thought that his teleportation technique would be useless in front of these holy spirits. This had cut off his last path of retreat, and he was afraid that he was going to be in grave danger today. Human boy, this king does not want to bully the weak. If you want to live, it's not impossible. Cripple your own cultivation and leave behind the mountains and rivers bell, then you can get out of the ancient lands. Xueqi glared at Yang Kai, his eyes constantly sweeping over the mountains and rivers bell. His eyes filled with greed. The elder angrily shouted, Master, you want him to cripple his own cultivation? What's the difference between that and killing him? Xueqi turned his head and coldly said, Elder, don't challenge this king's patience. This king has already been lenient enough. If you continue to be so stubborn, this king will have to teach you a lesson. The elder quickly said, he is a guest of our race. Today's matter is also our race's fault. If you have any problems, Master can come at us. Xueqi grinned fiendishly and nodded. Good, since elder is so stubborn, this king will fulfill your wish. As soon as his words fell, he let out a roar and transformed into a 5-meter-tall stone giant just like the Rock Spirit Clan. However, Xueqi's stone giant looked much more ferocious than the Rock Spirit Clan. Dark black flames burned all over his body, looking somewhat similar to the Luan Feng's world-extinguishing black flames. On the surface of Xueqi's body, Sharp stone spikes stood erect. The extremely violent and evil aura he exuded was extremely uncomfortable, as if it had the effect of suppressing one's mind. After revealing his true form, Xueqi sneered and beckoned to the elder, saying contemptuously, "Come at me together. This king will let you see what the gap in strength is." These words were too insulting. The Rock Spirit clan was a top master, born to be a fighting machine, so in the face of Xueqi's provocation, how could they bear it? Without waiting for the elder's order, they roared and rushed forward. Even if the elder wanted to stop them, he was powerless at this moment. He could only grit his teeth and charge forward. In an instant, a total of 12 giant stone giants were entangled together, like 12 mountains colliding. Their fists danced in the air as they fought back and forth, causing the sky to shatter and the earth to turn upside down. The eyes of all the Monster King trembled as they watched. Such a pure contest of strength was rare, and they had fought with the Rock Spirit clan before, so they naturally knew how difficult it was to deal with this group of stone giants. However, Xueqi was facing off against the entire Rock Spirit clan by himself, and the scene was even more shocking. Ha ha ha! Xueqi laughed arrogantly, and the dark black flames on the surface of his body burned even more fiercely. The flames wrapped around his fists and seemed to be able to give him endless strength. As the fists flew back and forth, the Rock Spirit clan members complained incessantly. They could not even get close to Xueqi. Occasionally, they could land a blow, but the sharp spikes on Xueqi's body made the Rock Spirit clan members powerless. Kong. In the midst of the chaotic battle, a rock spirit was sent flying by Xueqi. It smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Without waiting for the rock spirit to climb out of the hole, Fan Hua raised his hand and struck the rock spirit with a mark, hitting it right in the middle. The struggling rock spirit staggered and fell to his knees. He did not even have the strength to stand up. "Take him down," Fan Hua snorted coldly. Immediately, several Monster King flew over and surrounded the rock spirit, whose power was restricted. Each of them revealed their true forms and either pounced or bit the rock spirit, restraining him in place. Roar! The rock spirit was unwilling, but he was first struck by Fan Hua's seal, and his power was sealed by more than 80%. Then, he was restrained by the Monster King in their true forms. How could he move? He could only half kneel in place and look up at the sky, his face full of unwillingness. Kong. Another rock spirit was sent flying by a huge force, and another crater was created in the ground. Fan Hua did the same thing and struck the rock spirit again. Several other Monster King rushed forward and subdued the rock spirit without waiting for orders. Hong Hong Hong. One after another, the rock spirits were blasted flying. With the power of a single clan against the sacred spirit Rockfire, the situation was actually one-sided, causing the Demon Kings to be dazzled and exclaim in satisfaction. Among the 4 holy spirits, only Xueqi could use such a barbaric and direct method to defeat the Rock Spirit clan. Other than Xueqi, Fan Hua, Luan Feng, and Song Dog did not have this ability. It was not that the other 3 holy spirits were weaker than Xueqi. If they were to compare, the Luan Feng was the strongest, Fan Hua was the second, and Song Dog was on par with Xueqi. However, Xueqi was the incarnation of a stone demon. Just like the stone spirits, he was born with extraordinary strength and tough skin. However, unlike the stone spirits, he had the help of a demonic flame and sharp spikes all over his body, giving him a huge advantage. In terms of strength, the holy spirit Xueqi was on par with the Rock Spirit clan. In terms of strength, Xueqi was miles ahead of the Rock Spirit clan. There was no need to fight. At this moment, even if the entire Rock Spirit clan was mobilized, they would not be a match for Xueqi. 10 rock spirits and 1 avatar were all wiped out in less than half the time it takes to finish a pot of tea under Xueqi's attack. Fan Ku had cast a restrictive spell on them, and they were all restrained by the Demon Kings. The rock spirits kept growling, their faces full of humiliation. Xueqi stood proudly between heaven and earth, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked coldly at Yang Kai. In the previous battle, Yang Kai did not intervene. It was not that he did not want to but that he could not. Fan Hua's divine sense was locked on him, so he could not move at all. Boy, this king gave you a chance. Since you are not willing to waste your cultivation, this king will send you on your way. As soon as Xueqi finished speaking, he threw a punch at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he slapped the mountains and rivers bell in front of him. The ancient exotic treasure instantly grew to the height of a grown man and blocked in front of Yang Kai. The sound of the bell rang out, turning into a shockwave that met Xueqi's fist head-on. Xueqi sneered. If you were a third-order Emperor Realm Master and had this bell in hand, this king might have been a little bit afraid. Unfortunately, you are only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. How much power can you exert from this bell? Xueqi did not try to dodge this punch and directly blasted towards the shockwave. Kacha. The shockwave visible to the naked eye suddenly split apart, and although Xueqi's fist was slightly blocked, it still smashed into the mountains and rivers bell without slowing down. Another sound of the bell rang out, and Xueqi's huge body shook as he was forced to retreat a few steps. On the other hand, Yang Kai was shaken by the huge force, causing the blood in his chest to roil. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards. Ancient exotic treasure, worthy of its reputation. Xueqi was not angry, but happy. He gulped as he looked at the mountains and rivers bell that flew out with Yang Kai, the greed in his eyes growing stronger. A trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master had blocked his attack with the mountains and rivers bell. If he could subdue such a treasure, he would even dare to compete in the dragon race. Chapter 2593. Scrambling to his feet, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with an undetectable light as he quickly formed a series of seals with his hands. The mountains and rivers bell that had been sent flying suddenly began to spin, turning into the size of a house. A suppressive force that enveloped the world suddenly burst forth and crashed down on Xueqi, who was approaching him step by step. Watch out! Songgo's face changed slightly as he warned in a low voice. Xueqi was also taken aback. He didn't expect Yang Kai's physique to be so strong. Even after taking his indirect blow, he didn't suffer much damage. If it had been an ordinary first-order Emperor Realm Master, he would have been dead by now. The suppressive force made his body sluggish. Seeing the mountains and rivers bell coming down on him, it was already too late for him to dodge. Kong. In front of everyone's eyes, the huge mountains and rivers bell directly suppressed Xueqi, sealing him tightly. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed maniacally as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a look of satisfaction, "Even if you're as cunning as a ghost, you still have to drink this young master's foot-washing water." Fan Ku, Luan Feng, and Songgo's faces all turned black. Although the four saint masters of the ancient land often didn't see eye to eye with each other, and even had some small conflicts, they were still bound together for good or ill. Xueqi was suppressed by Yang Kai's mountains and rivers bell, which made the other three's faces turn ugly. This Xueqi was a disgrace to these saint masters. Although Yang Kai could do this by relying on the power of the ancient exotic artifact, his cultivation wasn't high. A first-order Emperor Realm Master was no different from an ant in the eyes of these saint masters. Now that Xueqi was suppressed by an ant, it was tantamount to slapping their faces. Hong hong hong. Suddenly, a series of explosions and angry roars came from the mountains and rivers bell. Obviously, the angry Xueqi was bombarding the mountains and rivers bell. He wanted to escape from it. However, the suppressive force of this ancient exotic artifact was no small matter. The Phoenix True Fire had been suppressed by it for tens of thousands of years and couldn't move at all. Even though Xueqi was a divine spirit, he was powerless. Instead, the buzzing sound of the bell made the surrounding Monster King's blood boil. All of them looked uncomfortable. The weakest Hu Li and the burly Saint Envoy who was heavily injured both coughed up blood. His face was pale. Xueqi, who was inside the mountains and rivers bell, was probably not much better off. The bell chimes contained a tremendous amount of power, and he was inside the mountains and rivers bell, so he was the most affected. Xueqi, stop! Fan Wu shouted coldly. Xueqi probably also sensed that something was wrong and stopped his barbaric charge. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard coming from the mountains and rivers bell. He was like a trapped beast, and his breathing was mixed with unparalleled anger and killing intent. He was suppressed here by Yang Kai. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The evil fire in his body surged up like a volcano erupting. "Kid, you've got guts." Fan Ku coldly looked at Yang Kai and said indifferently, "Release Xueqi, or you'll die for sure." Yang Kai grinned. He stood in place. He staggered slightly and said indifferently, "Master, if you want to make a move, then go ahead. In front of you, this young master knows that he can't leave. Since I can't leave, then I won't leave." "Aren't you afraid of death?" Fan Wu coldly snorted. Yang Kai coldly looked at him and said indifferently, Master, it's easy to kill me, but if you kill me, I'm afraid Xueqi will be suppressed here for many years. Perhaps one day in the future, someone will be able to subdue the mountains and rivers bell. Release Xueqi, but it's definitely not anyone here. Once he said that, the expressions of the holy venerates sank. They all knew that Yang Kai was right. Tens of thousands of years ago, when the mountains and rivers bell was still in the savage desolate ancient lands, they had tried many times to subdue it, but in the end, no one succeeded. In the end, it was stolen by a guy called Yuan Ding. It was a great shame. If they really killed Yang Kai today, they were afraid that Xueqi would be suppressed in the mountains and rivers bell forever, unless one day someone could subdue this exotic desolate ancient treasure and release him. Luan Feng squinted her beautiful eyes and said, Little friend, you're still young. Why do you keep talking about death? Release Xueqi and we can talk about it. Yang Kai sneered, When I wanted to leave, you master insisted on making me stay. Now you want to talk about it? This young master doesn't feel safe at all. Fan Ku and Luan Feng's faces turned ugly when they heard this. They felt that they had smashed their own feet with a stone. Luan Feng took a deep breath and said, Then what do you want to do to make you feel safe? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and looked around. Let me take the Stone Spirit Clan and leave this place first. When we're a few thousand miles away, I will take the mountains and rivers bell and release Xueqi. That way, I may feel a little safer. As long as they were a few thousand miles away, he could take the Stone Spirit Clan and fly away. At that time, no one would be able to stop him. Fan Ke said, Don't you think your request is a little too much? If you leave by yourself, this king can turn a blind eye to it. Why do you have to involve the Stone Spirit Clan? Yang Kai smiled, Master, you have 32 Monster King and 8 Saint Envoys under your command. The Stone Spirit Clan is just icing on the cake. A melon that is forcefully picked is not sweet. Master, why do you insist on this? Instead of forcing the Stone Spirit Clan to be loyal to you, it's better to set them free. I'm sure the elders will be grateful to you. If you encounter any trouble in the future, perhaps they can help. Fan Ke smiled contemptuously. What kind of trouble can this king encounter? Yang Kai said seriously, 30 years to the east, 30 years to the west. Who can say for sure? Are you sure you want to do this? Fan Ke stopped smiling and asked indifferently. Yang Kai didn't say a word and just looked at him with firm eyes. Fan Ku, the Luan Feng, and the Tsang dog glanced at each other and their divine senses surged as if they were communicating. Yang Kai looked calm on the surface, but his heart was beating like a drum. Now that he had used the mountains and rivers bell to suppress Xueqi, although it had given him a chance of survival, who knew if the remaining 3 saint sovereigns would care about Xueqi? If they wanted to kill him, even if Xueqi had to be suppressed here, then he would have to fight with all his strength. The hope was not great, but it was better than being captured without a fight. Just as Yang Kai was feeling nervous, Fan Ke looked at him again, as if he had reached a consensus with the Luan Feng and the Tsang dog. Yang Kai immediately became nervous and looked at him. Your condition. Fan Ke said indifferently. This king agrees. Hearing this, Kai Yang immediately let out a sigh of relief, and in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Fan Ku was a saint master, and since he had said it, he would not go back on his words. However, Fan Ke changed the topic, causing Yang Kai's heart to sink again. This king has another condition. Yang Kai's face turned ugly as he hesitated. What condition? He secretly decided that if the other party's condition was too difficult, he would fight them to the death. This bell. Fan Ke pointed at the mountains and rivers bell and said in an unquestionable tone, It must be kept. The mountains and rivers bell was too dangerous. These saint masters couldn't subdue it, and once it fell into the hands of an outsider, it would be a threat to them. After all, Yang Kai suppressed Xueqi with his first-order Emperor Realm cultivation. If a third-order Emperor Realm Master came, wouldn't the mountains and rivers bell be enough to suppress all 4 of them? So, no matter what, this thing had to be kept. If they couldn't subdue it, no one else could use it. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he gritted his teeth. Master's condition is too overbearing, isn't it? Fan Ke coldly snorted. You trespassed into the Blood Door's forbidden area, which is a capital offense. This king can spare your lives, so you should feel lucky. It's not up to you to bargain. Luan Feng also chimed in. After all, artifacts are just worldly possessions. Keeping it in exchange for more than a dozen of your lives. Don't you think it's not worth it, little friend? Song Dog also smiled slightly. What's more, this bell originally belonged to the ancient lands, so it can be considered as returning it to its rightful owner. That's right. Fan Ke nodded lightly. Yong Kai ground his teeth so hard that they almost broke. No one knew better than him how powerful the mountains and rivers bell was. He had spent more than a year in the Shattered Star Sea to subdue this ancient exotic treasure. If he handed it over now, it would be equivalent to wasting a year's worth of effort and losing a trump card. No matter how he looked at it, it was a loss. But Luan Feng was right. After all, artifacts were just worldly possessions. Compared to his own life and the future of the Stone Spirit Clan, it was really nothing. The most important thing was, he couldn't do anything now. If he didn't agree, Xueqi wouldn't be able to escape, and he himself would be in deep trouble. The future of the Stone Spirit Clan would be bleak. Fine. Yong Kai shouted, full of unwillingness. I can keep the mountains and rivers bell, but sooner or later, this young master will come and take it back personally. Song Dog sneered and said disdainfully, shameless boasting. He didn't deny that Yong Kai's aptitude was indeed good, and he had great hopes of breaking through to the Third Order Emperor realm, but if he wanted to take back the mountains and rivers bell from them, he would have to become one of the great emperors to be qualified. Fan Hua also shook his head and smiled, obviously not taking Yong Kai's words to heart. Since you've agreed, remove your soul brand from this bell. Don't even think about playing any tricks. This king will personally check it. If I find anything wrong with it, don't blame this king for not showing mercy. Master, are you kidding me? Yong Kai shouted, if I remove the brand now, won't Xueqi come out and fight me? Luan Feng smiled and said, you're being careful. Don't worry, with us here, Xueqi won't do anything to you. Yong Kai shook his head and said, I don't believe you, unless you make him swear an oath. The faces of Fan Hua and the others sank as they secretly felt that Yong Kai was being too unreasonable. Their identities were right there, and they had already spoken so clearly, yet this little brat was still making excuses. It was really infuriating. Xueqi's angry roar came from the mountains and rivers bell. Impudent brat, what qualifications do you have to make this king swear an oath? Yong Kai's face darkened as he said, if you don't follow the rules, what's the harm in swearing an oath? Could it be that Master Xueqi really wants to fight me as soon as he comes out? If that's the case, then Master should be prepared to be suppressed inside forever. This brat's life is cheap, so it's not a loss for you to be suppressed for a lifetime. Chapter 2594. This king is pissed off. Xueqi roared inside the mountains and rivers bell, causing it to hum loudly. Little brat, don't let this king escape, otherwise, you will be the first to suffer. Hearing this, Fan Hua, Luan Feng, and Song Go's faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Just now, Yong Kai said that he was afraid Xueqi would cause trouble for him after he escaped. But now, Xueqi said it himself, as if he wouldn't stop until he did something to Yong Kai. How brainless could he be to say such words? Xueqi, don't talk nonsense. Luan Feng couldn't help but shout, afraid that Xueqi would say something irreversible. Yong Kai pointed at the mountains and rivers bell with a frightened face. Master, did you hear that? How can I remove the soul brand of the mountains and rivers bell like this? Although this little brat's life is worthless, I don't want to die in vain. Fan Ke's face became sullen as he stared at Yong Kai and said, Xueqi's temper is very stubborn, it's impossible for him to make an oath, so don't count on it. However, he can promise not to trouble you after you escape. Yong Kai snorted. You are you, he is he, how do you know what he thinks? Fan Hua turned to the mountains and rivers bell. Xueqi, state your position. The mountains and rivers bell was silent for a while before Xueqi's voice sounded reluctantly. All right, this king won't lower himself to that little brat's level. What do you think? Fan Hua looked at Yong Kai. Yong Kai rubbed his chin, letting out a hollow laugh. Just a few words, it doesn't hurt or itch, I still don't feel safe. How about you let me take the Shiling clan and leave for a few thousand li? Impossible. Fan Hua said impatiently. If you think you can't accept this king's condition, then Xueqi can only be suppressed. And you will stay here forever. Yong Kai was proficient in the Space Force, and if he really wanted to go a few thousand li away, Fan Hua wasn't sure he could stop him, so how could he agree? Yong Kai's face turned ugly. Is there no room for discussion? Fan Hua slightly raised his hand. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. After 3 breaths, this king will kill you. Think it over carefully. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, his face full of humiliation. It was rare for him to be forced to such an extent, but today, he was truly forced into a desperate situation. Fan Hua continued to raise his hand, but his aura became more and more dangerous. Seeing that he was about to make a move, Yang Kai sighed heavily and said, I agree. Fan Hua nodded slightly, not surprised at all. After all, no one would treat their own life lightly. He said indifferently, release the stone fire first. Yang Kai formed a hand seal and raised his hand. The huge mountains and rivers bell buzzed, revealing Xueqi, who had been suppressed inside. Black flames burned on Xueqi's body, and his eyes were filled with unparalleled anger. Yang Kai was secretly on guard. Once he found something wrong with the stone fire, he would immediately suppress it again. It was just that there was an element of luck in suppressing him just now. Now that he was on guard, the chances of success were not high. Fortunately, Xueqi only glared at him and snorted coldly. He didn't do anything else. Remove your soul brand, Fan Hua urged. Yang Kai took back the mountains and rivers bell, looking at it for a while with a reluctant face. Then, his divine sense surged, using a secret technique to remove the soul brand from the mountains and rivers bell. The small and exquisite mountains and rivers bell flashed and suddenly became very simple. Yang Kai casually threw it. He threw it at Fan Hua. Fan Hua flicked his sleeve and caught the mountains and rivers bell, but the moment it touched his hand, a huge force came over him, making him unable to catch it. With a bang, the mountains and rivers bell fell to the ground, shaking the ground, as if it had taken root and remained motionless. An ancient rare treasure, worthy of its reputation. Fan Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. Even though the mountains and rivers bell had become an ownerless object, he couldn't pick it up. In this world, perhaps only the master who could subdue it could use it at will. A violent wave of power suddenly fluctuated. Xueqi, what are you doing? Luan Feng shouted at the same time. Fan Hua's expression changed slightly as he looked up to see Xueqi rushing towards Yang Kai with a ferocious grin on his face. His fist burning with black flames smashing towards Yang Kai as he shouted, Boy, die! Yang Kai's face changed drastically. Although he had always been vigilant against Xueqi, he never expected that this guy, a Saint Master, would actually go back on his word. As soon as he saw that Yang Kai had lifted the mountains and rivers bell's brand, he actually decided to kill him. In such a hurry, Yang Kai had no time to dodge. The scorching power seemed to be able to melt the space within a radius of several dozen meters, and the huge fist seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Kong. With one punch, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan and was directly smashed into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Roar. The rock spirits roared in unison. Their eyes were filled with rage, especially the embodiment, who could only watch helplessly as Yang Kai was smashed to the point where even his shadow was nowhere to be seen. The power in his huge body suddenly went berserk, but he was restrained by the many monster kings and was unable to break free. Xueqi, do you know what you are doing? Luan Feng's pretty face was extremely cold, as if a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. Fan Hua and Song Dog's expressions also turned ugly. They had just promised Yang Kai to let him live, but Xueqi actually went back on his word. He was so angry that he didn't even care about their credibility. Once this matter came out, how would their subordinates, the Monster King, view them? How would they be able to establish themselves in the ancient lands in the future? The strongest forces in the entire ancient lands were gathered here, and dozens of pairs of eyes were watching them. It's over, not far away. Xia Wuwei's face turned pale and he almost collapsed to the ground. Even if he was a Monster King who was comparable to a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, he couldn't help but feel despair at the scene before him. Although he was far behind the 4 Saint Masters before, he had been here for some time and had been on edge for Yang Kai's safety. When he saw Yang Kai reach an agreement with the 4 Saint Masters, he secretly rejoiced that he had escaped a disaster. But he didn't expect Xueqi to go back on his word and attack a First-Order Emperor Realm Master with the strength of a Saint Master. He was Yang Kai's sole slave, so he was closely related to Yang Kai's life and death. If Yang Kai died, he couldn't live alone. It was really over now. He was implicated by Yang Kai and died. Xia Wuwei's face was filled with grief and indignation. If he had known this would happen, he would have died in the myriad spirit tomb. At least it was the final destination of the ancient land's inhabitants, and they wouldn't be lonely in death. But now, he had died here for no reason, and there wouldn't even be anyone to collect his corpse. But soon, Xueqi realized that something was wrong. Because he didn't die, he touched his body in disbelief. He could clearly feel the heartbeat coming from his chest. His eyes suddenly focused, as if he had realized something, and he quickly looked towards the big hole in the ground. He wasn't dead, which meant that Xueqi wasn't dead either. But how was that possible? How could he survive the sneak attack of a Saint Master? Xueqi. Fan Ke gritted his teeth and shouted word by word, his eyes filled with a cold light. He has already removed the brand of the mountains and rivers Bell as agreed before, so why do you still want to kill him? Don't you even have this little bit of tolerance? Tolerance? Xueqi coldly snorted, the burning flames on his body gradually converging as he said in a booming voice. This king only knows how to take revenge for revenge. This brat dared to use the mountains and rivers Bell to suppress this king, so he deserves to die. He turned his head and glanced at the other 3 Saint Masters leisurely. What's wrong? Don't tell me you want to fight with this king over this brat? Don't make trouble, this brat is already dead, and the dead have no value. Although his words were quite shameless, it was undeniable that this was the case. What value could a dead person have? What was the point of falling out with Xueqi over Xueqi? You shouldn't have done this, Fan Ke said with a sullen face. He wasn't regretting Xueqi's death. He was just angry that Xueqi didn't keep his word. When one's status and strength reached their level, one's word was worth 1,000 gold. Sometimes, words spoken were more important than one's life. All right. Song Dog jumped out to smooth things over. What's done is done, it's meaningless to blame him. This matter is our fault, this human should be buried. It seemed that for them, being able to bury Xueqi was already a great honor for Xueqi. The Luan Feng nodded slightly and sighed. This little friend should also be a peerless genius. This queen will handle this matter and will not treat him unfairly. Fan Ke nodded and glared fiercely at Xueqi. Xueqi stood in place with an indifferent expression and just grinned. It feels good to vent my anger. At this moment, the few Saint Masters seemed to have sensed something and turned their heads to look in a certain direction. They saw a figure rushing over. It seemed to be a woman, but her strength wasn't very strong, only at the level of the third-order Dao Source realm. Following closely behind this woman was another second-order Emperor realm master. The 2 of them quickly flew over, one in front and one behind. The woman flying in front looked extremely anxious. A group of small monster beasts guarding outside tried to intercept them, but they were all beaten down by the second-order Emperor realm cultivator. In a flash, the 2 figures rushed over. **Schwa. Both of them froze in mid-air. The woman in the lead looked down at the big pit below in disbelief, tears gushing out of her eyes like pearls from a broken necklace. The woman following behind him had a disheveled head and face. She was sloppy and her clothes were tattered. These 2 people rushed into the place where the monster beasts gathered and rushed in front of the 4 Saint Masters. They looked like they didn't know how to write the word death, which made many monster beasts click their tongues in amazement. Ruashi. The embodiment looked at the figure in mid-air with a bitter expression and secretly sighed. Ruashi suddenly rushed out because she saw the scene of Xueqi being attacked by Xueqi. That was why she was so reckless. The one who came with Ruashi was undoubtedly Iceheart Valley's 3rd brother. The 3rd brother stood behind Ruashi with a fierce expression on his face and a strange sound coming from his mouth, like a wild beast defending its territory and warning others not to approach. However, Fan Ke only glared at him and the 3rd brother shivered and shrank into a ball. Chapter 2595. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhang Ruashi suddenly rushed to the top of the big pit and knelt on the ground. Using both hands, she dug at the soil that covered the pit. Tears flowed down her cheeks as she kept sobbing, Sir. Her choked voice was filled with grief. It was as if she had lost her mind. She didn't even use her source chi. Instead, she just used her bare hands to dig at the soil in front of her. In the blink of an eye, her slender fingers were a bloody mess, but she continued digging as if she couldn't feel the pain. Her extreme sadness and despair seemed to materialize and spread in all directions, causing many monster race and the Stone Spirit clan to be moved. The drops of tears that fell from her eyes were gradually mixed with a faint trace of red. It seemed that what flowed from her eyes were not just tears, but accusations of blood and tears. Don't leave Ruoshi behind. Sir, don't leave Ruoshi behind. Blood and tears blurred her vision. Zhang Ruoshi couldn't see anything at all, but her hands were still working like machines, trying to rescue Yang Kai from the ground. This little girl. Fan Wu narrowed his eyes and frowned slightly, staring at Zhang Ruoshi's back as she knelt on the ground. She seems to have a close relationship with that little friend, but unfortunately, her strength is too low. Luan Feng also sighed slightly. The Third Order Dao Source Realm. What could she do here? Any random monster king here was at least a Second Order Emperor Realm Master. The Third Order Dao Source Realm was really not enough. Humph. Xueqi glanced at Zhang Ruoshi for a while and suddenly snorted coldly. He reached out and grabbed Zhang Ruoshi. He had gone back on his word and killed Kai Yang with a sneak attack. Now, a human girl suddenly popped out and acted recklessly in Yang Kai's grave. Wasn't this poking at his sore spot? Ruoshi was caught off guard and was directly grabbed by his huge hand. The 5-meter-tall Xueqi pinched Zhang Ruoshi as if he was pinching a pocket-sized person. The increasing distance between her and Yang Kai caused Zhang Ruoshi to wake up abruptly. Raising her head, her beautiful red eyes stared at Xueqi, who was sizing her up. Suddenly he struggled with all his might, punching and kicking non-stop, and begged. Let me go, please let me go, I want to save Mr. Mr. is not dead, I want to save him. But how could her strength be mentioned in the same breath as Xueqi? No matter how she struggled, she did not move an inch. Xueqi sneered. He said, that teacher of yours has already died without a burial place. Don't do useless things. Ruoshi shook her head as tears fell like rain. I don't believe it, Mr. won't die, Mr. will never die. Xueqi said angrily, you little girl. He was so stubborn. Do you believe that I won't crush you to death? Gritting her teeth, Ruoshi suddenly raised her hand and a square seal appeared out of thin air. 10,000 beast seal. Suddenly, a pitch-black force flew out from the seal. In an instant, the surrounding yin qi became dense, and waves of ghostly wails and howls sounded. The pitch-black force that flew out of the seal turned into monster beasts of various sizes in the blink of an eye. Beast souls. Xueqi raised his eyebrows and looked at the seemingly illusory monster beasts in front of him with some surprise. With his eyesight, he naturally recognized that these things were beast souls. Fan Hua, Luan Feng, and Cong Go also frowned slightly. They were saint sovereigns of the ancient lands. The billions of monster beasts in the ancient lands were under their command. Suddenly, so many beast souls appeared in Zhang Ruoshi's 10,000 beast seal, which made them a little angry. After all, every monster beast was their subordinate. Even if they died, their beast souls should not be taken and sealed in an artifact by a human. This artifact was absolutely intolerable to the monster beasts of the ancient lands. In the short moment when the four saint sovereigns were absent-minded, tens of thousands of beast souls gushed out of the 10,000 beast seal, and the number was still increasing. Each beast soul exuded a different energy fluctuation, but many of them were not inferior to the monster king present. Where did so many beast souls come from? Xueqi's face finally changed. If there were only a few dozen or 100 beast souls sealed in the 10,000 beast seal, it could be explained as the result of this woman killing a monster beast and sealing them in the seal. But among these tens of thousands of beast souls, there were many 12th order monster beasts. This was a little shocking, and from the looks of it, there seemed to be even more beast souls sealed in the 10,000 beast seal. Little girl, you didn't enter the 10,000 spirit tomb, did you? Xueqi had a whimsical thought. As he spoke, he slapped the 10,000 beast seal with his divine spirit power, directly causing the 10,000 beast seal to flicker wildly and its spirituality to be greatly damaged. As for the tens of thousands of beast souls that had flown out of the seal, they were all sucked back into the seal the moment it was attacked, unable to do anything at all. The difference in strength was too great. Even if Ruoshi used the 10,000 beast seal, she couldn't cause any trouble to Xueqi. Xueqi waved his hand and threw Zhang Ruoshi away, saying, Little girl, there's something wrong with this artifact. We have to investigate it carefully. The Luan Feng nodded lightly and reached out to pull Zhang Ruoshi over, restraining her in front of her so that she couldn't move. Xueqi also played with the 10,000 beast seal in his hand and poured his divine sense into it. After some investigation, his face suddenly changed and he exclaimed, 1,000,000 beast souls. What? Fan Hua and the others were shocked. There were actually 1,000,000 beast souls sealed in the 10,000 beast seal. Not to mention who refined this artifact. Where did these million beast souls come from? Several people realized the seriousness of the problem. Looking at the entire star boundary, there was no place that could provide a million beast souls except for the ancient wild lands, and there was only one place in the ancient wild lands that had a million beast souls: the Myriad Spirit Tomb. Could it be that this little girl really entered the Myriad Spirit Tomb? Was Xueqi's guess true? Little girl, what's your name? The Luan Feng looked at Zhang Ruoxi, who was still struggling in front of her, and asked in surprise. Zhang Ruoxi didn't answer and wanted to rush forward, but in front of the Luan Feng, how could she escape? Even moving her body was an extravagant hope. Asterisk voila. Asterisk, a strange sound was heard, attracting everyone's attention. They saw that in the pit filled with mud, a bloody big hand suddenly stretched out. That big hand seemed to have come from the nine nether purgatory, emitting a cold aura. Xueqi's eyes widened in an instant. Fan Hua, the Luan Feng, and the Tsang dog also looked over in surprise. Many Monster King and the group of rock spirits were also dumbfounded. I knew you weren't dead. I knew you weren't dead. Xueqi muttered in a low voice. His mood was like a roller coaster, going up and down, extremely nervous and excited. But in next to no time, Xueqi slapped his thigh in annoyance, and he couldn't help but curse in the depths of his heart. What an idiot! Since you didn't die and have deceived others, then you should have hidden yourself secretly. Why did you have to come out now? You're truly an idiot to the extreme. Not dead. Xueqi looked at the big hand that emerged from the mud in amazement, wishing he could gouge his eyes out to take a closer look. This little friend. What's going on? The Luan Feng was also shocked by Yang Kai's tenacious vitality. How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master not die after being sneak attacked by Xueqi and smashed into the ground? Under everyone's watchful eyes, the big hand that had stretched out suddenly retracted, followed by a loud explosion as the soil covering the hole was blown away by the force of the explosion. A figure staggered out of the hole, coughing violently as he spat out the blood in his mouth, clutching his chest as he stood in place. Who else could this person be but Yang Kai? Zhang Ruoxi's eyes were bloodshot as she stared ahead in a daze. Her body went limp and she collapsed to the ground. She covered her mouth tightly with her hands and sobbed uncontrollably as her shoulders trembled violently. She didn't dare to let herself cry, for fear that her crying would affect Yang Kai's mind. Xueqi. Yang Kai clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He gritted his teeth and glared at the stone giant covered in barbs, his eyes burning with anger. If he hadn't used his Nihility secret technique at the critical moment and banished himself into the void, he would have been blasted to smithereens by Xueqi. Even his Nihility secret technique couldn't completely block Xueqi's attack. Under that violent blow, even space itself was affected. Before the residual energy could be removed, Yang Kai's Nihility secret technique was involuntarily dispelled. The injuries he suffered were all caused by the aftermath of Xueqi's attack. A dignified divine spirit going back on his word was one thing, but now he had even attacked him. This enmity was huge. Boy, you're quite lucky. You're the first one to survive this king's attack. Xueqi stood there without the slightest bit of guilt for the sneak attack. He tossed the 10,000 beast seal up and down as he looked contemptuously at Yang Kai. Seeing the 10,000 beast seal, Yang Kai couldn't help but be startled. He looked around and soon saw Zhang Ruoxi. He didn't know when Ruoxi had arrived, but when he was dizzy just now, he vaguely heard Ruoxi's cries. At this time, Ruoxi was paralyzed on the ground, her hands covering her mouth as her tender body trembled constantly. Her teary eyes were overflowing with joy and distress. What happened just now must have frightened her. Yang Kai sighed deeply, the hostility and anger in his eyes gradually dissipating. He loosened his clenched fists and turned his gaze to Fan Ku. I won't argue with Xueqi for going back on his word and attacking me. According to our previous agreement, I have unsealed the Mountains and Rivers Bell's soul brand. Now, I need to take my friends and leave this place. Saint Seniors, do you have any objections? Fan Ku's eyes flashed as he nodded, yes. Although his tone was flat, there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Just now when Yang Kai had appeared, he had also seen the murderous look on Yang Kai's face. Anyone who had been sneak attacked and almost died without a burial site would definitely be enraged. However, not everyone could suppress their anger, judge the situation, and know when to yield and when to stand tall. Yang Kai being able to adjust his mood in such a short time showed that his temperament was really good. This was the wisest and even the only choice. If he was driven by anger and insisted on striking a stone with an egg, The only one who would suffer would be himself. Chapter 2596. After getting Fan Hua's response, Yang Kai nodded slightly and was about to call Ruoshi over when Xueqi suddenly said coldly, "You can take the others away, but this little girl must stay." He pointed at Zhang Ruoshi and said in an unquestionable tone. Yang Kai's face changed as he glared at him and shouted, "Why?" Xueqi tossed the 10,000 beast seal in his hand and said condescendingly, "Because of this. She dared to steal 1,000,000 beast souls from my ancient land. For this alone, she must give my ancient land monster clan an explanation." As soon as this statement came out, most of the Monster King present agreed. No one wanted their soul to be taken into an artifact by a human after death. Zhang Ruoshi's 10,000 beast seal could be said to have angered everyone. Fan Hua and Luan Feng Tsong Dog frowned. Although they knew Xueqi was looking for trouble, his words weren't unreasonable. From the standpoint of the ancient land monster clan, they couldn't refute him. It seemed, today's matter couldn't be easily resolved. Xueqi's attitude showed that he wouldn't give up until he killed Yang Kai. They had long known that Xueqi was a vengeful person, but they didn't expect him to be so stingy. Just because Yang Kai used the mountains and rivers bell to suppress him, he couldn't stop nagging. After failing to kill Yang Kai with a sneak attack, Xueqi couldn't do it a second time no matter how thick his face was. However, the appearance of the 10,000 beast seal gave him another chance to attack. "What kind of explanation do you want?" Yang Kai's eyes turned cold. He was willing to endure the humiliation and not care about Xueqi bullying a thief. It was an extremely difficult decision. Even if he died here, he would still fight Xueqi. But Ruoshi was here. The Stone Spirit Clan was here, and so was his third brother. If he and Xueqi fell out, the worst result would be everyone dying. He could only suppress the humiliation and hide it in his heart. But he never expected that Xueqi wouldn't stop here. Xueqi snorted, "Blasphemer of my ancient land monster clan, die. Dang. Don't let her go. Kill her." Many of the Monster King also began to make a fuss, each of them filled with righteous indignation. It was as if Zhang Ruoshi had done something that angered both God and man. Yang Kai's face was stained with fresh blood. His cold gaze swept across the Monster King and finally settled on Fan Hua. Fan Hua said coolly, "This little girl is not in the previous agreement. Since you've broken the taboo, you can stay in the ancient lands." Although he despised Xueqi's despicable actions, he was still the holy sovereign of the ancient land. Naturally, he did not want to disappoint the Monster King. Hee. Yang Kai suddenly laughed coldly as if he had gone mad. He looked at the numerous Monster King mockingly and said in a deep voice, "Very good, dozens of the Emperor realm. For holy sovereigns are determined to kill a little girl in her early 20s. The ancient land demon clan. This young master has learned a lesson today." These words were somewhat harsh to the ears. Many demons were instantly enraged and shouted, "Brat, what did you say?" The faces of Fan Hua and the others also turned ugly. But then again, it was indeed as Yang Kai said. So many masters. Each of them wanted to kill a little girl in her early 20s. If this matter were to spread out, it would not be good. "Sir, don't worry about me. Please don't worry about me." Ruoshi knelt on the ground and suddenly cried out. Her eyes were full of urgency. "Leave quickly." After realizing what went wrong, she regretted it. She felt that she had implicated Yang Kai. If she had not used the 10,000 beast seal just now, perhaps there wouldn't be such trouble. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and slowly shook his head. Ruoshi cried bitterly again and wailed, "Sir, it is Ruoshi's greatest blessing to have been educated by you. Ruoshi is already very happy to have been able to follow Sir for so many years. Ruoshi only hates that she has never helped Sir in any way. Instead, she has always been a hindrance to Sir. In the future, when Ruoshi is not by your side, Sir must take care of yourself." Yang Kai's face changed dramatically and exclaimed, "Ruoshi, what are you doing?" Ruoshi did not answer. Instead, she turned her head to look at Xueqi, then at the Monster King, and finally fixed her gaze on Fan Hua. Her tear-filled beautiful eyes suddenly became cold, and her voice was deep and powerful. "Since Ruoshi has violated the ancient land's taboo, then I will pay with my life. I hope this can appease the anger in your hearts. After Ruoshi's death, if you still want to make things difficult for my sir, even if Ruoshi turns into a ghost, I will never let you go. I will pester you day and night and take your lives at all times." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the Monster King changed. Even Fan Hua and the other Saint Masters were moved. They could also see that Zhang Ruoxi was going to protect Yang Kai with her life. But for such a weak girl to say such ferocious words, it was clear how determined her will was and how much hatred she had. If such a great wish was not fulfilled before her death, she was bound to turn into a ghost and pester them endlessly. A chill suddenly rose in the hearts of the Monster King. Ruoxi turned her head, tears flowing down her cheeks. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness and extreme reluctance. She looked at Yang Kai and cried, "Sir, Ruoxi will serve you again in the next life." As soon as the words fell, a hand was raised high. Source Qi was abundant in the palm, and it slammed towards the top of his head. If this palm hit, Ruoxi would definitely die. Bastard! Yang Kai's eyes were about to split open in an instant. His figure flickered and disappeared. "Where do you think you're going?" Xueqi sneered and took a step forward. His fist, burning with black flames, blasted into the void. There was a loud boom. Yang Kai's figure reappeared, as if he had been shaken out of thin air. The sound of bones breaking rang out, the blood in his body tumbled, and blood gushed out of his mouth. The intense pain made him unable to control himself and let out a roar. Without waiting for the ground to hit the ground, he suddenly disappeared again. Xueqi snorted, "The space divine technique is unpredictable, but in front of this king, it is traceable." As he spoke, he sent out a kick, causing Kai Yang's figure to appear once again. Heavily landing on the ground, he rolled over. "Xueqi!" With a roar, Yang Kai forcibly stopped his tumbling body and jumped up. His eyes were red as an indescribable violent aura suddenly filled the air. He just wanted to save Ruoxi, but he couldn't even achieve such a simple wish. His two teleportations were mercilessly blocked by Xueqi. Just as he finished speaking, Xueqi suddenly descended from the sky and knocked Kai Yang to the ground with a punch. Then, a large foot stomped on Kai Yang as if he was an ant, firmly stomping Kai Yang to the ground. Puff! A mouthful of golden blood sprayed out and sprinkled down like rain. Yang Kai struggled to turn his head and desperately looked in Ruoxi's direction. After being blocked by Xueqi again and again, he had missed the best time to rescue her. Now Ruoxi is afraid. His body was in so much pain that it felt like it was falling apart, but in comparison, this pain was nothing. The pain in his heart was like thousands of blades stirring, making it almost impossible to breathe. A weak girl, a shy girl, a very docile and well-behaved girl, a girl who obeyed his every command. From Maplewood City's Zhang house to this world, he didn't even have time to appreciate the wonders of this world. Now she's going to die here. He hated his own strength for being so weak. He regretted keeping that girl by his side and letting her experience all kinds of dangers. She should have stayed in the Zhang family, found a good marriage, and stayed at home to take care of her husband and children, living a peaceful life. A warm liquid trickled down from the corner of his eyes. In his blurry vision, Zhang Ruoxi was still kneeling in the same place, facing him. Her raised hand had already reached the top of her head, but another hand was holding her wrist. Ha ha ha! Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help laughing out loud, seemingly extremely happy. This joyful laughter was in stark contrast to the desperate situation he was in now. Xueqi's face sank and he slightly pressed his foot. Pooh! Yang Kai's laughter came to an abrupt end as he spat out another mouthful of golden blood, but he still gritted his teeth and shouted, "Senior Luan Feng, this junior owes you a favor." The one who held Zhang Ruoxi's hand was Luan Feng, who had been standing behind her. With Luan Feng's strength, without her consent, Zhang Ruoxi couldn't kill herself even if she wanted to. Luan Feng's expression was complicated. "You should take care of yourself first." She was clearly about to die, yet she was still talking about owing a favor. What was the use of this favor? What's more, even if Yang Kai didn't die, this favor was worthless. Luan Feng was simply moved by Zhang Ruoxi and didn't want to see a tragedy happen. After all, she was a woman, and even a divine spirit had a sentimental side. "Let go of me." Zhang Ruoxi stubbornly raised her head and glared angrily at the Luan Feng. Facing a powerful existence that even a third-order Emperor Realm Master had to retreat from, Zhang Ruoxi's anger soared to the heavens. She bit her red lips until they bled as she struggled and shouted, "You evil woman, let go of me!" Luan Feng said leisurely, "Even if you die, your sir won't be able to live." Why throw away your life in vain? She could see that Xueqi didn't intend to let Yang Kai go at all. This vengeful personality really wanted to take someone's life. Ruoshi was stunned for a moment before suddenly crying and begging. Senior, please save my sir. Ruoshi will promise you anything. Please save him. If there was anyone present who could stop Xueqi, it would undoubtedly be the remaining 3 Saint Masters. Ruoshi also noticed this point, which was why she started to plead. Luan Feng looked down at her and said lightly, Am I not a bad woman? When Ruoshi heard this, she immediately raised her other hand and slapped her own mouth fiercely. This junior was careless with her words just now. Master, please be magnanimous and don't bother with this junior. This junior only begs senior to save sir. The slapping sounds were extremely loud as Ruoshi showed no mercy. After a few slaps, half of her cheeks immediately swelled up and the corners of her mouth were full of blood, but she acted as if she couldn't feel the pain. Each slap was heavier than the last, causing the eyelids of the monster king present to twitch wildly. The Rock Spirit clan roared continuously, but they were powerless. Chapter 2597. For the sake of Yang Kai, Ruoshi was willing to give up her life. So what did slapping her own mouth matter? What are you doing? Luan Feng frowned as she reached out and froze Ruoshi in place. With her powerful cultivation that surpassed the Third Order Emperor realm, it was easy for her to restrain Zhang Ruoshi. Shrouded in that inexplicable barrier, Ruoshi was not only unable to move, she couldn't even open her mouth to speak. Her raised hand froze in mid-air as tears almost dried up from her eyes. Boy, are you still a man? How could you let a little girl do this for you? Ants really are ants. How laughable. Xueqi looked as if he had just enjoyed a wonderful show, and as he ruthlessly stepped on Yang Kai, he burst into laughter. Gotcha. The sound of a few more bones breaking rang out. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, endured the piercing pain, and swallowed the blood in his mouth. He glared at the stone giant in front of him and said fiercely, Xueqi, you want this young master's life? This young master will give it to you. Let Ruoshi and the Stone Spirit clan leave first, and this young master will do whatever you want with this young master. What qualifications does an ant have to bargain with this king? Xueqi coldly snorted and kicked Yang Kai in the waist, sending him flying. Paw. Yang Kai's battered figure fell to the ground and rolled around. Ruoshi was rooted to the spot as she struggled to turn her eyes towards Yang Kai. Her eyes were filled with despair and sorrow, and as her tears dried up, a trace of blood gradually seeped out. This red seemed to hide a strange power that was quietly spreading to the surroundings. But at this moment, everyone's attention was attracted by Yang Kai and Xueqi, so no one noticed this. Not even Ruoshi herself. Not even Ruoshi noticed. A faint murderous aura grew in her heart as the blood in her body began to boil. Ahem? Xueqi wrinkled his eyebrows and waved his hand. A powerful suction force appeared and sucked Kai Yang back. Tilting his head, Xueqi sized him up from head to toe. Clicking his tongue in wonder, Xueqi said, Your ant's body is a bit strange. A First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Under normal circumstances, after being ravaged by him, Yang Kai should have died a long time ago. However, Yang Kai was still alive and well. Although his aura was a little weak, he was still full of vitality. Xueqi, don't force me. Yang Kai growled in a low voice, like a mad beast. Xueqi raised an eyebrow and laughed. So what if I force you? Don't tell me you want to kill me? As he spoke, Xueqi waved his huge fist. They smashed Yang Kai's body all over. Bang bang bang. Every strike was like a small mountain crashing into Yang Kai's body. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and his body swayed violently. However, he was restrained by the stone flames. There was no way to get rid of it. They could only passively endure the fierce bombardment again and again. The corners of his eyes were cracked, and his head was bleeding. His originally handsome face was completely swollen, and he was almost unrecognizable. His hair was disheveled after being hit by the stone fire, and his body was bathed in blood. So pathetic, so sorrowful. This was an experience that Yang Kai had never had since his debut. Boom! Xueqi was smashed down with another punch, breaking Yang Kai's legs. He knelt on the ground, but his body was straight. He was like a javelin. Many monster kings watched with complicated expressions. The large field was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even though humans and monsters were not of the same race, and even though Yongkai had caused them quite a bit of trouble this time, seeing Yongkai still stubbornly stand after being ravaged like that made these monster kings feel that this human was really a man. In comparison, Xueqi's arrogance and unscrupulous behavior seemed a little unreasonable. Killing people was just a matter of nodding their heads. Why torture people like this? However, Xueqi was one of the 4 saint masters. Even though the monster kings had their own thoughts, they did not dare to show it. They could only look at Yongkai with admiration and sympathy. Although Xie Wuwei wanted to plead for mercy, he did not dare to stand out at this time. Xueqi is enough. Fan Zhu's voice came, his face gloomy. The monster kings did not dare to express their opinions, but he could. Humiliating an opponent who is far weaker than you is nothing to brag about. Fan Zhu coldly snorted, almost unable to stand it anymore. If you want to kill him, then give him a quick death. Don't do those boring things. When Xueqi heard this, he snorted, as if he was very unhappy, but he still grabbed Yongkai's hair and lifted his head up. At this moment, Yongkai's face was bruised and swollen. His facial features were covered in blood. It was almost impossible to tell which was the nose and which was the eyes. Only where the eyes should have been, there was a slightly narrowed crack. Through this crack, one could vaguely see the light in his eyes. Looking at Xueqi, Xueqi grinned. In an instant, Xueqi trembled all over. Crimson blood turned into tears and flowed out from her eyes. The brand on her cheeks looked like 2 bloody scars, hideous and terrifying. After following Yongkai for so many years, she knew better than anyone what kind of strength Yongkai had and what kind of cards he had in his hands. Sir was not powerless. He still had the power of the ancient demon seal, the world force of the small sealed world, and the golden divine dragon source. Xueqi believed that if Sir used these forces, even if he was no match for Xueqi, he could escape from here. But when Xueqi was ravaging him, he did not use these forces. Even at this moment, when his life was hanging by a thread, he had no intention of using these forces. Everything was because of her. Once Sir escaped from here, the ancient Earth Monster clan would not let her go. Did she implicate Sir again? Sure enough, she had always been a burden to Sir. After so many years, why couldn't she help him at all? Her hatred was enough to overturn rivers and seas. Her anger seemed to be able to destroy the world. Violent hostility gushed out from her tender body. The temperament of a docile girl seemed to have changed in an instant. Ha! Luan Feng felt the change in Xueqi's aura and couldn't help but frown. Glancing at her, she saw the 2 lines of bloody tears and couldn't help but sigh. If possible, she was willing to save Yongkai, but saving Yongkai would inevitably offend Xueqi. Comparing the 2 sides, she naturally knew which was more important. Let Xueqi and the stone spirits go, I won't fight back. Yongkai raised his head as Xueqi grabbed his hair. His swollen eyes bloomed with a cold light as he made a final attempt. As long as Xueqi and the stone spirits could leave here first, he could do whatever he wanted. Xueqi was furious and sneered. Do you still have the strength to fight back? Don't worry, after I kill you, this king will send that little girl to accompany you on the road to the Yellow Springs. As soon as his words fell, Xueqi threw a punch towards Yongkai's face. Xueqi didn't hold back in this punch, intending to take Yongkai's life. After being ravaged for so long and seeing Yongkai's despair and indignation, Xueqi's anger had subsided greatly. Coupled with Fan Ke's warning, Xueqi felt it was time to send him on his way, so he didn't delay. Facing this blow, Yongkai's heart sank. Just as he was about to use his dragon transformation secret technique, he heard an extremely sharp cry from the other side. No! The voice contained indescribable despair and panic, as well as unparalleled anger and murderous intent. What? Luan Feng was shocked and quickly lowered her head to look at Zhang Ruoxi. She had a tight grip on this little girl in front of her, so let alone speaking, it was extremely difficult for her to even move a finger. But now, this little girl actually shouted out no. How was this possible? Kacha. The invisible barrier around Luan Feng collapsed and the shackles on Ruoxi's body were broken, causing her to tremble violently. At the same time, Ruoxi, who was kneeling on the ground, felt her hair flutter despite the lack of wind as an indescribable power seemed to awaken from her bloodline, like a sleeping dragon slowly opening its eyes. The aura of this power caused the hearts of the 4 Saint Masters to skip a beat as they all turned to look at Zhang Ruoxi in horror. This little girl. What's going on? Fan Ke asked in horror. Xueqi's big hand also stopped in midair as he stared at Xueqi. He doesn't know why, but there's an instinctive fear in his heart. It's like a mouse seeing a cat, encountering its natural enemy. In the end, this blow failed to hit Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also stunned, his swollen eyes widening as he stared at Xueqi, wondering what was wrong with her. Ah! Xueqi roared towards the sky, seemingly unable to suppress the violent power in her body, causing her clothes to flutter wildly. Luan Feng's pretty face changed slightly as she hurriedly flew away from her, her phoenix eyes also watching nervously. Wang. The world trembled and space hummed. 2 drops of blood suddenly flowed out from Xueqi's eyes, but instead of falling to the ground, they seemed to be attracted by some kind of force and slowly flew to the side. Everyone's eyes were attracted by these 2 drops of blood as they stared at them in a daze. Under everyone's watchful eyes, these 2 drops of blood continued to drift forward, heading towards a certain place. Looking in that direction, Fan Ke's eyes shrank as he cried out in horror, "Blood door!" The 2 drops of blood actually flew towards the blood door. Furthermore, it was unknown when it started, but the blood door, which had not been disturbed for tens of thousands of years, seemed to be boiling. The surface of the blood door was constantly bubbling with bubbles of various sizes. Is this little girl related to the blood door? Song Dog asked in surprise. Fan Ke slowly shook his head. Even with his experience and knowledge, he couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. Xiao. The 2 drops of blood suddenly accelerated and shot directly into the blood door before disappearing. Boom. Suddenly, a crimson light burst out from the blood door and entered Xueqi's body. Her body couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, the cries also subsided. Her fluttering hair fluttered down as she knelt there motionlessly with her head hanging low. It was as if she was dead. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly released his divine sense to investigate, only to find that Xueqi's vitality was surging. Just that. The feeling she gave Yang Kai made him a little afraid to recognize her. At this moment, Xueqi's aura was completely different from before, as if she was a different person. Chapter 2598. What's going on? This power. Not good, the power of the blood door's seal has awakened again. Master. Let's retreat quickly. I'm afraid something unexpected will happen. The Monster King exclaimed one after another. They were able to get close to this place because of the recent changes in the blood door. The mysterious power of the seal had temporarily disappeared. In the past, it was impossible to get within 10 kilometers of the blood door. But now, the mysterious power that had disappeared for no reason seemed to have returned, causing all the Monster King to feel suppressed in an instant. And as time passed, this suppression grew stronger and stronger. The Saint Masters obviously noticed this as well. Their cultivation, which was far beyond the Third Order Emperor realm, was suppressed to the level of a Third Order Emperor realm master in a short period of time. In other words, any Third Order Emperor realm human cultivator at this moment could fight them to a draw. Over the years, they had come to the blood door many times to investigate the situation, so they were well aware of how terrifying this suppressive force was. And this was only the beginning. If this suppressive force reached its limit, it would be enough to suppress their strength below the Emperor realm. You guys go first. Fan Wu waved his hand and said. Although the Monster Kings were strong, they were not comparable to the 4 Saint Masters. If they continued to stay, they were afraid that it would be disastrous. After receiving the order, the Monster Kings and Saint Envoys rushed out as if they had been granted amnesty. Before they left, they did not forget to take all the subdued stone spirits with them. In a short while, only the 4 Saint Masters, Yang Kai, Xueqi, and third brother remained. The 4 Saint Masters had extraordinary cultivation. Although they were suppressed by the blood door's seal, there was no danger. There wouldn't be any danger for the time being, and Yang Kai and Xueqi weren't creatures of the ancient lands, nor were they members of the monster race, so they weren't affected by the suppressive force. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Xueqi. The girl, who was kneeling on the ground with her head lowered, was still motionless. Her violent aura had also been restrained. However, within that petite body, a power that caused even the 4 Saint Sovereigns to tremble in fear was awakening. Bloodline power. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he vaguely realized what was going on. For a long time, Zhang Xueqi's bloodline power had been a mystery. Yang Kai had always wanted to help Zhang Xueqi unravel the mysteries hidden in her bloodline, but he had never been able to find a good wage. The last time he met the great emperors of the secular world, Duan Hongchen seemed to have seen some clues. Unfortunately, that old guy had a mysterious look on his face and didn't say anything. Instead, he kept Yang Kai in suspense. This made Yang Kai gnash his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Yang Kai could never have imagined that this time, under the unparalleled anger and despair, under the thirst for power, Ruoxi's bloodline had completely awakened. "Brat, what did you say?" Xueqi lowered his head and glared at Yang Kai. He vaguely heard Yang Kai mumbling something. Unfortunately, all his attention was on Zhang Ruoxi and he couldn't hear him clearly. "It's none of your business." Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at him contemptuously, sneering. "Brat, you court death." Xueqi was furious. "Don't cause any more trouble," Fan Ke suddenly shouted, his face full of anger. Zhang Ruoxi's huge change made him feel inexplicably uneasy, and this little girl's change was all because of Yang Kai. If he continued to embarrass Yang Kai at this time, God knows what would happen to this little girl. No matter what secrets her body had, since it involved the blood gate, Fan Ke couldn't take it lightly. Xueqi shook his head with an unhappy expression. Sure enough, he didn't dare to find trouble with Yang Kai again. Yang Kai was too lazy to continue to entangle with him. For him, if Xueqi continued to pester him, he would just go all out and fight. He had endured humiliation just now because he wanted to send Ruoxi and the Shiling clan away first. Turning his head, Yang Kai called out softly, "Ruoxi, Ruoxi." After calling out more than a dozen times, Ruoxi didn't respond, causing Yang Kai to frown. "I have a bad feeling." Song Dog couldn't help but gulp, his face full of fear. With his strength, even if the great emperors came, they wouldn't be able to frighten him to this extent. "Even if I can't beat them, can't I run away?" But looking at the young girl kneeling on the ground, as if she could not even stand a gust of wind, he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Luan Feng and Fan Ke looked at each other and saw the shock and uneasiness in each other's eyes. Xueqi said angrily, "I want to kill her, this king. I don't like this feeling." Saying so, he stepped towards Zhang Ruoxi. But before he could take 2 steps, Zhang Ruoxi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly whispered, "I understand." "What?" The 4 saint masters all looked at her in surprise. Ruoxi slowly raised her head, but her pretty face was as cold as ice, and her dark red eyes made people tremble with fear. "Ruoxi." Yang Kai was stunned. He had been with Ruoxi for so many years, but he had never seen her like this. Was this Ruoxi still Ruoxi? The young girl gently exhaled and gracefully stood up from the ground. She stretched out her hand and flicked the dust off her dress. Turning her head, she coldly looked at Xueqi and lightly opened her red lips. "Big Stone, did you just say you wanted to kill me?" Being stared at by those seemingly emotionless eyes, Xueqi only felt his body stiffen and a chill run down his spine. But 10 kilometers away, many Monster King's eyes were focused on him, so he braced himself and said, "So what if I do?" Ruoxi nodded and didn't speak again, her beautiful eyes sweeping in the direction of Yang Kai. When their eyes met, Yang Kai frowned and was full of worry. But before he could ask anything, Ruoxi turned her eyes away, as if she didn't know him. This made Yang Kai's heart sink. He couldn't understand what had happened to Ruoxi. That gaze gave him a strange feeling, so strange that it made him feel a little distressed. Ruoxi raised her hand and something suddenly appeared in her jade-like hand. It was a jade wall with faint spatial energy fluctuating around it. It was exquisite, and it was incomparably beautiful. Space Spirit Jade. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know why Zhang Ruoxi took out the Space Spirit Jade at this time. This was the Zhang family's ancestral artifact and had always been kept by Yang Kai. Before entering the ancient lands, it was handed over to Ruoxi because Yang Kai felt that Ruoxi's strength was enough to explore the mysteries contained in the Space Spirit Jade. Maybe she could unlock the secrets of her bloodline. It was just that Ruoxi hadn't been able to find anything, so she didn't expect to take it out at this time. Just as Yang Kai was watching, Ruoxi flicked her finger and the Space Spirit Jade suddenly turned into a stream of light and shot towards the blood door. The white light was embedded in the blood door, dyeing the blood red color with a layer of pure white. In the next moment, all kinds of fairy-like patterns flashed wildly on the Space Spirit Jade, and as these patterns flashed, a crisp cracking sound resounded through the world. It was as if a door that had been sealed for a long time was slowly opening, and a sensational aura filled the air. The blood door key, the blood door key. Fan Ke frowned and observed for a while, but suddenly her face changed dramatically and she exclaimed, staring at Zhang Ruoxi with wide eyes, "How do you have the blood door key?" Luan Feng also couldn't help covering her red lips as she stared blankly at the blood door, whispering, "The blood door has been opened." Kong long long. The sound of the door opening finally rang out, and from inside the blood door, a beautiful scene loomed, as if there was a magnificent palace standing in the middle of it, but it also looked like it had fallen into the clouds, making it difficult to see through. The blood door key? Yang Kai looked at it in amazement, and the expression on his face was also extremely wonderful. He had been studying the space spirit jade for a long time, but he had never thought that it was actually a key. A key to open the blood door. It seemed that the various beautiful scenes flashing on the space spirit jade before should be the scenery inside the blood door, and that palace was the legendary Divine Spirit Palace. "Why do you think this queen has the blood door key?" Ruoxi replied faintly, her tone soft, but in Fan Ke's ears, it was like a demon's voice, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back, his face pale. Ruoxi raised her hand and waved slightly towards the blood door, as if summoning something. Xiao. A stream of light shot out from the blood door and was caught by her hand. Zheng. The sound of a sword rang out, and only now did everyone see that what flew out of the blood door was actually a sword, an extremely exquisite sword. The sword's body shone brightly, and the hilt was engraved with dragons and phoenixes. At the end of the sword was a red tassel, and it looked extremely lively, as if it was alive. With the sword in hand, Ruoxi's aura skyrocketed, and her incomparably powerful aura was not inferior to that of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Voila. Suddenly, a solid shadow appeared behind Ruoxi. Yang Kai tried his best to open his eyes wide as he stared at this phantom in a daze. He had seen this phantom more than once, but every time he saw it, he was shocked. It was a huge phantom of a woman with beautiful hair hanging down behind her head. Her head was slightly raised, and her expression was indifferent. She looked somewhat similar to Ruoxi, holding a sheathed sword in both hands as she stood quietly behind Ruoxi, like Ruoxi's elongated shadow. The Heavenly Punishment Sword. Fan Ke could no longer hold back and cried out in alarm, the blood draining from his face. Not only him, but the other 3 Saint Masters also looked like they had seen a ghost, all of them inexplicably horrified, their eyes filled with fear. "You're actually a descendant of heavenly punishment." Luan Feng's beautiful face paled as her mouth filled with bitterness. Song Dog trembled all over, almost unable to stand steadily. Xueqi was even more stunned and almost fainted on the ground. As descendants of divine spirits, they had inherited the strength of their ancestors and obtained their memories, so no one understood the horror of heavenly punishment better than them. The era of heavenly punishment was definitely an era of suffering for all divine spirits. More than 90% of the divine spirits in the world were killed by her, and countless divine spirit sources were sealed in the Divine Spirit Palace inside the blood door, never to see the light of day. Many divine spirits paled at the mention of her name and lived in constant fear. Chapter 2599. In terms of true strength, even if Tianxing was stronger than other great emperors, there was a limit to it. However, her strength was the bane of all holy spirits. She was practically the natural enemy of all holy spirits. Even the dragon race and phoenix race were no exception to this. Many dragons died under her sword back then. Although the 4 saint venerables of the ancient land were also holy spirits, there was still a big gap between them and the dragon race. Even the dragon race was not Tianxing's opponent, so how could they dare to face him head-on? So when they realized that Zhang Ruoxi was a descendant of Tianxing, they were so scared that their faces turned pale, as if doomsday was coming. "Fan Hua, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Song Dog swallowed his saliva and stared at Zhang Ruoxi, whose temperament had changed greatly, and asked in horror, "Are you sure she is a descendant of Tianxing?" Fan Hua smiled bitterly and said bitterly, "You have also inherited the memories of your ancestor. Can't you recognize that sword?" Song Dog was speechless. The Tianxing sword was the divine weapon used by Tianxing in the past. In their inherited memories, it had always been sealed in the blood door. The reason why they sealed this place and didn't let anyone near the blood door was not because they were afraid that a monster race would enter and obtain source strength and transform into a holy spirit. Their biggest fear was that the Tianxing sword would reappear in the world. But now this fear had come true. It was not that someone entered the blood door and brought out the Tianxing sword, but that it was summoned by a human girl in her early 20s. The Tianxing sword could only be used by Tianxing and his descendants. With the sword in hand, Zhang Ruoxi's identity was obvious. "It's over," Song Dog murmured. The most worrying thing had happened. The Tianxing sword had reappeared in the world. The bloodline of a descendant of Tianxing had awakened. From now on, the holy spirits of this world would not have a good life. And the first to bear the brunt was undoubtedly the 4 saint venerables present. A descendant of Tianxing. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. He never expected Zhang Ruoxi to be the legendary descendant of Tianxing, the natural enemy of all holy spirits. This news was simply too explosive. He was stunned for a long time and couldn't react. But as he thought about it, he suddenly remembered something. Back then in the 4 Seasons realm, when they entered the Flowing Time Temple, Ruoxi suddenly disappeared for a while. When she reappeared, she was wearing a pink cloud's phoenix robe. That was a defensive emperor artifact whose value was immeasurable. Ruoxi told him that it was a gift from a guy named Xueqi. Xueqi was a famous fierce beast among divine spirits. Yang Kai had always wondered why such a powerful existence would give Zhang Ruoxi such a precious treasure. But now he understood that Xueqi must have sensed the power of Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline and didn't dare to embarrass her. He was afraid that if he forced her to the limit, her bloodline would awaken ahead of time. If that really happened, Xueqi would not have a good life. Duan Hongchen should have seen through it as well, but this matter was too important, so he didn't dare to reveal it. All kinds of signs indicated that Ruoxi was indeed a descendant of Tianxing, so it's like this. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. The development of the situation was beyond his imagination. He never expected that Ruoxi's bloodline power would bring him such a big shock after awakening. Big stone. Zhang Ruoxi suddenly looked at Xueqi coldly and said in a cold voice, "How do you want to die?" Xueqi trembled and a look of extreme horror appeared on his face. The flames in his eyes jumped rapidly, showing his inner turmoil. He didn't put the previous Zhang Ruoxi in his eyes at all. A mere human girl from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm. He could kill her with a single breath. But the current Zhang Ruoxi. However, it made him feel uneasy and hopeless. He had just expressed his intention to kill Zhang Ruoxi, and before that, he had ravaged Yang Kai for so long. Zhang Ruoxi definitely hated him to the bone. Today, there were many monster race experts and saint masters present. Any one of them could survive, but his future was bleak. Xueqi obviously realized this as well. Black flames erupted from his body and he put on a strong front. So what if you're a descendant of Tianxing? This king is a descendant of an ancient divine spirit. How can you kill this king before you grow up? As he shouted angrily, he turned his head to look at Fan Ku and the others and said, "Friends, Tianxing is the public enemy of all divine spirits. Tianxing's power greatly restrains us divine spirits. If you still want to sleep peacefully in the future, why don't you join forces with this king and kill her before she grows up?" As soon as this statement came out, Yang Kai's face sank and he nervously looked at the other 3 saint masters. As Xueqi said, Ruoxi had only just awakened her bloodline after all, so it was still unknown how strong she could be. However, the strength of these saint masters was unquestionable. Once the 4 of them joined forces, Ruoxi might not be able to contend against them. What he saw was an eager expression on Song Dog's face, obviously moved by Xueqi's words. On the other hand, Fan Ku and Luan Feng didn't show much of a reaction. It was unknown what they were thinking. Their reaction also indirectly affected Song Dog. He frowned and thought for a while before shaking his head slightly and suppressing the restlessness in his heart. Seeing this, Xueqi's heart sank and he shouted angrily, "You are willing to give her space to grow? Do you know that if she grows up, there will be no place for the divine spirits in this world?" How could Fan Ku and the others not know this? When Tianxing was wreaking havoc, those divine spirits who were struggling at death's door had all gone into hiding, lest she find them, kill them, and take away their divine spirit essence. It wasn't until Tianxing disappeared for tens of thousands of years that divine spirits gradually dared to come out. Xueqi's words were not without reason, but Fan Ku and the others didn't dare to draw fire to themselves. In the face of Tianxing's bloodline, it was an instinctive fear and panic. Even if they wanted to deal with Zhang Ruoxi, they didn't have the courage. Fan Ku even closed his eyes, acting as if he didn't want to easily offend Zhang Ruoxi. However, this didn't mean that they didn't want Xueqi to test the waters first. If Zhang Ruoxi, the descendant of Tianxing, didn't live up to her name, then it wouldn't be too late for the three of them to act. However, if Zhang Ruoxi really did inherit Tianxing's power, Xueqi would be the best test stone. Good, good, good. Xueqi laughed loudly, and his eyes were filled with ridicule. His gaze swept over Fan Ku and the others, and he said firmly, "Since that's the case, then this king will end her. There's no need to thank me." As soon as he finished speaking, Xueqi let out a furious roar and his already massive body swelled up even more. Black flames wrapped around his body and his eyes blazed. The ground around him melted in an instant as a scorching heat filled the air. Deng deng deng. Xueqi took a step forward and rushed in front of Zhang Ruoxi in a few steps, swinging his right arm back and aiming a huge fist at Zhang Ruoxi's. From now on, there will be no more descendants of Tianxing in this world. Xueqi sneered, his aura violent. He was not a kind person to begin with. Otherwise, he would not have massacred the entire Black Tortoise sect 30,000 years ago. Back then, the Black Tortoise sect incident happened because one of the disciples was out traveling and had eyes but failed to see and offended him. However, he rushed to the Black Tortoise sect and massacred the entire sect of over 10,000 people. From the way he abused Yang Kai today, it could be seen that Xueqi was extremely cruel, even worse than the infamous Xueqi Great Beast. The huge fist smashed towards Zhang Ruoxi, causing a gust of wind to blow Ruoxi's hair and dress. Fan Ku also opened his eyes at this moment and stared at the scene, wanting to know if Ruoxi, the descendant of Tianxing, lived up to her name. The Luan Feng and Song Gu were also watching nervously. The third brother screamed and reached out to cover his eyes, as if he didn't dare to watch the next scene. Yang Kai also shouted, "Be careful, Ruoxi." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ruoxi simply stood there without the slightest sign of fluctuation in her strength. She didn't even try to evade or defend herself. In the face of this earth-shattering blow, her expression was as indifferent as a passing breeze. Standing in front of the huge stone fire, she looked as small as an ant. The visual conflict she gave off was extremely strong. Xueqi was overjoyed and his attacks became more and more ruthless, grinning, "You're just a..." He seemed to be able to see the scene of Zhang Ruoxi being blown to pieces by him. If he could really kill Zhang Ruoxi, then all the divine spirits in this world would owe him a favor. This favor was very precious. When that time came, even Fan Ku and the others would have to act according to his whims in the ancient lands. Kneel. Seeing that the huge fist was about to hit Zhang Ruoxi, she suddenly reached out and stroked her hair behind her ear, spitting out 2 words from her red lips. What? Fan Ku was stunned. The Luan Feng and Song Gu were also stunned, looking at each other. Did they hear wrong? Zhang Ruoxi actually wanted Xueqi to kneel? Even if she was really a descendant of Tianxing and had awakened her bloodline, in the end, she was still just a young girl. Was it really okay to be so arrogant? She was facing Xueqi, a divine spirit. Wang. The blood door suddenly buzzed, and a mysterious force suddenly spread out from it. Fan Ku, Luan Feng, and Song Gu all groaned as their expressions changed dramatically. Under the suppression of this force, the divine spirit sources in their bodies trembled violently, and fear from the depths of their souls filled their minds. Involuntarily, they almost knelt to the ground. These 3 managed to stop themselves at the last moment and didn't make a fool of themselves on the spot. But Xueqi, who was being used as a vanguard by the mysterious force, wasn't so lucky. The huge fist froze half a foot in front of Ruoxi, the burning flames almost burning her hair, but no matter how hard Xueqi tried, he couldn't punch it away. On the contrary, while he was still stunned and panic-stricken, his huge body suddenly shrank and he knelt down in front of Zhang Ruoxi. C. Fan He and the others took in a cold breath, their faces aghast. They could feel that the force that suppressed Xueqi to his knees wasn't Zhang Ruoxi's own power, but it came from the blood door, and this force was under Zhang Ruoxi's control. She could easily suppress Xueqi, a divine spirit, to kneel on the ground. In other words, it would be easy for her to suppress the 3 of them. Chapter 2600. For a moment, Fan Ku and the other Saint Venerables broke out in cold sweat, especially Tsong Go, whose face was full of relief. He was almost tempted by Xueqi's words and joined forces with him. If that was the case, then he would also be humiliated by kneeling on the ground. He really knelt down. 5 kilometers away, the numerous demon kings opened their eyes wide, and their jaws almost fell off from shock. On the contrary, The rock spirits that were restrained by them were extremely excited, and they were secretly delighted in their hearts. The embodiment sneered, "If you don't want to die, let us go quickly. Otherwise, we will make you all die an ugly death." The monster kings and the 8 saint emissaries were shocked when they heard this. They looked at each other and hurriedly fled from the rock spirits, not daring to make things difficult for them. Even an existence like Xueqi knelt on the ground at Zhang Ruoxi's words. How could these monster kings dare to be presumptuous? Their hearts were filled with apprehension. They did not know what fate awaited them. Only then did the rock spirit clan and the Dharmakaya body shake their bodies. They stood up together and gazed into the distance 10 miles away. Over there, Xueqi, who was kneeling on the ground, seemed to be unable to believe what had just happened. The dark flames in his eyes flickered violently, and his heart was on the verge of collapse. He was a divine spirit, one of the 4 saint venerables of the ancient land. How could he kneel on the ground because of a girl's words? This humiliation was unbearable. Roar! Xueqi roared hysterically, desperately trying to stand up, but a layer of faint red light had appeared on his body at some point. The red light enveloped him and turned into a power that restrained him. He couldn't move at all. Zhang. Ruoxi, she pointed the heavenly punishment sword in her hand. She pointed it at Xueqi's chest. Along with her action, the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. Even the huge woman's phantom behind her moved. The huge sheathed sword was suddenly pulled out by the woman's phantom and pointed at Xueqi. Her beautiful face, magnified countless times, was cold. The power of heaven and earth. Fan Ku paled. Raising his head to look at the sky, the bitterness in his mouth overcame him. Just a moment ago, he still doubted how much heaven's punishment power Ruoxi had inherited and even had some thoughts of resistance. But now, those thoughts had disappeared. The only thing he needed to consider was how to survive under Zhang Ruoxi's hands. The moment the sword struck out, it stirred up the power of heaven and earth. Without a doubt, this meant that the heavenly punishment bloodline had been completely awakened. As long as Zhang Ruoxi was given enough time, she would definitely become the second heaven sentence, a nemesis that would strike fear into the hearts of all divine spirits. What are you doing? Xueqi's face changed dramatically as he realized the huge gap between himself and Zhang Ruoxi. He could no longer remain calm. His flame-like eyes were filled with unease and fear. I am the Holy Spirit Stone Fire. Don't even think about killing me. Divine Spirit Stone Fire. The strong are merciless and bloodthirsty. Descendant of Tianxing, Zhang Ruoxi, hereby take this divine spirit source and strip it of its power. I hope all the divine spirits in the world will take this as a warning. Zhang Ruoxi said indifferently with an expressionless face. What? Xueqi's eyes widened as he cried out involuntarily. You want to take this king's divine spirit source? Zhang Ruoxi did not answer. Instead, the heavenly punishment sword in her hand slowly stabbed forward. At the same time, the giant woman phantom behind her also stabbed the giant sword into Xueqi's body. Xueqi's body was extremely hard. Even if Fan Ku, Luan Feng, and the others, who were also divine spirits, they would not be able to hurt him. In terms of physical strength, he was even stronger than the Stone Spirit clan. But such a tough body was as fragile as tofu in front of the heavenly punishment sword. Zhang Ruoxi didn't seem to be using much strength, but the heavenly punishment sword in her hand pierced straight into Xueqi's chest. No! Xueqi cried out loudly as he stared at his chest with wide eyes. Finally panicking, he cried out anxiously, No, you can't take away this king's divine spirit source. This king is the Holy Spirit Stone Fire. This king refuses to accept this. Chi. The sound of the heavenly punishment sword piercing Xueqi's body rang out, causing Fan Ku and the others to turn pale. Listening to this sound, they could feel the pain of the sword piercing their bodies. Luan Feng's tender body trembled violently as her smooth back was drenched in cold sweat. No, master. This Xueqi was wrong. Please give this Xueqi a chance to turn over a new leaf. This Xueqi will never do evil again. Xueqi saw that he could not resist and his source was beginning to weaken, so he finally could not help but beg for mercy. He was a divine spirit, and he had his own pride. If he had not been forced, he would not have compromised like this. Fan Ku and the others saw this and felt a pang in their hearts. However, Zhang Ruoxi remained unmoved. The heavenly punishment sword was almost completely inserted into Xueqi's body, all the way to the hilt. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Ruoxi's beautiful eyes turned sharp as her hand shook violently. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang, a hole as thick as a person was blasted open in Xueqi's chest. Xueqi shook violently and his originally powerful aura quickly withered. When the celestial punishment sword trembled, something that looked like a heart flew out. The heart seemed to be beating violently, producing thumping sounds. It also contained a power that made people tremble in fear. Xueqi's source. Fan Ke's face turned pale as he staggered. He recognized at a glance that the thing in Ruoxi's hand was the divine spirit Xueqi's source. Without this source, Xueqi was destined to fall from the high platform of divine spirits and become an ordinary stone monster. The Luan Feng and Song Dog were also so shocked that they couldn't breathe and felt dizzy. Although they had long known from the memories passed down by their ancestors that the heavenly punishment sword could deprive divine spirits of their source, it was still just a memory. Witnessing it with their own eyes was still unbelievable. In this world, it was likely that no one besides the heavenly punishment sword sect could so easily take away a divine spirit source. Xueqi was finished. With his source taken away, even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would be nothing more than a cripple in the future. Looking over, Xueqi was kneeling in place with a dull face. There was a huge hole in his heart, and the black flames that were burning around his body had been annihilated at some point. His aura was extremely weak, even weaker than that of the Emperor realm. Ruoxi swung her sword, and with a flash of light, Xueqi's huge body fell to the ground and turned into a pile of rubble. There was no sign of life left in him. A pair of beautiful eyes looked coldly to the side, causing Fan Ke, the Luan Feng, and Song Dog's hearts to skip a beat, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back in horror. What they were most worried about now was that Zhang Ruoxi would attack them. Judging from Xueqi's experience just now, if Zhang Ruoxi really wanted to kill them, none of them would be able to escape. The suppressive force coming from the blood door was too terrifying and wasn't something they could resist. They didn't know if it was only targeted at divine spirits, but in any case, Yang Kai didn't seem to be affected at all. Fortunately, Ruoxi only glanced at them coldly before turning the heavenly punishment sword in her hand and making a sheathing gesture. The heavenly punishment sword suddenly disappeared along with the phantom of the huge woman behind her. Fan Ke and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Although they didn't know what Zhang Ruoxi meant, this action undoubtedly showed that their lives were not in danger for the time being. Turning her head, Ruoxi looked in the direction of Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai was in an extremely sorry state. It could be said that this was the most embarrassing moment of his life. His clothes were dried up with blood, his face was bruised and swollen, his eyes were almost narrowed into slits, his head was bleeding, and both his legs were broken. He didn't even have the strength to stand up, so he could only sit on the ground paralyzed. Looking at each other, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He was now a little confused. Was it a good thing or a bad thing for Ruoxi to become like this? Comparatively speaking, he preferred the previous docile and well-behaved Ruoxi, but the descendant of heavenly punishment standing in front of him now seemed cold-blooded and somewhat unreasonable. Her eyes and temperament were like that of a stranger. Standing in place in silence for a while, Ruoxi stretched out her hand again and with a whoosh, a light flew out from the blood door. Fan Ke and the others paled again and hurriedly looked over. Previously, Zhang Ruoxi had summoned the heavenly punishment sword with a wave of her hand. So what was it this time? To their surprise, what Ruoxi held in her hand wasn't a divine weapon, but a spirit fruit. This fruit was red and attractive, exuding a rich aroma as soon as it came out, causing one's appetite to soar. With a flicker, Ruoxi suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, squatted down, and handed over the spirit fruit in her hand. Yang Kai didn't take it and just stared at her blankly for a while before asking, "Are you Ruoxi?" Ruoxi nodded lightly and whispered, "Sir, it's me. Eat this first, and your injuries will heal quickly." You. Yang Kai was surprised. "Sir, Ruoxi is still Ruoxi, I won't change." As she spoke, the coldness and indifference in Ruoxi's eyes gradually melted, replaced by a luster familiar to Yang Kai. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, his mood suddenly relaxing a lot. Reaching out to take the spirit fruit from Ruoxi's hand, Yang Kai glanced at it and his face changed slightly. 10,000-year-old phoenix blood fruit. The spirit fruit summoned by Ruoxi from the blood door turned out to be a 10,000-year-old phoenix blood fruit. This thing was a peerless treasure because the fruit tree of this spirit fruit must be cultivated with the blood of a divine spirit phoenix. The Phoenix clan was a top existence among divine spirits. Not to mention killing them and extracting their blood, there were only a few people in the world who could make an enemy out of them. A phoenix blood fruit tree, on the other hand, required all the blood essence of a divine spirit phoenix to cultivate. It bloomed once every 10,000 years and bore fruit once every 10,000 years. In terms of rarity, it was even rarer than the extraordinary treasure lotus Xueqi encountered in the Four Seasons realm. But now, a phoenix blood fruit had appeared in front of him, and one that Xueqi had casually summoned from the blood door. It was conceivable that there must be a phoenix blood fruit tree inside the blood door. It should have been planted by Tianxing after he killed a member of the Phoenix clan. Chapter 26:01. The phoenix blood fruit had no other use, but it had a miraculous effect on healing. As long as there was still a breath left, the phoenix blood fruit could bring the dead back to life. In this regard, it was similar to the immortal source liquid. Fan Ku and the others were also stunned. Although they were high and mighty holy spirits, when had they ever seen a peerless treasure like the phoenix blood fruit? They were all shocked. But soon, the expressions of the three saint seniors collapsed again, especially Luan Feng, whose pretty face was full of regret and uneasiness. Because judging from the current situation, this descendant of Tianxing still valued Xueqi very much even after his bloodline awakened. Otherwise, why would he summon a phoenix blood fruit from the blood door to heal him? This was really a waste of God's gift. But when Xueqi was humiliated and bullied by Xueqi, the three of them just watched coldly and didn't intervene. As a result, Xueqi ended up in such a sorry state. Who knew if this descendant of Tianxing would settle accounts with them later? Especially Luan Feng. Xueqi slapped her cheek in front of her, begging her to help Xueqi, but Luan Feng remained unmoved. She didn't even have the thought of stopping Zhang Ruoxi. As a result, Zhang Ruoxi slapped herself until one side of her face was swollen, and the blood at the corner of her mouth hadn't dried yet. If he had known this would happen, he would have given her some face and saved Xueqi. She would have definitely owed him a favor. But she didn't want to offend Xueqi and just stood by. That was a favor from a descendant of Tianxing. But now, Xueqi was dead, and even his source strength was taken away. Her previous concerns had completely become a joke, and she had to be on tenterhooks. For the first time in her life, Luan Feng finally understood the feeling of regret. Her mouth was full of bitterness. If she had another choice, so what if she offended Xueqi? Sir, heal your wounds first. Seeing Xueqi holding the phoenix blood fruit motionless, Ruoxi couldn't help but urge. She had followed Xueqi for so many years, but when had she ever seen her sir in such a sorry state? While feeling distressed, she was also furious. Although the culprit, Xueqi, was killed by her, the three people who stood by and watched were also abominable. Xueqi nodded. He placed the phoenix blood fruit into his mouth and swallowed it. Although the fruit was rare, it was a gift from Ruoxi. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse. A sweet taste spread from the tip of his tongue. Immediately after, a warm current spread from his abdomen to his limbs and bones, filling up his flesh and bones and quickly healing his injuries. Xueqi was secretly shocked. Although he already knew that the phoenix blood fruit was a sacred fruit for healing injuries, he only truly understood the heaven-defying effects of this spiritual fruit after consuming it. It was rumored that as long as one still had a breath left in them, a single phoenix blood fruit was enough to make a person full of vigor. Now, it seemed that the rumors were true. Sir, what about the three of them? Ruoxi quietly transmitted her voice while turning her head to look at Fan Hua and the other two who stood there motionless. Seeing her look over, the hearts of Fan Ku and the other two tightened as they involuntarily swallowed their saliva. Those cold eyes really made them shiver. He wondered what this descendant of Tianxing was planning. What do you want to do? Xueqi asked. Kill them all. Ruoxi's eyes turned cold. Xueqi smiled bitterly. He knew that this time her anger wasn't small. So, she had no intention of letting Fan Hua and the others go. But I will listen to Sir. Ruoxi added, if Sir wants them dead, then I will kill them. Xueqi pondered for a moment. The power you used to kill Xueqi wasn't your own, was it? Ruoxi nodded slightly. It was with the help of the power my ancestors left behind in the Blood Gate. With my own strength, I can't be their enemy. Then what are the drawbacks of using that power? Xueqi asked again. A power that didn't belong to one's own was naturally difficult to use. In the end, Ruoxi was still a cultivator in the Third Order Dao Source realm. It was impossible for her to suddenly obtain the power to kill a divine spirit without paying a price. Xueqi was silent for a moment before answering truthfully. It's a bit of a burden on my body. Then forget it. Yang Kai smiled faintly. But sir. Xueqi didn't seem to be willing to let it go. Yang Kai continued. Although they were indifferent before, it's human nature. They don't deserve to die. In the end, they didn't do anything to me. It's enough that Xueqi is dead. Moreover, Luan Feng stopped you before. I owe her a favor. Xueqi bit her lip and nodded slightly, agreeing with Yang Kai's statement. Since Sir said not to kill them, we won't kill them. But no matter what, we still need to teach them a lesson, otherwise they'll think we're easy to bully. Xueqi snorted lightly as she slowly stood up in front of Yang Kai and directed a cold glare towards Fan Ke's trio. Yang Kai shook his head with a wry smile. Xueqi's personality suddenly changed after awakening her bloodline power. She became so strong that he was quite uncomfortable with it. But this was a good thing. In this world, weakness and meekness weren't enough. For the first time in their lives, Fan Hua, Luan Feng, and Song Dog finally experienced what it meant to be tormented. Watching Xueqi and Yang Kai whispering to each other, they didn't know what they were talking about, one more nervous than the other. Seeing Xueqi stand up at this moment, the trio's scalp went numb. They instinctively wanted to get away from this place, but Stonefire's death was a lesson to them. How could they dare to act rashly for fear of attracting a fatal disaster? Master, do you have any orders? Fan Hua braced himself and asked with a cupped fist. Luan Feng and Song Go also looked over with a stiff expression. Xueqi coldly snorted. The three of you listen well. Before, the three of you helped the tyrant and made things difficult for my sir. Even if I kill you, it won't be enough to appease the hatred in my heart. As soon as this statement came out, Fan Hua and the other two's expressions changed drastically. They almost couldn't help but run away. But with some misgivings, they forced themselves to stand in place. But Xueqi changed the topic. Sir is merciful and doesn't want to kill easily. Since the culprit has been executed, Sir doesn't want to pursue it any further. Fan Hua, Luan Feng, and Song Go were overjoyed. The three pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai as if looking at their savior with inexplicable gratitude. You may be exempted from death, but you can't escape punishment. This queen will give you a small punishment. I hope you will behave yourselves in the future. If you dare to rely on the power of the Holy Spirit to commit crimes in the future, Xueqi's fate will be a lesson to you. As soon as her words fell, Xueqi suddenly slapped the place where the three were standing. The blood door buzzed and two crimson lights suddenly shot out from it. Without any deviation, they directly hit Fan Hua and Song Go. The two holy masters didn't even have the strength to fight back and were directly slapped away, vomiting blood in mid-air. Luan Feng froze in place, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. It took a while for her to react that she wasn't attacked, but she was also a smart person. She naturally understood why Fan Hua and Song Go were injured, but she was fine. It was clearly because she had saved this descendant of Tian Xing. For a moment, she rejoiced. On the other side, Fan Hua and Song Go fell to the ground in a sorry state, but they didn't dare to complain. Instead, they both breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and cupped their fists together. Thank you, Master, for your mercy. They all knew that since Xueqi had taken action, the matter was over. They wouldn't have to worry about their lives. Xueqi snorted. An abnormal blush appeared under her pretty face. It should be the burden of borrowing the power of the blood door again. Standing in place, Xueqi glanced into the distance and suddenly stretched out her hand. Uncle Stone, little Xiao, come here. The Uncle Stone she spoke of was undoubtedly the embodiment. They had been together in the sealed world bead for many years, so Xueqi and the embodiment were very familiar with each other. Hearing this, the embodiment immediately rushed over from 10 miles away with little Xiao. In a short while, the embodiment and little Xiao stood in front of Xueqi. Xueqi turned her head and glanced at Fan Hua, but didn't say anything. Fan Hua immediately understood and quickly lifted the seal on the embodiment and little Xiao, allowing them to regain their freedom. Uncle Stone, this is for you. While speaking, Xueqi flicked the Stonefire origin that had been in the palm of her hand to the embodiment. The heart-like existence rotated and floated in front of the embodiment's chest. For me? The embodiment's eyes lit up. He had seen Xueqi kill the Stonefire origin, so he naturally knew what this thing was. This was the Stonefire origin. If the right conditions were to refine it and inherit the power of the origin, then it would be another Stonefire origin. Ruashi nodded and pulled out the heavenly punishment sword again. Gently pointing it at the embodiment, she said, "The Stone Spirit Clan and the Stonefire origin have some relationship. Their body structure and the power of inheritance are very similar, so the Stone Spirit Clan can inherit the power of the Stonefire origin." When the heavenly punishment sword touched the embodiment's body, the tip of the sword shone brightly. Immediately, a very strange pattern brand appeared on the embodiment's chest. There seemed to be an inexplicable suction force coming from the pattern, sucking in the Stonefire origin suspended in mid-air and disappearing in the blink of an eye. The embodiment groaned and a dark flame suddenly ignited on the surface of his body. His expression suddenly became very painful. Ruashi abandoned the heavenly punishment sword and quickly formed a series of seals with both hands. Then, one mysterious seal after another struck the embodiment's body. Every time a seal was struck, the black flames were suppressed by a lot. It wasn't until a cup of tea's worth of time later that the burning flames disappeared completely. At the same time, the embodiment also suddenly quieted down and sat cross-legged on the spot like an old monk in meditation. This stone spirit soared to the sky in one fell swoop. Fan Hua, who was watching from not far away, suddenly said. Luan Feng smiled bitterly and said, "I have long heard that the heavenly punishment sword can not only deprive the Holy Spirit of its origin, but also create a new Holy Spirit. Seeing it today, I know that the rumors are true." Songdog also couldn't help but say with envy, "If this stone spirit were to inherit the Stonefire origin by himself, I'm afraid there would only be a 10% chance of success. But with the help of the heavenly punishment sword's descendants, there will be no hidden dangers. In time, after he refines the Stonefire origin, there will be another Holy Spirit in this world." Chapter 2602. After sealing the Stonefire essence into the embodiment, Ruashi's face suddenly became a little pale. Although her actions just now seemed casual, it had consumed a lot of her essence, chi, and spirit. Looking around, she stretched out her hand again and the 10,000 beast seal that had been taken away by Xueqi flew over and landed in her palm. "Sir, this gift you gave me, I'll keep it." Ruashi clenched the 10,000 beast seal tightly, her eyes full of reluctance. "Where are you going?" Yang Kai was surprised and understood the meaning behind her words. Ruashi pursed her red lips. "My bloodline power has awakened. I need to inherit my ancestors' power." Yang Kai immediately looked towards the blood door. Ruashi smiled and the deliberately cold expression on her face suddenly melted as she softly said, "Sir, when Ruashi comes out, I will be able to help you and won't be a burden to you in the future. What happened today will never happen again." Yang Kai opened his mouth and sighed. "It's my fault for not being able to protect you." Ruashi shook her head. "It's not Sir's fault. Ruashi was too presumptuous." Yang Kai no longer said anything and just looked at her. "Do you have to go?" Zhang Ruashi nodded with a firm expression. Yang Kai nodded, "Then go. Since it's your ancestors' power, there's no reason to ignore it, but you must be careful." Ruashi knows. Ruashi's eyes became slightly wet as she looked at Xiao Xiao again. "Sir, I will take Xiao Xiao in and let him inherit Tai Yu's power. You can talk to the Stone Spirit Clan about this matter later." Yang Kai nodded. The Stone Spirit Clan had mobilized all their forces to send Xiao Xiao into the blood door to inherit Tai Yu's power. Unfortunately, the development of the situation was very different from their expectations. But now that Zhang Ruashi was taking Xiao Xiao in, there was naturally no problem. Xiao Xiao, after entering the blood door, listened to Ruashi's orders and don't cause any trouble for her. Yang Kai reminded Xiao Xiao again. Xiao Xiao nodded incessantly and whimpered incessantly, looking very obedient. "Don't worry, sir. Since Uncle Stonehead can inherit the Stonefire origin, then Xiao Xiao shouldn't have any problems inheriting the mountain origin." Ruashi comforted. Then, she turned her head to look at Fan Hua and the others. The tender look on her face was replaced by coldness. She said coldly, "If anything happens to my master in the ancient lands, the day I walk out of the blood door will be the day you three die." These words were not polite at all. Fan Ku and the other two had already rushed over to fight for their lives, but when Zhang Ruashi said so, the three of them couldn't do anything about it. Fan Ku cupped his fists in fear and said, "Master, don't worry. As long as I, Fan Ku, am around, I will not let anything happen to this mister." The Luan Feng and the Tsang dog also trembled in fear. The three of them secretly thought, looking at this situation. He wanted to live a more comfortable life in the future. I still need to have a good relationship with Yang Kai. As long as I have a good relationship with Yang Kai, why would I be afraid of this descendant of Tian Xing finding trouble with me? For a moment, Yang Kai became a shining treasure in the eyes of the three. Everyone wanted to take a bite out of him. Sir. Ruoshi turned her head again, her beautiful eyes full of reluctance. She pursed her red lips and said, "Ruhi, we'll be leaving now." Yang Kai sat on the ground, feeling somewhat sad, but he still forced a smile and said, "It's not a life and death parting. There will be a day when we meet again. I will wait for you to come out of the blood door." Ruoshi lowered her head, and her cheeks suddenly flushed red. She said nervously, "Before I leave, can Sir fulfill a request of mine?" When he said this, he didn't have any confidence in himself. While he spoke, he also secretly glanced at Kai Yang, as if he had a guilty conscience. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Say it. Not to mention one request, even if it's 10 or 100, as long as I can do it, I will do it." Then, "Sir, please close your eyes." Ruoshi gritted her teeth and mustered up her courage. After she finished speaking, she felt her cheeks burning hot. Fan Hua and the other two looked at the scene in a daze, all of them showing a meaningful expression. They suddenly realized that they had underestimated the relationship between this descendant of Tian Xing and Yang Kai. They originally thought the two were just friends, but now it seems, this descendant of Tian Xing was in love. If this is the case, then in the future it won't be as simple as having a good relationship with Yang Kai. They will have to follow his orders. This really does match Yang Kai's words from before. 30 years to the east. 30 years to the west. Who knows when there will be a place that needs his help? At that time, although Yang Kai was referring to the Stone Spirit Clan, Fan Hua didn't care at all. But now it seems that these words were true. Yang Kai was also stunned when he heard this. He wasn't a fledgling boy. How could he not see the clues in Ruoshi's expression and tone? He sighed slightly in his heart. Since coming to the star boundary, he had never dared to attract bees and butterflies. After all, far away in his homeland, Su Yan, Xiaoning Chong, Shanqing Luo, and Xueqi were all waiting for him. After wandering the star boundary for so many years, his life was also extremely self-disciplined. He had never acted too intimately with any woman. But he was also a person, a man. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai closed his eyes. Ruoshi bit her red lips tightly, the heart in her chest thumping fiercely. The violent heartbeat was like a war drum, and her hot cheeks burned like fire. Step by step, she came in front of Yang Kai, then crouched down and stretched out her trembling hands to hold Yang Kai's cheeks. Closing her eyes, her long eyelashes trembled nervously as she slowly pressed her lips against his. Soon a warm feeling came from his forehead, and an intoxicating fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Her teasing hair caressed Yang Kai's cheeks, bringing a tingling sensation. After what seemed like a moment, but also like 1,000 years, Ruoshi jumped up like a frightened rabbit. Drunk and hazy, her delicate ears were dark red as she panicked. "Say, sir, Ruoshi really has to go. Please take care of yourself." After saying that, she turned around and rushed towards the blood door, as if she didn't dare to stay here for a moment longer. As a result, her body inexplicably went soft and she almost tripped over a stone. Song Dog couldn't help but laugh. Ruoshi immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and glared at Song Dog. The smile on Song Dog's face instantly stiffened, and his forehead was dripping with sweat. "Take good care of my sir or you're dead." Ruoshi dropped this sentence and rushed into the blood door in a flash and disappeared. Xiao Xiao whimpered in front of Yang Kai for a while, as if to say goodbye, then turned around and waved at the Stone Spirit Clan 10 miles away before rushing into the blood door. Asterisk crash. Asterisk a strange sound rang out, and the blood gate forbidden grounds that had stood in the savage wildland for countless years suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared in the first place. As soon as the blood door disappeared, the inexplicable force that suppressed the creatures in the ancient wilderness also disappeared. Fan Hua and the others breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel a sense of relief from the bottom of their hearts. They secretly thought that this great aunt was finally gone. If she didn't leave, the three of them would have to struggle to breathe. Looking at each other, their figures flashed and appeared in front of Yang Kai in a flash. They cupped their fists and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Yang." At this moment, the three of them didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Yang Kai. They all lowered their posture, lest their image offend Yang Kai and cause him to complain in front of the descendants of Tian Xing in the future. Yang Kai was still reminiscing about the warm kiss just now. He touched his forehead and looked up at them when he heard their words. What's there to congratulate? What else could there be to congratulate? Anyone who climbed a big tree like the descendants of Tian Xing would be able to walk unhindered in the star boundary in the future. Even the great emperors would have to give them some face. Is it worth congratulating me for eating soft rice? Yang Kai snorted sarcastically as his eyes swept across the faces of the three. Or do the three of you think this young master is like a gigolo? Fan Ku and the others were suddenly at a loss for words. They didn't know what Yang Kai was thinking, but they could only stand in place awkwardly. This young master still has something to do. Please help yourself. Yang Kai waved his hand, but suddenly thought of something and said, Tell the Stone Spirit Clan to stay behind. Yes. Fan Ku and the others quickly cupped their fists and left respectfully. After they left, Kai Yang raised his head and looked up at the sky. Up in the sky, Ice Heart Valley's third sister stood there, frowning and pouting, a look of displeasure on her face as she stared in the direction of the blood door. She had come here with Ruoxi, but now that Ruoxi had left, she was suddenly left alone. In her confusion, she couldn't understand the situation. Third sister! Yang Kai shouted. Third sister immediately looked at him, and after seeing Yang Kai's face, she suddenly became happy and said with a cheeky grin, Come and catch me, come and catch me. Saying so, she seemed to want to escape and continue playing hide-and-seek with Yang Kai. Third sister, don't make trouble. Do you still want to see Senior Bing Yun, and Ruo Yun, Sun Yun Xiu, and Zhang Suning? After experiencing the incident with Ruoxi, Yang Kai was no longer in the mood to play with third sister and directly reported the names of the few people closest to her. Sure enough, third sister was shocked and her body froze in mid-air. Slowly turning her head back, her beautiful eyes trembled violently, showing the chaos in her soul. Yang Kai was really afraid that something would happen to her, but unexpectedly, after only a moment, a trace of clarity bloomed in her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she asked in a low voice, Do you know my honored master? Yang Kai raised his brow and asked in surprise, Are you okay? When she said that sentence, her demeanor was no different from ordinary people. Obviously, she had regained her consciousness. Do you know my honored master? Third sister asked eagerly. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Third sister suddenly became excited and looked nervously at Yang Kai. Is she still alive? Yang Kai said solemnly. Senior Bing Yun has returned to Ice Heart Valley. Your senior sister and junior sister are very concerned about your whereabouts, but unfortunately, they haven't been able to find you. Chapter 2603. Honored Master is still alive. Third sister's figure staggered as she revealed a relieved smile. Then she burst into laughter. Honored Master. Honored Master, where are you? As she spoke, third sister actually started crying again, looking pitiful as if she had lost her way and couldn't find her way home. Yang Kai's face immediately darkened as he realized that third sister's state was somewhat unstable. Schwa. Third sister's figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. Although there were still traces of tears on her face, she smiled and said, Honored Master, so you are here. Disciple will comb your hair for you. As she spoke, she actually grabbed Yang Kai's messy hair and carefully combed it. What's going on? Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate his third sister and found that although her mind was still extremely chaotic at the moment, her expression had calmed down and she was carefully combing his hair with a serious expression. Did she mistake me for Senior Bing Yun? But how is my body similar to Bing Yun's? Even my gender is different. It's impossible for a normal person to mistake me, right? It seems that third sister's mind is really in chaos. With a thought, Yang Kai's face suddenly became serious and he quickly said, Traitorous disciple, do you know your mistake? As soon as he said this, third sister, who was standing behind him, shivered and her face filled with fear. Then, she hurriedly came in front of Yang Kai and knelt on the ground. Lowering her head, she said in a trembling voice, Please enlighten me, honored master. Did she really think I was Senior Bing Yun? Although he was secretly happy, Yang Kai maintained a dignified expression on his face. He reprimanded, Master has safely returned to Ice Heart Valley. Why have you been outside all this time? Could it be that the outside world has disturbed your Tao heart and made you forget to return? Third sister said in a trembling voice. Disciple doesn't dare. Disciple was outside. Disciple was outside. After a long time, she didn't finish her sentence. It was as if she had forgotten what she was doing outside all this time. A trace of confusion gradually appeared on her dirty face. Yang Kai cursed inwardly. If he let her continue to think about it, if things didn't go well, things would become troublesome again, so he immediately shouted, Since you don't dare, then follow Master back to Ice Heart Valley and serve me from now on. You are not allowed to leave without orders. The confusion on Old Third's face disappeared in an instant, and he respectfully replied, Yes, this disciple obeys. Yang Kai gently nodded and said, Very good, get up. Thank you, Master. Stand aside. I need to circulate my qi to heal my injuries. During this period, no one is allowed to come near me. Yang Kai tried to give another order. The third sister obediently followed the order and stood to the side. Her beautiful eyes were full of vigilance as she looked left and right, as if she was protecting Yang Kai. Look at her. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. He didn't mean to take advantage of third brother. However, Old Third, this fellow, appeared and disappeared unpredictably. If he really let her escape again, he might not be able to find her again. Using this method to stabilize her was a good thing. After quietly paying attention to his third sister for a while, Yang Kai found that she didn't show any signs of going crazy. Only then did he circulate his secret art to dissolve the phoenix blood fruit's medicinal efficacies in his body. Yang Kai's injuries this time were not light. Not only did he suffer some physical pain, but he also had more than a dozen broken bones, especially his legs, which had been directly broken by Xueqi's attack. His 5 viscera and 6 organs were also filled with blood, and his insides were a mess. Fortunately, his physique was extremely strong, and the restorative ability of his golden blood was also extremely strong. Otherwise, with such injuries, even if an ordinary person didn't die, they would be gasping for breath. Under the circulation of his emperor qi, the phoenix blood fruit's medicinal efficacies gradually dissolved in his body. His broken bones slowly healed, and his bruised and swollen face was restored to normal. The phoenix blood fruit was worthy of its reputation as a healing panacea. Before the spirit fruit's medicinal efficacies were completely consumed, Yang Kai already felt that he was fine. However, it would take some time for his reconnected bones to fully recover. Half an hour later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and glanced over at his third sister, only to find that she was still standing straight in front of him, protecting him. 10 miles away, with the 3 Saint Venerables as their leader, many Monster King, Saint Envoys, and even the Rock Spirit clan were silently watching. Each of them had different expressions and complicated feelings. This was especially true for Xueqi. Previously, when he was forced to become Yang Kai's sole slave, he was very unhappy. He felt that Yang Kai was too despicable and shameless. If he hadn't hit him when he was down, he wouldn't have been willing to hand over his soul seal. However, Xueqi didn't dare to think that way now. Didn't they see how respectful the 3 Saint Venerables were in front of him? When he was recuperating, the 3 Saint Venerables didn't dare to disturb him at all. They even passed down a decree for all Monster King and Saint Envoys to remember Yang Kai's appearance. In the future, when they saw him, they would treat him as if they were Saint Venerables. Even the Saint Venerables didn't dare to be arrogant in front of him. A Monster King like him was nothing. Xueqi was convinced. He was truly convinced. At the same time, he was extremely annoyed. If he had known that the little girl beside Yang Kai was a descendant of Tianxing, he would have built a good relationship with her. Perhaps when the descendant of Tianxing entered the blood door, she would have been kind enough to bring him into the blood door and let him inherit the power of the Holy Spirit. Now that the descendant of Tianxing had entered the blood door and brought in a rock spirit to inherit Tai Yu's power, he could only be jealous. When he thought of this, Xueqi was so annoyed that his heart ached. Third brother, call the 3 Saint Venerables and Elder Rock Spirit over. Yang Kai suddenly ordered. Third brother bowed and walked 10 kilometers away. Yang Kai, on the other hand, came to the mountains and rivers bell on the ground alone and looked around, as if he was trying to see if there was anything special about it. He was forced to remove the mountains and rivers bell's soul brand, so this ancient exotic treasure was once again without an owner. Even now, no one was interested in it. 10 kilometers away, third sister flew over. At a glance, her clothes were tattered and her pretty face was dirty. It was almost impossible to see her original appearance. Many pairs of eyes looked at her curiously, not knowing who she was. Xueqi knew that Yang Kai had been looking for third sister and had seen her image before, but it was not convenient for him to point it out at this moment. Honored Master has ordered for the three of you and Elder Rock Spirit to have a chat. Third sister looked at Fan Ku and the others and said in a light tone, Honored Master. Fan Ku and the others were shocked when they heard this, not knowing what was going on. They knew Yang Kai's cultivation very well. He was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, but this dirty woman in front of them was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Why did she call Yang Kai Honored Master? But from the tone and demeanor of this woman, it didn't seem like she was joking. Fan Ku was full of doubts, but she couldn't ask, so she could only smile and nod. Many thanks, young lady. After saying that, he was about to walk over, but soon he seemed to have thought of something. He turned to look at Elder Xueqi and extended his hand. Elder Xueqi, after you. Elder Rock Spirit chuckled, understanding what Fan Ku was afraid of. He immediately made a gesture of invitation and walked forward side by side with the three Saint Masters. A short while later, the four arrived at the original battlefield under Third Sister's lead. Honored Master. The third brother called out, indicating that Yang Kai had brought him here, and then respectfully stood aside. Yang Kai nodded and stepped forward to greet them. Sir Yang. Fan Ku, Luan Feng, and Songo all took the initiative to greet him with cupped fists and forced smiles on their faces. But Yang Kai didn't even look at them and walked straight to Elder Rock Spirit, smiling and bowing, Elder. Fan Ku and the others were quite embarrassed, but they couldn't say anything and could only step aside. Mr. Yang. Elder Rock Spirit didn't dare to be arrogant at this moment. Just based on the close relationship between Yang Kai and the descendants of Tian Xing, no one in the entire ancient land dared to be presumptuous in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and pressed down Elder Rock Spirit's clenched fists and sighed. Elder Rock Spirit has seen it. Although there were some twists and turns in today's process, it was fortunate that I didn't disappoint you. Little Xiao has now entered the Blood Gate, and with Ruashi's help, he will inherit Tai Yu's power in time. Although Elder Rock Spirit had already learned the following things from Fan Ku and the others, but hearing Yang Kai say it himself at this moment still made him very excited. His body trembled slightly. Mr. Yang's kindness, my Rock Spirit clan will forever remember it. Elder Rock is too polite. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Although Little Xiao is a member of the Rock Spirit clan, he was also raised by me. I also wish him well. Elder Rock Spirit clan and I are family, so don't be so polite. Elder Rock Spirit's eyes lit up. It is Ninth Stone's fortune to be under Mr. Yang's tutelage. It is also the fortune of my Rock Spirit clan. Yang Kai reassured. Elder Rock Spirit clan, please rest assured. In the future, your Rock Spirit clan will not be disturbed in the ancient lands. No one will force you to do things you don't want to do. At this point, Yang Kai glanced sideways at Fan Ku and the others and snorted, Master, what do you think? Fan Ku quickly chimed in, Mr. Yang is right. The Rock Spirit clan will never be disturbed in the future. After today, we will warn our subordinates that with the Rock Spirit clan's current residence as the center, the Rock Spirit clan will forever belong to the Rock Spirit clan. Anyone who dares to rashly invade will be killed without mercy. Luan Feng and Song Dog also nodded, apparently having no objection to this decision. Yang Kai snorted, but he didn't express his opinion. He looked at Elder Rock Spirit clan and said, Elder, are you satisfied with this? If not, we can discuss it again. The three Saint Masters are easygoing people. Just tell them if you have any requests. Fan Ku quickly said, Yes, if Elder Rock Spirit clan has any other request, just say it. If the three of us can satisfy it, we will not refuse. Elder Rock Spirit clan chuckled. It's enough. Our Rock Spirit clan has very few members. A 1 million mile radius is enough for us to move around. He had a relieved expression on his face, obviously very satisfied with this result. Of course, he also knew that Fan Ku was being so generous because he was giving face to Yang Kai. Otherwise, let alone a 1 million mile radius, even 10,000 miles would be difficult. Elder Rock Spirit clan sighed in his heart. Before coming here today, he also had the intention to either succeed or die trying. Who would have thought that the result would be so joyous? Not to mention that the Rock Spirit clan suddenly had a powerful backer. Even Xueqi was going to become the Holy Spirit Tai Yu. If the Rock Spirit clan could live a comfortable life, then the Wood Spirit clan would also live a comfortable life, avoiding all the troubles in the future. This was the life that Elder Rock Spirit Clan had yearned for countless years but failed to obtain. But now, Xueqi solved it with just a few words. Chapter 2604. Fanhua smiled and said, "This king's palace is not far from Elder's residence. In the future, Elder will have to visit me more often." The elder said politely, "Since Master is interested, then this old man may have to disturb you in the future. I hope Holy Master won't mind." Xueqi didn't have to be polite to Fanhua, but the elder still had some concerns. Before Xiao Xiao became Tai Yu, the Rock Spirit Clan's strength was weaker than the other party. Xueqi couldn't always stay in the ancient lands to protect them. Not to mention how close his relationship with Fanhua was, at the very least, it was a good thing for the Rock Spirit Clan. Fanhua laughed and said, "Elder is too serious. If Elder is free in the future, please come to this king's palace." Luan Feng also smiled and said, "This queen also welcomes Elder very much." Song Dog glanced at them and snorted, "You speak as if this king is unapproachable." Turning his head, he smiled at the elder and said, "Elder, although my temporary residence is a little far from the Stone Spirit Clan's residence, I've long heard that the Wood Spirit Clan's wine and delicacies are incomparably delicious. If one day I visit your residence as a guest, I hope that Elder won't kick me out." "I wouldn't dare. If Holy Master wants to come, my clan will naturally welcome you." The elder smiled bitterly. When did he become so popular? The three holy masters of the ancient lands wanted to get close to him one after another. All of this was undoubtedly because of Xueqi. He was not a hypocrite and continued to exchange pleasantries with these three saint masters here, so he quickly turned to Xueqi and said, "Sir Yang, since this matter has been settled, this old master will take his clansmen back. I wonder if Mr. Yang..." Xueqi smiled faintly and said, "I won't follow Elder." He said, "I won't go with you. This time, I came to the ancient lands to find Xiao Xiao. Now that Xiao Xiao has gone to the Blood Gate, my business is done. I will leave the ancient lands soon." Hearing this, a look of regret appeared on the elder's face. However, he still said, "Then I wish Mr. Yang a safe journey. If you come to the ancient lands again, please come to my Rock Spirit Clan's territory. This old man will definitely welcome you. Elder, take care." Xueqi cupped his fists and said. The elder returned the greeting and bid farewell to Fan Ku and the others. Then, he turned around and left. Soon, the Rock Spirit Clan disappeared from everyone's sight along with the elder. Fan Ku and the others stood behind Xueqi, exchanging glances with each other, their hearts filled with unease. In the end, Fan Wu coughed lightly and asked tentatively, "Mr. Yang, what do you plan to do next?" Xueqi tilted his head and looked at him. He chuckled and said, "What? Does Master Fan Ku want me to leave this ancient land as soon as possible?" Fanhua discolored, hissing in fright. No, no, no. Mr. Yang had arrived at the ancient lands. This is the fortune of the ancient lands. How could Fanhua dare to think that way? You really don't dare? Just say what you think. I'm just a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master, and I can't do anything to you. Xueqi sneered sarcastically. You can't do anything to me, but Tian Xing's descendant can. Fanhua cursed in his heart, but he still forced a smile and said, "Mr. Yang, you worry too much. From today onwards, Mr. will be an honored guest of my ancient lands. If you want to stay here, we welcome you with open arms." Xueqi reached out and patted Fanhua's shoulder. Then he laughed and said, "I didn't expect Master Fanhua to be so hospitable. In that case, this young master will give you some face." It's settled then. This young master will stay in the ancient lands for a while. Fanhua's face darkened. He wanted to slap himself a few times. The Luan Feng and Song Dog also looked at him with resentment. Why are you so talkative? It's better to be a mute. Xueqi pointed at them and said, "Do you still want this thing?" Fanhua and the others came back to their senses and saw that Xueqi was pointing at the mountains and rivers bell on the ground. Their hearts skipped a beat and they said in fear, "This belongs to Mr. Yang, so it should be returned to its rightful owner. How can we covet it?" Xueqi snorted. "Who told me that this was an artifact of the ancient lands?" Song Dog immediately smiled and said, "Treasures belong to the virtuous. This bell has existed in the ancient lands for countless years, but no one has ever been able to subdue it. Since Mr. Yang can make it recognize you as its owner, you are naturally a virtuous person. It was Song Dog who said those words earlier, but now he was afraid that Yang Kai would settle accounts with him later, so he quickly changed his tone. I didn't see it. Song Dog Master looks so dull, but I didn't expect him to be such a good talker. Yang Kai looked at him with a mocking expression. Song Dog's face turned red. He wanted to find a hole and hide in it. He had lost a lot of face today. Fortunately, there was no one here except for Fan Hua and the Luan Feng. The Monster King and the Saint Emissaries were 10 miles away. Otherwise, if what happened today was spread out, how could he still have the prestige to enslave his subordinates? You really don't want it? Yang Kai's face became serious. Don't say that this young master didn't give you a chance. This is an ancient treasure. The mountains and rivers bell can suppress mountains and rivers, and the Emperor's rhythm can change the universe. Take it and you will be full of guts. Even if you encounter the dragon race, you can still slap them a few times. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have another chance. Don't regret it in the future. Fan Hua smiled bitterly. Mr. Yang, please don't make fun of us. He looked like he couldn't take it anymore and was just short of begging Yang Kai to quickly put away the mountains and rivers bell. Luan Feng also pleaded, Mr. Yang, we were in the wrong before, but Shi Hua has already been executed. I ask Mr. Yang to calm down. Yang Kai glanced at her and lightly said, since Madame Feng has said so, this young master will give you face. Although Luan Feng had been watching from the sidelines before, she had at least prevented Ruo Shi from committing suicide. For this alone, Yang Kai was grateful to her. As soon as this statement came out, Luan Feng was somewhat surprised. Fan Hua and Song Dog also quickly glanced at her, seemingly realizing something. Yang Kai stepped forward and placed his hand on the mountains and rivers bell. His Emperor Qi and divine sense surged as he felt somewhat nervous. Back in the Shattered Star Sea, it took Yang Kai a year to subdue the mountains and rivers bell. The difficulty of the process was not something an outsider could understand. Now that he was forced to remove the soul brand, Yang Kai didn't know if he could get it to recognize him again. Even if he could, he didn't know how long it would take. If he had to spend another year, then Kai Yang would be very depressed. His divine sense and Emperor Qi flowed into the mountains and rivers bell with ease, much to Yang Kai's joy. Knowing this ancient exotic treasure was not rejecting him, he immediately focused his mind and branded his soul brand into the bell. Schwa. The quaint mountains and rivers bell flashed and Yang Kai raised his brow slightly before reaching out to pick it up and play with it. This. Fan Hua was shocked. Fan Hua had also touched the mountains and rivers bell before, but even with his strength, he couldn't forcibly pick it up and could only let it fall to the ground. Now that Yang Kai was able to pick it up, it undoubtedly meant he had subdued it. So fast. Song Dog also exclaimed in amazement. Luan Feng's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she looked Yang Kai up and down, as if she wanted to see a flower in him. The three of them had tried many times before, but they couldn't pour their strength into the mountains and rivers bell at all. But when it came to Yang Kai, it seemed to be as simple as breathing. My luck is good. Yang Kai grinned. This treasure seems to be willing to recognize me as its master. Saying so, Yang Kai directly took the mountains and rivers bell back into his body, and turned his head to look at the embodiment sitting cross-legged on the ground. Ever since Ruo Shi sealed the stone fire origin into the embodiment, it seemed to have fallen into a strange slumber. Under Yang Kai's perception, the wisp of soul clone in the embodiment's body also quieted down. However, although it was asleep, there was no danger. As long as the embodiment could refine the stone fire origin, it would awaken as the new divine spirit stone fire. Mr. Yang, this stone spirit. How should we deal with it? Do you need me to ask the Monster King to protect it? Luan Feng saw the concern in Yang Kai's eyes and quickly asked. If one were to ask who was the biggest winner today, it would undoubtedly be the Stone Spirit Clan. Among the Stone Spirit Clan, one of them was brought into the blood door by the Tianxing descendant to inherit the power of the divine spirit Tai Yu, while the other received the stone fire origin. In one clan, 2 divine spirits would be born at once. The entire Stone Spirit Clan only had a few members. Based on this point alone, the Stone Spirit Clan couldn't be underestimated in the future. Hearing Luan Feng's question, Yang Kai shook his head and said, No need. No need. The Luan Feng stared blankly for a moment. She couldn't help but worry. Although the Archfiend Kings and Divine Emissaries knew about today's matter, they definitely wouldn't come to disturb the rock spirit that was about to become a holy spirit. However, while the king of hell was easy to serve, the little demons were hard to deal with. Perhaps some ignorant little demons would come here and accidentally disturb the rock spirit. Who could bear the responsibility? Luan Feng had some misgivings and was about to open her mouth to persuade him again when she saw Yang Kai suddenly form a series of mysterious hand seals, his body swaying wildly as if he was suffering from an epileptic fit, causing anyone who saw him to be worried that he would break his bones. At the same time, he was also muttering some kind of incantation. He was acting very mysterious. The three Saint Venerables were stunned. They didn't know what Yang Kai was doing. Under the gaze of several pairs of eyes, Yang Kai suddenly reached out and patted the embodiment. Schwa. The embodiment disappeared mysteriously. The three Saint Venerables were shocked. Fan Wu exclaimed in a low voice. What's going on? Where did he go? The Luan Feng and Song Hound were also puzzled. They slowly shook their heads. The three Saint Venerables were top-notch experts, but now, something unimaginable had happened in front of them. How could they not be shocked? What's the fuss about? Yang Kai clapped his hands and flicked the non-existent dust off his clothes. He glanced at the three Saint Venerables and said, "This young master just used the great universal shift to send him to a safe place." Great art of universe shifting. Fan Ku was shocked. But soon, he relaxed because Yang Kai had displayed extraordinary space attribute divine abilities before. In his opinion, this universe-shifting art, which he had never heard of before, was undoubtedly a kind of space attribute divine ability. Since Yang Kai could teleport himself, he should be able to teleport others as well. What he did not know, however, was that Yang Kai was just putting on an act while taking his embodiment into the sealed world bead. Otherwise, with their cultivation, they would have been able to detect the traces of teleportation and not be able to track him down so easily. Chapter 2605. Sir Yang's divine technique is truly unfathomable. It is truly an eye-opener, Fan Hua praised sincerely. He wasn't trying to flatter Yang Kai, but rather, it was truly an eye-opener. It was hard not to admire Yang Kai for making such a large stone spirit disappear out of thin air. Fan Hua knew that he didn't have such an ability. With just this one move, the three Saint Venerables were amazed by Yang Kai. On second thought, Yang Kai had such an amazing cultivation at such a young age and was proficient in the Tao of space. It wasn't impossible for him to become one of the great emperors in the future. Even if he couldn't become one of the great emperors, he would have no problem reaching the third-order emperor realm. What kind of concept was a third-order emperor realm master proficient in the Tao of space? Even if his cultivation wasn't as good as the great emperors, he would still be a top master in the emperor realm. Moreover, he had the mountains and rivers bell, and the descendant of Tian Xing was in love with him. After re-examining Yang Kai, the three Saint Venerables discovered that this young man had an unimaginable potential hidden in him. Fan Hua cupped his fists and said, "Sir Yang, since this matter is over, why don't you take a rest in my humble abode?" After realizing Yang Kai's potential, Fan Hua wasn't so opposed to Yang Kai staying in the ancient lands. Instead, he was very enthusiastic. Song Go and Luan Feng were obviously aware of this as well. Before Fan Hua finished speaking, Song Go said, "My palace also welcomes Sir Yang." "If Sir Yang doesn't mind," Luan Feng directly interrupted him. "This mistress also wants to invite Sir Yang to my palace, but I'm afraid Sir Yang won't agree." Song Go didn't finish his sentence as he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. He couldn't help but glare at Luan Feng. His face was gloomy. Yang Kai glanced at the three with a smile. His heart was as clear as a mirror. How could he not know what they were planning? He sneered in his heart, wondering if they would still be so enthusiastic after knowing his true intentions. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Three masters' hospitality is great. Then it would be impolite for this young master to refuse. I wonder which of the three masters' palaces is closer to this place?" Yang Kai didn't have much of a friendship with these three saints. The only one he found pleasing to the eye was Luan Feng. After all, Luan Feng was a woman and had some innate advantages. Moreover, because of Ruoshi's matter, Yang Kai's impression of her was slightly better than the other two. However, it didn't matter where he went at this time. The main event was after he arrived. The Luan Feng's eyes lit up and she said, "This place is the closest to my palace." Song Dog was instantly displeased. He said, It's only 100,000 miles closer to my palace. You call that close? Yongkai waved his hand and said, since it's the closest to the Phoenix Madam's palace, then this young master will stay there. Cough cough. My injuries haven't healed yet, so I really shouldn't go on a long journey. As he spoke, he coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. The three of them were shocked. Luan Feng cried out, Mr. Yang, what's wrong with you? Standing to the side, third brother's beautiful face also turned pale. He quickly came forward to support Yongkai and said with concern, Master. Yongkai clutched his chest and said with difficulty, Xueqi was too ruthless. This young master's injuries are quite serious. I'm afraid I won't be able to recover in a short time. Fan Ku and the others were stunned. Didn't the descendant of Tianxing give you a 10,000-year-old phoenix blood fruit? With that kind of sacred healing medicine, what kind of injuries can't be healed? Moreover, he was clearly fine just a moment ago, so why did he spit out blood in the blink of an eye? They didn't know what Yongkai was doing. Each of them had a strange expression. Cough cough. Yongkai's face was pale as he gasped for breath. I heard that there are many spirit grasses and miraculous medicines in the ancient lands. If I can obtain some and consume them, they will definitely be effective in healing this young master's injuries. Ha! It's a pity that this young master is currently injured and doesn't have the strength to search for them. Fan Ku's face darkened as he suddenly understood what Yongkai was trying to do. The corners of his mouth twitched as he said, Mr. Yang, rest assured, this king will have his Monster King subordinates search for those spirit grasses and miraculous medicines. When the time comes, this king will personally deliver them to Mr. Yang. I hope Mr. Yang can persist for a while. After saying so, he quietly glared at Song Dog and secretly transmitted a message to him. Song Dog shivered and hurriedly said, this king will not shirk from Mr. Yang's request. That's good, that's good. Yongkai stretched out his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, leaning half of his body on third brother's body as he said, in addition to those spirit grasses and miraculous medicines, if there are any high-rank source crystals or rare treasures, this young master's injury should heal faster. What does source crystals and treasures have to do with injuries? Fan Ku and the others really want to question Yongkai. Isn't this clearly extortion? You three can rest assured, once this young master's injuries are healed, this young master will leave the ancient lands. I won't trouble you for too long. Yongkai squeezed out a harmless smile and said weakly. The corners of Fan Ku's eyes twitched as he said insincerely, Mr. Yang is too polite. With Mr. Yang's identity, it doesn't matter how long you stay in the ancient lands. Ah, that's right. Yongkai suddenly seemed to remember something and said, since Xueqi has been executed, then the treasures he plundered all these years are useless. I'll have to trouble you to go to his palace and carefully count them. Then send them to me. In any case, they are Ruashi's spoils of war. When she comes out of the blood door, I'll have to give them to her. As soon as this statement came out, Fan Ku and the others only felt their hearts bleed. But since Yongkai used the descendant of Tianxing as an excuse, they didn't dare to refute. Fan Wu nodded and said, Senior Yang is right. Xueqi has indeed plundered some good things over the years. This king will take some people to count them and send them to Senior Yang. After saying that, he looked at Luan Feng and said, Madam Feng, please take good care of Senior Yang. Luan Feng nodded, I understand. Then she turned to Yongkai and said, Mr. Yang, this mistress will take you back to the palace. Yongkai nodded. Luan Feng immediately used her strength to wrap Yongkai and third brother around her and flew away. Before leaving, Yongkai waved to Fan Ku and Song Go. Gentlemen, this young master will be waiting for the good news. Please take good care of me. Fan Ku and Song Go showed smiles that were uglier than crying as they cupped their fists to see him off. After Yongkai and the others disappeared from sight, Fan Ku's face suddenly fell as he shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's easy to invite the devil in, but difficult to send him away. Song Go looked at him and said, Xueqi and the others, are we really going to give them all to him? Xueqi has collected a lot of wealth over the years. Fan Ku glanced at him lightly and asked, is his life more important than his treasures? Song Go said, he doesn't know how much wealth Xueqi has. He is just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if we give him a little, he will laugh his head off. How can he eat so many good things? Fan Ku coldly snorted he doesn't know, but Madame Feng does. When the time comes, if he asks Madame Feng about it and she lets it slip, how can we explain it? Song Go frowned. Madame Feng isn't a talkative person, is she? Fan Ke sighed. If he uses the name of a descendant of Tian Xing to ask for Xueqi's inheritance, I'm afraid Madame Feng won't dare to deceive him. When Song Go heard this, he also sighed heavily, his face full of pain. Towering mountains, drifting clouds, and at the top of the mountains, palaces dotted with strange birds and beasts flew about. It was a paradise. This was where the Luan Feng's palace was located. As the palace of one of the four Saint Masters, this place naturally occupied an excellent earth vein, and the world energy here was extremely rich and auspicious. The Luan Feng wrapped Yang Kai and third brother and flew to the ground. Yang Kai's eyes shone as he looked around, secretly praising this place. After they landed, beautiful women dressed as maidservants immediately came forward to greet them. There were 8 of them in 2 rows, each of them emitting an awe-inspiring demonic chi. Obviously, they were all members of the monster race. Sweeping them with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that these 8 maidservants were all first-order Emperor Realm Masters. The maidservants walked forward and bowed in unison. "Greetings, Master." The Luan Feng waved her hand, allowing them to rise, then pointed to Yang Kai and said, "This Sir Yang is this queen's honored guest and will be staying in my Feng Luo palace for a few days. Tell the servants that in the future, seeing Sir Yang is the same as seeing this queen, and they are not to be rude." The 8 maidservants were all surprised when they heard this and nodded in unison before secretly sizing up Yang Kai. Many pairs of beautiful eyes looked over and were surprised to find that Yang Kai was actually a human. They didn't know what kind of background this person had to be valued so highly by their master Holy Master. Seeing him was like seeing the Holy Master in person, which was a great honor. Just as they were talking, a mischievous little girl of about 7 or 8 years old suddenly appeared in front of them. This little girl looked like she was carved from jade and looked somewhat similar to the Luan Feng. She had 2 cute little braids and rushed over and threw herself into the Luan Feng's arms, her little head rubbing against the Luan Feng's chest, causing the Luan Feng's full breasts to distort. Yang Kai couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva when he saw this. The Luan Feng's face was also red from the rubbing, but when she noticed Yang Kai's strange gaze, she quickly picked up the little girl in her arms and said angrily, "Xiaoling, don't make trouble. Mother has a guest today, so I'll play with you later." Saying so, she smiled apologetically at Yang Kai and said, "This little girl is spoiled. Please don't blame her, Sir Yang." "No, no, no." Yang Kai looked at the girl called Xiaoling from head to toe and suddenly said, "Madame Feng, is this the girl I saw in Clear Jade Mountain?" "Indeed." Madame Feng put down Xiaoling and stroked her head lovingly. Yang Kai was amazed. Yang Kai had indeed seen this little girl called Xiaoling before. She was the little Luan Feng who had appeared in Clear Jade Mountain. Yang Kai had not expected that after so many years, she would actually be able to take human form, and her cultivation was also quite good, reaching the second-order Dao Source Realm. However, in the end, she was a descendant of a divine spirit, so it was not surprising for her to have such amazing growth. Looking at her, Yang Kai suddenly became curious. Giving birth to children required the union of a man and a woman, so how did the Luan Feng give birth to this girl? There was probably no other male Luan Feng in this world, right? Could it be that she had an affair with one of his Monster King subordinates? Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. Chapter 2606. The little girl named Xiaoling tilted her head and blinked her big eyes curiously at Yang Kai. However, she obviously did not remember Yang Kai. Although they had met more than 10 years ago in Clear Jade Mountain, Xiaoling had just gained sentience at that time and could not remember many things clearly. She only vaguely felt that this person in front of her was somewhat familiar. Yang Kai showed her a harmless smile. Luan Feng's heart suddenly jumped, fearing that Yang Kai would take a fancy to her daughter and kidnap her, so she quickly signaled to the maidservant beside her and ordered, "Take her away, don't disturb Sir Yang." The maidservant quickly responded, "Yes." Saying so, she reached out and took Xiaoling hand, excused herself, and slowly left. Seeing Xiaoling disappear from sight, Luan Feng breathed a sigh of relief and secretly decided to not let Xiaoling see Yang Kai while he was in the palace. A descendant of a divine spirit was a great attraction to any human. Regardless of whether or not she would be of any help, her status as a descendant of a divine spirit was enough to deter many people. If Yang Kai really abducted Xiaoling Luan Feng would have no place to cry. Unfortunately, Xiao Ling was quite playful, so it was not easy to keep an eye on her. Sir Yang, this way please. Luan Feng gestured. Yang Kai nodded and followed Luan Feng into the Phoenix Gathering Palace with his third brother. The palace was huge and magnificent, and the interior was beautifully decorated. It was obvious that Luan Feng was quite fond of this aspect. The interior was decorated with flying dragons and phoenixes, showing the style of a great family. After leading Yang Kai to a courtyard in the depths of the palace, Luan Feng said, Sir Yang, take a look and see if this place is acceptable. If you are not satisfied, let's move to another place. Yang Kai glanced around and found nothing to be dissatisfied with, so he nodded and said, Very well. Luan Feng breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the other 7 maidservants. During this time, you will serve Sir Yang here. If Sir Yang has any requests, you must satisfy them, otherwise, this queen will not let you off lightly. The 7 First Order Emperor realm maidservants hurriedly responded, Yes. He couldn't help but feel worried. The Master of the Lord said that he would satisfy any request of Mr. Yang. What if this man was lustful and asked them to do this and that? What should they do? There was nothing good about men, whether they were humans or demons. However, since the Lord had come down, they did not dare to disobey. Mr. Yang, if there is nothing else, this concubine will take her leave first. If you have any orders, you can order them. Luan Feng looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai nodded and said, Madam Feng, you can go do your own things. Madam Feng, please take good care of the spiritual flowers and herbs. Luan Feng smiled bitterly in her heart, knowing that she couldn't escape this calamity, but she could only reply, Mr. Don't worry, this mistress will deal with it. After saying that, he respectfully took his leave. After she left, only then did Yang Kai step forward. Looking around, he pointed to a loft on his left and said, Old Third, how about you stay here for the time being? Old Third glanced at the loft and said, Does Master also live here? Yang Kai smiled and said, I live over there. He pointed to the loft next to him. Old Third immediately showed an awkward look and said, But this disciple has to serve Master. It's not far away, it's okay. Yang Kai waved his hand. Without waiting for Old Third to say anything, he looked at one of the maidservants and asked, What's your name? The maidservant bowed and said, replying to Mr. This servant's name is Tian Long. Yang Kai nodded and said, I'll have to trouble you to take her down and give her a bath. Also, find some clean clothes for her to change into. Old Third's current appearance was really inconvenient to see people. Who knew how many years it had been since he changed out of Ice Heart Valley's uniform? His hair was messy, his face was dirty, and there was a strange smell on his body. It smelled like sour fruits. Now that he had temporarily settled down, Yang Kai naturally wanted to let him clean up first. Otherwise, he really couldn't bear to see her in this state. Yes, Tian Long said as she took Old Third's arm and pulled her out. Old Third seemed to be a little panicked. Yang Kai hurriedly comforted him. Come see me after you're clean. Yang Kai's words were still very useful to Old Third. With a single order, Old Third immediately calmed down. After the maidservant named Tian Long was taken away by Old Third, Yang Kai waved to the other 6 women and said, You can go about your business. I don't need you to serve me. Hearing this, the 6 women all showed a look of joy. Without saying anything, they all bowed and left. They were really afraid that Yang Kai would make some rude requests. If that really happened, with the orders of their master Holy Master in front of them, they would be powerless to resist. Now that this human seemed to be easy to get along with, they felt a lot more relieved. After dispersing everyone, Yang Kai walked to the attic alone and went straight to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was spacious and all the utensils were prepared. Yang Kai walked to the table and sat down, sighing slightly. This trip to the ancient lands was filled with so many unexpected events that it was impossible to guard against. Facing the 4 holy masters, he experienced the long-lost feeling of powerlessness. The space divine technique that he relied on to survive was simply useless in front of the 4 holy masters. In the end, if it wasn't for the sudden awakening of Ruashi's bloodline, he was afraid that things really wouldn't end well. Ruashi was actually a descendant of Tian Xing, which really shocked Yang Kai. However, now that her bloodline had awakened and she had entered the blood door, as long as she could walk out, she would inevitably inherit the power of her ancestors. Xiao Xiao, who went in with her, would also be incarnated as the Holy Spirit Tai Yu. Even his embodiment had obtained the Stonefire origin and was expected to become the next Holy Spirit Stonefire. Overall, although this trip was a little dangerous, the harvest was extremely huge. This did not include the wealth that he wanted to extort and the million inner cores that he obtained from the All-Spirit's tomb. He did not know how much Xueqi's inheritance was, nor did he know how many benefits the other 3 holy sages would give him. Putting aside the future and the immediate benefits, Yang Kai urgently felt a thirst for his own strength. This time, it was Ruoxi's bloodline awakening that resolved the crisis. But what about the next time? If he encountered holy spirits or great emperors again, how should he deal with them? He couldn't have such good luck every time, right? In terms of means, his means and divine technique were not inferior to anyone. The space divine technique, the flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal, the golden divine dragon's origin, the ancient demon's sealing power, which one of them wasn't a world-shaking means? In terms of secret treasures, he had the mountains and rivers bell in his hand. Just this one was enough to leave people in the dust. The only thing he lacked was his cultivation. A First-Order Emperor Realm Master was neither strong nor weak, which was quite embarrassing. I still have to cultivate, I have to redouble my efforts. Thinking so, Yang Kai was no longer in the mood to think about it. With a wave of his hand, the purple origin furnace appeared in front of him. His divine sense shuttled back and forth between the space ring and the small sealed world, looking for suitable materials. He was now an Emperor-grade alchemist, and the materials he had on hand were enough to refine many Emperor-grade spirit pills. With the help of Emperor-grade spirit pills, his cultivation would naturally be twice as fast. So, he planned to refine some spirit pills first. It just so happened that he could hone his alchemy skills and prepare for refining the flesh incarnation fruit in the future. Emperor-grade spirit grasses were taken out one by one, and monster cores were placed in front of him. Various pill recipes flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and finally, he decided to refine several kinds of spirit pills according to the materials he had on hand. His Emperor Qi poured into the purple origin furnace, and the flames immediately burned, raising the temperature of the room by a lot. But before Yang Kai could put the spirit grasses in front of him into the pill furnace, his expression suddenly changed and he looked outside. The maidservant named Tian Long from before ran over in a panic, looking anxious, as if something big had happened. "Sir Yang." Tian Long hurriedly raised her head and shouted when she approached the loft. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. "Sir Yang, you should go and take a look. I don't know what's wrong with your disciple, but she suddenly seems to have gone crazy and refuses to cooperate with the bath." Tian Long replied anxiously. Yang Kai's face darkened as he knew that things were not good. His third sister's mental state was extremely unstable, and from what Tian Long said, it seemed that her consciousness had become chaotic again. His figure flickered, and he appeared directly beside Tian Long, saying in a deep voice, "Lead the way." Tian Long was slightly startled and didn't know how Yang Kai had come out, but she didn't dare to ask and quickly led the way, flying as fast as lightning. After a while, the two came to a side hall, one in front and one behind. This side hall seemed to be a place for bathing. There was a large pool in the middle of the hall, covered with a variety of fresh flowers, exuding a strange fragrance, and the light gauze curtains around it fluttered slightly. At this moment, in this side hall, the other 6 maidservants were also there, looking around anxiously. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, the 6 maidservants hurried forward and knelt on the ground, trembling. Yang Kai glanced at them and asked in surprise, "Where's third sister?" Tian Long hurriedly said, "We don't know." Yang Kai frowned, "What's going on?" Tian Long replied, "Everything was fine before, but when she was about to bathe your disciple, she suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person. She told us to catch her, but in the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace." There was something she did not dare to say directly, and that was that her third sister's previous behavior was like a lunatic, simply unreasonable. Yang Kai slapped his forehead, thinking that he had been careless. He waved his hand and said, "It's not your fault, get up." "Thank you, mister." The 6 maidservants in front of him all breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai looked around and found that there was only one exit in this side hall, and the other places were sealed, so he asked, "Did you see third sister leave here?" The 6 maidservants looked at each other and shook their heads, indicating that they did not see her. But here was the strange thing, they had searched the entire side hall, but they could not find her. If she did not leave, then where did she go? Hearing this, Yang Kai secretly made up his mind, looked around, and coldly snorted, Third sister, if you still don't come out, master will be angry. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to come out, or you will be punished by the sect rules. Chapter 2607. Yong Kai's shout reverberated throughout the side hall. Tianlong and the other maidservants looked at each other in dismay, thinking to themselves, is this really going to work? I'm afraid your disciple has lost her mind. But to their surprise, just as Yong Kai's voice fell, a slight noise suddenly came from behind a pillar, followed by a dirty head poking out from behind. Only a pair of bright and beautiful eyes could be seen. Honored master, why are you here? Third sister seemed to be startled and ran out from behind the pillar in a panic. Yong Kai coldly glanced at her, putting on a dignified expression, but soon he couldn't help but groan, not knowing where to look. As far as the eye could see, Lao San was completely naked. There were patches of black and white on his body, making him look extremely eye-catching. When she was wearing those tattered clothes, it wasn't obvious, but now that she was naked, third sister's full and round figure was clearly visible. Part of her snow-white skin was so bright that it almost blinded Yong Kai's eyes. She didn't notice and directly came to stand in front of Yong Kai, looking apprehensive. That. Yong Kai scratched his chin and looked up at the ceiling, saying awkwardly, I heard you were messing around again, so master came to take a look. Third sister said embarrassedly, Honored master, don't be angry, I was just playing with them. Yong Kai quickly waved his hand and said, since you were just messing around, then quickly go wash up. Yes. The third sister responded, and her delicate body swayed as she fell into the huge pool, creating a large splash of water. Yong Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that third sister's understanding of him was still at the level of honored master. This saved him a lot of trouble. Tianlong and the other maidservants stood to the side. Their expressions were strange, not knowing what was going on with this strange master and disciple. Since they were master and disciple, how could this disciple be so honest with her master? Could it be that there was some kind of relationship between these two that couldn't be revealed to outsiders? This was a violation of the rules of etiquette. Thinking of this, the maidservants were flustered. Quickly wash her, I'll go out and wait. Yong Kai was also embarrassed. After saying this, he wanted to leave this troublesome place. Tianlong anxiously said, Honored Master Yong, if your disciple becomes like that again after you leave, what should we do? Previously, when Kai Yong had brought his third brother over, everything had been fine, but in the blink of an eye, his third brother had gone insane. When Kai Yong arrived, his third brother had returned to normal. Tianlong was really afraid that something like this would happen again. After all, her third sister was a woman. It was not a big deal for her master to see her body. But what if she ran out and was seen by others? She wouldn't be able to live anymore. Kai Yang's brow furrowed slightly as he helplessly asked, Then what should we do? Tianlong pursed her lips and smiled. Your disciple seems to be very afraid of you. Why don't you wait here, Mr. Yong? Mr. Yong was here. And your disciple shouldn't cause any more trouble. Yong Kai was indifferent for a while. Although he knew this wasn't a good idea, there was nothing he could do. He could only nod and tell Tianlong to hurry up. With his back to the hot spring, Yong Kai sat down cross-legged, held 2 high-rank source crystals in his hand, and began to cultivate. Soon, the sound of splashing water came from behind him, accompanied by the giggles of his third sister. Yong Kai couldn't help but feel a little restless. His imagination ran wild. After half an hour, Yong Kai, who was meditating, was awakened by the sound of honored master. Opening his eyes, he saw a beautiful woman standing in front of him. Her eyebrows were picturesque, her hair was like a waterfall, her lips were red, and her teeth were white. Perhaps because she had just taken a bath, her fair face was slightly rosy and exuded an alluring luster. She wore a light blue dress that fit her body perfectly. Her figure was curvaceous, and a faint fragrance wafted from her. This woman looked to be around 27 or 28 years old, like a young woman, but her true age was definitely much higher. It was just that Ice Heart Valley's secret art had a special effect on her appearance. Third sister? Yong Kai raised his brow, feeling quite surprised. He hadn't expected that after dressing up a little, his third sister would be so attractive, completely unlike her dirty appearance from before. Honored master. Third sister bowed respectfully. Yong Kai nodded lightly, stood up from the ground, and flicked his sleeve. "Come with me." Third sister didn't say a word and obediently followed behind. After the previous incident, Xueqi didn't dare leave his third sister alone in a place, lest her mind become chaotic again. With him in front of her, she would at least be able to remain sober. Bringing his third sister back to the loft where he lived, Xueqi told her to meditate and cultivate on her own before taking out the purple origin furnace and the various herbs he had collected before. Circulating his emperor chi, the flames inside the purple origin furnace soared, and Xueqi poured his conflagrated knowledge C into it to adjust its temperature. Immediately after, Xueqi placed the herbs into it in an orderly manner to condense the medicinal liquid. Third sister watched in a daze, full of doubts, but not daring to disturb him. After an hour, Xueqi suddenly formed a series of seals with his hands and sent them into the purple origin furnace one after another. A moment later, Xueqi stretched out his hand and patted the purple origin furnace, causing its lid to fly up. At the same time, several spirit pills suddenly flew out from it and were collected by Xueqi into a jade bottle he had prepared in advance. Looking at the quality of the spirit pills he refined, Xueqi frowned slightly. This batch of spirit pills only produced 5, and not only did they not have pill veins, but their quality was also not very good. For Xueqi, although he had successfully refined this batch of spirit pills, the effect was far inferior to his expectations. However, Xueqi soon felt relieved. After all, these were Emperor-grade spirit pills. Although he had been promoted to an Emperor-grade alchemist for a long time, he had been running around for the past few years and had no time to calm down and refine spirit pills, so his alchemy skills were somewhat shaky. As long as he had enough materials to practice, Xueqi believed that he could still refine good spirit pills. Putting away the 5 spirit pills, Xueqi cleaned up the residue in the purple origin furnace before opening it again. Half a day later, after Xueqi had collected 6 more Emperor-grade spirit pills, third sister, who had been sitting and watching, finally could not help asking in surprise, "Honored master, when did you learn alchemy?" Third sister looked blank and shocked because in her memory, her honored master had never come into contact with the alchemy Tao, but judging from the situation in front of her, not only could her honored master alchemy, but he could also refine Emperor-grade spirit pills. In other words, her honored master was an Emperor-grade alchemist. How many Emperor-grade alchemists were there in the entire star boundary? Every Emperor-grade alchemist was an extremely noble existence, and only the top sects and great forces were lucky enough to have one. Ice Heart Valley used to invite an Emperor-grade alchemist to serve as the sect's foreign elder, spending a lot of resources to support him every year. If that foreign elder had any requests, Ice Heart Valley would definitely satisfy them. But since her honored master suddenly disappeared, Ice Heart Valley's strength had declined, and the foreign elder had left to seek other opportunities. As a result, if Ice Heart Valley wanted Emperor-grade spirit pills now, they had to spend a lot of money to buy them or find an Emperor-grade alchemist from another sect to refine them. It was extremely inconvenient and the cost was enormous. But now, her honored master was actually an Emperor-grade alchemist. How could third sister not be shocked? Hearing this, Xueqi smiled slightly and said, "Honored master has been away for many years and has had some opportunities." Oh, third sister believed him and nodded silently. Xueqi threw herbs into the pill furnace while saying, "Third sister, cultivate well. When honored master finishes refining pills, I will give you some." "Many thanks, honored master," third sister hurriedly said, but then frowned and asked, "Honored master, why do you call me third sister?" Xueqi paused for a moment, but soon returned to normal and said lightly, "You are honored master's third disciple. If I don't call you third sister, what should I call you?" Xueqi thought to himself, "I don't even know what your name is, so how can I call you that?" Third sister pouted and said, "Honored master used to call me Yao. Disciple's full name is Ji Yao." Xueqi chuckled and said, "Perhaps honored master hasn't seen you for a long time and has forgotten how to call you Yao. In that case, I will call you Yao from now on." Third sister giggled and said, "Honored master really knows how to joke. All right, continue cultivating. Honored master is busy, so don't disturb me." "Yes." After saying so, she obediently closed her eyes and began to meditate. Xueqi secretly glanced at her, secretly sighing in his heart. He didn't know if this Ji Yao would return to normal in the future and remember today's events. Would she come to settle accounts with him? It was fine if he pretended to be Bing Yun and took advantage of her. After all, there was a reason for it. But the matter of seeing her naked body was not so easy to settle. After all, It was related to a woman's reputation. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai shuddered and hurriedly collected his thoughts and continued to alchemy. Time flew by. Yang Kai stayed in Phoenix Luo Palace for about 10 days. During this time, he had been refining pills. Just as he had expected, with the addition of a large number of materials, the quality of the emperor-grade spirit pills he refined improved, and the number of pills he produced increased. During this time, 6 or 7 spirit pills with pill veins were born, which surprised him a little. His talent in alchemy was not bad. Later, he triggered the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone on Water Moon Star, the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. He was taught alchemy by the Heavenly Way and glimpsed a trace of the Grand Tao of alchemy. He had a unique advantage in alchemy. In this regard, even little senior sister Xia Ning Chang's sacred spirit medicine body was inferior. In 10 days, he refined a lot of spirit pills. There were various uses, but most of them were used to assist in cultivation. Yang Kai gave some to his third sister, secretly hoping that when she regained her consciousness in the future, she would be willing to turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. Third sister was overjoyed when she received the reward, and thanked Yang Kai profusely. This made Yang Kai feel guilty, but he didn't dare to show it. Another 5 days passed, and Yang Kai's success rate of refining emperor-grade spirit pills had almost reached perfection. Every time he refined 9 pills, the quality of which had greatly improved, and the number of spirit pills that had formed pill veins had increased exponentially. With such skill and proficiency, refining the flesh incarnation pill was no longer a problem. Chapter 2608. When he saved Gao Xueqi last time, he obtained a flesh incarnation fruit from the ancient medicine garden. As long as he could gather the other supplementary materials, Yang Kai would be able to refine the flesh incarnation pill and reconstruct Tian Yan's body in Azure Sun Temple's forbidden area, the Divine Ascension Mirror. Although Tian Yan was only a soul avatar, he was still a master on the level of great emperors. If he could use the flesh incarnation pill to reconstruct his body, then there would be another great emperor in the star boundary. The reason why Yang Kai spent so much effort on this matter was because Tian Yan was a good person. Tian Yan had taught him a soul secret technique in the Divine Ascension Mirror, and also because he had promised Tian Yan a long time ago. Furthermore, it was a rare opportunity to earn a favor from one of the great emperors. As long as he could help Tian Yan reconstruct his body, he wouldn't have to worry about Tian Yan not helping him if he ran into trouble in the future. However, the flesh incarnation pill was extremely difficult to refine, and the herbs required were also very rare. There were 81 supplementary herbs, and all of them were emperor-grade spirit medicines that were rare and difficult to find. Although Yang Kai had a lot of spirit grasses and herbs, he could only barely gather half of them. The other half was nowhere to be found. Right now, he could only hope that the 3 great saint venerables of the ancient lands could help him gather the herbs. Once the herbs were gathered, he could start refining the flesh incarnation pill and then return to Azure Sun Temple to find Tian Yan. Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but look forward to it. A few more days passed. On this day, Yang Kai was refining pills when he suddenly sensed something and looked outside. He immediately called out Yao. Ji Yao, who was meditating, quickly opened her eyes and respectfully said, "Disciple is here. There are guests. Go tell them that Master is in seclusion. They are not to disturb me. And take the things they have brought. Tell them that I will leave the ancient lands after my injuries have healed." Yes. Ji Yao heard this and quickly stood up and went down from the 2nd floor. Not long after, voices came from below. After a while, Ji Yao returned. She respectfully handed the 4 space rings in her hand to Yang Kai and said, "Honored Master, these are the things that the 3 Saint Venerables asked Disciple to pass to you." Yang Kai nodded and reached out to grab the 4 space rings. Yang Kai casually picked one up and felt it for a moment. He could not help but chuckle, thinking that those 3 Saint Venerables were quite meticulous. Each of these 4 space rings should contain something belonging to a Saint Venerable, so they were afraid that Yang Kai would not be able to tell who belonged to whom. He even deliberately left his aura on the ring, afraid that it would be mixed up with someone else's aura. The one in his hand should be Fan Hua's space ring. He wondered what Fan Hua had given him. Yang Kai was secretly looking forward to it, and his mind entered the ring to investigate. At a glance, all Yang Kai could see were 2 mountain-like piles of source crystals. A big pile and a small pile. The large pile was filled with mid-rank source crystals, while the small pile was filled with high-rank source crystals. After a quick calculation, Yang Kai couldn't help but chuckle. There were about 3 billion mid-rank source crystals and 50 million high-rank source crystals. Such a large number of source crystals was already a considerable amount of wealth. Even if a first-class sect took out such a sum, it would likely be a loss. One had to know that one high-rank source crystal could be exchanged for 100 mid-rank source crystals, and one mid-rank source crystal could be exchanged for 100 low-rank source crystals. 50 million high-rank source crystals might not sound like a lot, but if converted, that was 5 billion mid-rank source crystals and 500 billion low-rank source crystals. This number was extremely terrifying. Yang Kai had been killing and robbing people for many years, and although he had also accumulated a lot of wealth, compared to Fan Hua's wealth, it was still a small wizard compared to a great wizard. In the entire star boundary, the number of high-rank source crystals was limited, so no matter what kind of transaction, it was basically low-rank and mid-rank source crystals. Most high-rank source crystals were used for cultivation and breakthroughs. Fan Hua suddenly received 50 million high-rank source crystals, which was enough for a large sect to operate for several years. Next to the two piles of source crystals was a pile of monster beast nadens. This was the ancient land, and there was no shortage of monster beast. After a monster beast died, it would naturally leave behind an Iden. However, there weren't many monster cores. There were only 112th order monster cores, 2011th order monster cores, 30,000 10th order monster cores, and none below the 10th order. Fan Hua guessed that Yang Kai wouldn't be interested in them, so she simply didn't give him any. Such an amount of monster cores, if placed in the hands of anyone else, would be a shocking amount of wealth, but to Yang Kai, who was sitting on 1,000,000 monster cores, it was nothing. However, it was not easy for Fan Hua to obtain so many nadens. 112th rank nadens were the equivalent of 100 monster beast of the Emperor realm. This was also the result of the 4 saint sovereigns operating in the ancient land for countless years. Otherwise, 112th rank nadens would be unimaginable for any other human sect. Yang Kai's gaze quickly shifted to another pile of things. This pile was filled with spirit flowers and exotic grasses that emitted a lustrous glow. There were all kinds of flowers and grasses piled together, and there were also many attractive spirit fruits of different colors. Every stalk of spirit grass and spirit fruit was emperor grade, with no Dao source grade existences to be seen. I'm rich, I'm rich. Yang Kai wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, his eyes shining with a green light. There were at least 10,000 to 20,000 of these spirit flowers and exotic grasses. Yang Kai glanced over and saw several auxiliary materials needed to refine the flesh incarnation pill. This time he was completely rich. Compared to source crystals and nadens, Yang Kai preferred these spirit flowers and exotic grasses. This was enough to make any alchemist go crazy. But, bastard, how could you place these spirit flowers and exotic grasses so casually? It's a waste of heaven's treasures, Yang Kai cursed again. These spirit flowers and exotic grasses were not properly preserved, so in the long run, their medicinal efficacies would definitely fade away. Fortunately, he had the sealed world bead, and inside the sealed world bead was his own medicine garden. Last time, Yang Kai had cleaned out the entire ancient medicine garden to expand the area of his own medicine garden. The ancient medicine garden's spirit soil was extremely rich and suitable for cultivating spirit flowers. Putting these things in the medicine garden would probably slow down the loss of their medicinal efficacies. Considering all this, Yang Kai quickly threw all the spirit flowers and exotic grasses into the medicine garden in the sealed world bead. He didn't expect to grow them again, just that their medicinal efficacies wouldn't fade away too much. There were too many things, so he didn't have time to sort them out for the time being. Yang Kai planned to wait until he had some free time to sort them out, and see if he could find any auxiliary herbs to refine the flesh incarnation fruit. The space ring sent by Fan Hua only contained these things, but it was indeed a generous gift. Yang Kai was extremely satisfied. Then, he picked up the second ring and sensed it, confirming that there was Tsang Dog's aura on it. It should be the space ring sent by Tsang Dog. After a careful inspection, Yang Kai found that Tsang Dog's gift was not much different from Fan Hua's. He guessed that the two of them had agreed to send the same amount of source crystals, monster cores, and spirit herbs. This didn't surprise Yang Kai. He picked up the third ring, which should be Luan Feng's space ring. Unsurprisingly, Luan Feng's gift was the same as the previous two. The last ring, however, made Yang Kai look forward to it. This ring didn't have anyone's aura on it, but Yang Kai knew that it contained Xueqi's inheritance. Divine spirit Xueqi had lived in the ancient lands for tens of thousands of years. How much wealth had he accumulated over these tens of thousands of years? Pouring his divine sense into the ring, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He also saw 2 piles of source crystals, but they were at least 10 times larger than Fan Wu's and the others. In other words, there were at least 30 billion mid-grade source crystals and 500 million high-grade source crystals. Even if Kai Yang was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but be shocked. Looking at the monster cores, there were 10 times more than those of Fan Hua and the others. There were thousands of level 12 monster cores, tens of thousands of level 11 monster cores, and fewer level 10 inner core, only a few tens of thousands. The amount of spirit herbs was also 10 times more. Just looking at them piled up, there was enough to make one happy. The wealth in the 4 space rings added together was 40 billion mid-grade source crystals and 650 million high-grade source crystals. Disregarding the monster beast's monster cores, Yang Kai already had 1 million monster cores. The Saint Venerable's gifts were only a fraction. As for the spirit herbs, there were more than 100,000. What kind of concept was 100,000 emperor-grade spirit herbs? Perhaps only a place like the savage, desolate ancient land could produce such an amount. No place in the star boundary could produce so many spirit herbs. Yang Kai's current wealth could only be compared to the sects of the great emperors, perhaps even surpassing them. After all, although the sects of the great emperors were powerful, they had many disciples and spent a lot of money on cultivation every year. Among Xueqi's belongings, in addition to the source crystals, monster cores, and spirit herbs, there were also countless rare minerals, as well as a mess of things that Yang Kai could not identify. Most likely, Xueqi's belongings had all been cleared out by Fan Hua and the others and sent to Yang Kai. Comparing the gifts that Fan Hua and the others gave Yang Kai were about 1/10 of their own wealth. This was already considered a very generous gift. If it weren't for the close relationship between Tianxing and Yang Kai, who would be willing to take out 1/10 of their wealth? Fan Hua and the others were probably forced into a corner. Since the beginning of counting the 4 rings, Yang Kai had been laughing foolishly, counting for a while, then counting for a while, then laughing foolishly again. Ji Yao watched from the side with a frightened expression, not knowing what had happened to her honored master, but she did not dare to ask and simply stood there with an uneasy expression. After waiting for Yang Kai to stop laughing foolishly, Ji Yao called out weakly, "Honored master, Yang Kai suddenly woke up and realized that he had lost his composure, quickly adjusting the stiff expression on his face and said, "Yao go and tell Madame Feng that master's injuries have been healed and I will be leaving tomorrow. Tell her not to worry." "Yes," Ji Yao responded and went downstairs. Chapter 2609. Outside the pavilion, Fan Ku, Song Go, and Luan Feng, the 3 Saint Venerables, stood there with bitter expressions. Yang Kai had accepted their gifts but did not show any reaction, making them very anxious. They did not even see Yang Kai in person this time. Only the woman beside him spoke to him. After a while, Song Go said, "Could it be that he thinks our gifts are too light and wants more?" Fan Ku glanced at him and said, "We have already given him 10% of our belongings. How can this be considered light?" "I'm afraid he won't be satisfied," Song Go said worriedly. "It's not like you don't know how greedy humans are." Luan Feng sighed, "If he isn't satisfied, what can we do? I'm afraid we will have to spend more to avoid disaster. By the way, Xueqi's inheritance, you two didn't hide it, right?" Song Go curled his lips and said, "Madame Feng, you have also checked Xueqi's belongings. Can't you tell if he hid anything?" Luan Feng nodded. "I was just asking casually." Fan Ke smiled bitterly. He used the excuse of recuperating to stay in the ancient lands, so we can't ask him to leave. Otherwise, if something really happens, we won't be able to bear the consequences when that descendant of Tianxing comes out of the blood door. Hearing him mention the descendant of Tianxing, Luan Feng and Song Go couldn't help paling, obviously very afraid. The 3 of them looked at each other and sighed, secretly feeling a headache. At this time, the 3 of them seemed to have noticed something and turned their heads to look at the direction they came from. They saw Ji Yao walking over from the pavilion and shouting, "3 Saint Venerables, please wait." Fan Ku and the others were startled, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted them to do. They wondered if that guy was not satisfied with the things in the 4 space rings. Did he want to ask for too much? If that was the case, His table manners would be too ugly. Luan Feng squeezed out a smile and asked politely, "Young lady, does Sir Yong have any other request?" Ji Yao glanced at her indifferently and said, "Honored master asked me to tell you that his injuries have healed and he will leave the ancient lands tomorrow." What? Song Go was overjoyed. He cried out involuntarily, "Are you serious?" He was a saint venerable, but when he heard that Yong Kai was leaving the ancient lands, he couldn't help but lose his composure. As soon as he spoke, Fan Ku quietly kicked him. The old dog's expression changed and it quickly shut its mouth, looking embarrassed. Ji Yao didn't even look at him. She just passed on Yong Kai's words and went back the way she came. After Ji Yao's figure disappeared, the Luan and Feng trio looked at each other in dismay and saw the relief in each other's eyes. Fan Ke secretly winked at him. The three of them suppressed the joy in their hearts and quickly walked away. Only then did they let out a sigh of relief. Song Go smiled and said, "We finally sent him away. It seems that this Mr. Yang isn't too greedy." If Yong Kai really wanted them to give him more things, they would have no choice but to prepare for another big loss. Spend money to avoid calamity. Spend money to avoid calamity. Fan Ku also wore a cheerful expression. In this world, there were probably some people who would still be happy after Yong Kai extorted and blackmailed them. If it were anyone else, the three saint venerables would have fought with them. Since he is leaving tomorrow, this queen will personally send him off, so as not to be impolite, Luan Feng said with a smile. Fan Ku nodded and said, "Of course, then we will have to trouble Madame Feng." Luan Feng waved her hand and smiled bitterly. Who asked him to live in this queen's territory? After all, the ancient lands is our territory. If something happens to him, I'm afraid no one can bear this responsibility. The three of them chatted for a while before Fan Ku and Song Go bid farewell and left. When they came, the two of them were worried and restless, but when they returned, they were relaxed and happy. The contrast between their moods was like the difference between heaven and earth. In the following time, Yong Kai did not refine any more spirit pills and instead began to organize the things in the 4 space rings. Source crystals and monster cores were easy to deal with. Yong Kai categorized them into different categories and threw them into the small sealed world according to their grade, piling them up into small hills for him to collect when he needed them. Only the 100,000 or so emperor-grade spirit herbs took Yong Kai a lot of effort. These spirit herbs were rare, so Yong Kai naturally had to check them one by one to preserve their medicinal efficacies as much as possible. After a busy night, less than a tenth of the 100,000 spirit herbs had been sorted out. The next morning, Yong Kai led Ji Yao out of Feng Luo Palace under the guidance of the maidservant Tian Long and saw Luan Feng waiting outside. "Sir Yang." Luan Feng saw Yong Kai and quickly greeted him. Yong Kai nodded lightly and chuckled. "I have troubled Madame Feng these days. Now that this young master's injuries have been healed, it is time to leave. As for the Stone Spirit Clan, I will have to ask Madame Feng and the other 2 Saint Venerables to take care of them." Luan Feng pursed her lips and smiled. "Sir Yang, please rest assured. As long as the 3 of us remain in the ancient lands, we will not let the Stone Spirit Clan suffer." Yong Kai nodded with satisfaction. Luan Feng said, "The ancient lands has many barriers and it is a long journey. Allow me to accompany Sir Yang." Facing her kindness, Yong Kai did not refuse and simply nodded before leaping into the air. Ji Yao also hurriedly followed. Luan Feng's figure flickered and she arrived beside Yong Kai and Ji Yao in an instant, rolling her monster chi around them before turning into a stream of light and flying out of the ancient lands. Yong Kai was now a first-order Emperor Realm Master and his speed was not slow, but he found that his speed was somewhat inferior to Luan Feng's. Unless he used Space Force to teleport, there was no way he could compare to her. In less than 2 days, the trio had left the ancient lands and arrived in front of the ancient lands passageway. Inside the passageway, there was a strange fog, lightning, and astral winds raging from time to time, and countless Een souls were glaring at them. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master would not dare to enter rashly. But to Luan Feng, these obstacles were nothing. She rushed straight into the strange fog with Yong Kai and flew out of the passageway in just 2 hours. Just as his vision cleared, Yong Kai heard a cry of surprise before he could see the scenery in front of him. "Brother Yong." "HM?" Yong Kai was stunned and turned his head in the direction of the voice, only to see a large group of cultivator of varying strength gathered there. There were at least 100 of them. Looking at their posture, it seemed that they wanted to enter the ancient lands. The one who spoke was a young man in his 30s. His face was slightly pale and he seemed to have been injured. Seeing this person, Yang Kai could not help but frown and ask, Chi Hai. This guy was none other than Heaven Chi Castle's Chi Hai, who had met Yang Kai in the Shattered Star Sea. He knew that Yang Kai had obtained the Phoenix True Fire, so he begged Yang Kai to go to Chi Castle and use the Phoenix True Fire to save his wife. His wife was poisoned by one of the 10 great poisons in the ancient lands, the Heavenly Frost Earth Rain. In this world, only the Phoenix True Fire's Nirvana Flame could expel this poison. If the Phoenix True Fire was still in Yang Kai's hands, Yang Kai would not mind helping him a little within his ability. But now the Phoenix True Fire had been absorbed by Liu Yan, and Liu Yan was taken to Spirit Beast Island by Jiu Feng. Yang Kai wanted to help, but he was powerless. Before entering the ancient lands, Yang Kai also met another disciple of Heaven Chi Castle, Chi He Feng, who was arranged by Chi Hai to wait for Yang Kai in the ancient lands passage. He wanted to do Yang Kai a favor and tell him that the Netherworld sect was plotting against him. But Yang Kai was so fierce that even though he knew, he still rushed into the ancient lands without hesitation. As a result, the Netherworld sect was completely wiped out. Looking at each other, Chi Hai's expression was complicated. There seemed to be some guilt and struggle in his eyes, but soon, his hesitant eyes suddenly became firm. He cupped his fists and shouted to a strong old man in front of him. Senior Wu. He is the one you are looking for. Although the old man looked old, his body was extremely strong. He was wearing a short-sleeved vest, and the muscles on his arms were like steel. His amazing strength seemed to be about to burst out at any time. Hearing Chi Hai's words, the strong old man's face sank and he shouted in a low voice. Is he that boy called Yang Kai? While speaking, his hawk-like sharp eyes stared straight into Yang Kai's eyes, and a murderous intent flashed across his face. Chi Hai quickly said, yes. Good, very good. A ferocious smile appeared on the old man surnamed Wu's face. I didn't expect that he would come to this king without waiting for this king to find him. His luck is really good. Chi Hai gritted his teeth and said, I hope Senior Wu can keep your promise and lend this junior the Phoenix True Fire after this matter is settled. The old man surnamed Wu coldly snorted. When did this king give you such a promise? But senior, didn't you say before? Chi Hai's face changed drastically as he looked at the old man surnamed Wu with an ugly expression. The old man snorted. What kind of divine object is the Phoenix True Fire? How can you borrow it? Senior, you actually broke your promise. Chi Hai's expression instantly turned ugly, but he was helpless because his strength was inferior. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. Impudent. The old man surnamed Wu did not speak this time, but it was another old man who shouted angrily and slapped Chi Hai, causing him to vomit blood and fall to the ground. The old man took a step forward and coldly said, If you dare speak nonsense again, this elder will kill you first. Young Fort Lord. Seeing Chi Hai fall to the ground, the group of people quickly rushed over and helped him up with concern. Realizing that Chi Hai's life was not in danger, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, then glanced at the old man who had attacked them with sullen expressions, not daring to say anything. What kind of song is this? Yang Kai watched with a strange expression. He did not expect that he would encounter such a good show as soon as he came out of the ancient lands, and it seemed that he was also involved in this good show. Chi Hai and the old man surnamed Wu did not talk much, but Yang Kai was not a fool and could naturally see some clues. Chapter 26:10. Looking at the hundreds of people in front of him, Yang Kai grinned. Netherworld sect. You're really haunting me. Among the hundreds of people, there were a dozen people with extremely cold auras, including the old man surnamed Wu and the one who dealt with Chi Hai before. They obviously cultivated an evil secret art. The aura these people gave Yang Kai was the same as Yin Lushang, Hua Fei Chen, and the others he encountered before. In that case, the identities of these dozen or so people were obvious. In the eastern region, other than the people of the Netherworld sect, there was probably no other family. Apart from these people, the rest of the people's strength was uneven. At this moment, they were looking at Chi Hai with eyes full of concern. Presumably, they were from the Heaven Chi Castle. Soon, Yang Kai's eyes fixed on another old man and frowned slightly. Old man? Why are you here too? This old man was the one who led him and Ruo Shi into the ancient lands, Old Ban. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Old Ban smiled bitterly. They want to enter the ancient lands. I'm a fish on the chopping block. This sentence expressed the helplessness in his heart. Old thing, shut up. A netherworld sect disciple next to Old Ban immediately glared at him. Old Ban's expression changed and he didn't dare to speak again, but he quietly transmitted a message. Little brother, leave quickly. These people from the netherworld sect seem to be looking for you. Unexpectedly, as soon as his voice fell, the netherworld sect disciple who stared at him before shouted, Old thing, you dare to secretly transmit a message? You're courting death. As soon as his words fell, he sent a palm strike towards Old Ban. Old Ban's cultivation was only in the first order Dao source realm. Although the transmission was extremely subtle, how could it be hidden from the third order Dao source realm's netherworld sect disciple? Seeing this old man refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, the netherworld sect disciple immediately wanted to teach him a lesson. In any case, the person the vice sect master was looking for had taken the initiative to appear. Naturally, there was no need to enter the ancient lands. Since he didn't want to enter the ancient lands, it didn't matter if he was beaten to death or not. This palm strike was merciless. As the wind howled, Old Ban's face turned deathly white. Just as the palm was about to land on Old Ban's body, another palm suddenly stretched out to meet it. Who is it? The netherworld sect disciple was shocked, but before he could see the face of the attacker, his two palms met. A tsunami-like power surged towards the netherworld sect's disciple, and he felt as if the power was tearing through his defenses, invading his body and rampaging inside. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The netherworld sect's disciple was sent flying backwards and tumbled several times on the ground. When he stood up again, he checked his body. His face immediately turned ashen as he said in despair, My meridians have been destroyed. He looked up and screamed hysterically. Only then did he see clearly. The one who attacked him before was actually that guy called Xueqi. He immediately gritted his teeth and said, You are so ruthless. Xueqi rescued Old Ban and wrapped him up before looking at the netherworld sect's disciple indifferently. Boy, didn't your master teach you to respect the old and love the young? You don't even have this little bit of virtue. Crippling your meridians is just a small punishment. You can't be so rude when you see an old man in the future. The netherworld sect's disciple was already grieving, so when he heard Xueqi scolding him, he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. He turned to the old man surnamed Wu and said, Vice sect master, this disciple's meridians have been destroyed. You must uphold justice for this disciple. The old man surnamed Wu coldly snorted. What a disgrace. Get lost. The disciple was stunned, never having thought that the vice sect master would be so unreasonable. Not only did he not help him, but he even reprimanded him. He suddenly felt like he had nothing left to live for, and in a fit of anger, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. The old man surnamed Wu looked at Xueqi coldly and snorted. First order emperor realm, not bad. Xueqi grinned at him and boasted shamelessly, saying so, he turned his head and the smile on his face disappeared. He looked coldly at Qihai and said, Brother Qihai, you seem to have done something wrong to me. This young master is very distressed. Qihai heard this and his face was full of shame and embarrassment, but he still gritted his teeth and said, Brother Yang, this Qi didn't want to do this if I had no other choice. It's just that my wife's life is in danger. Unfortunately, Brother Yang has the Phoenix True Fire and is unwilling to lend a helping hand. This Qi can only rely on others. Xueqi sighed and said lightly, This young master admires Brother Qi's feelings for your wife. Unfortunately, even if you betrayed me, this master vice sect master doesn't seem to appreciate it. Qihai suddenly felt bitter. Previously, the people from the Netherworld sect came to the Heaven Qi Castle because the Heaven Qi Castle was the local tyrant and knew more about the ancient lands than others. Qihai was angry at Xueqi for being so stingy that he didn't even want to help, so he agreed to Vice Sect Master Wu's request without hesitation. He brought dozens of Heaven Qi Castle's disciples and prepared to enter the ancient lands to search for Xueqi. But before they could enter, Kai Yang actually ran out on his own and came face to face with them. Where there is a will, there is a way. Qihai gritted his teeth and said, This Qi believes that sincerity can move metal and stone. As long as Vice Sect Master Wu can lend me the Phoenix True Fire, this Qi is willing to pay any price. While speaking, Qihai turned his head to look at the old man surnamed Wu. The latter's expression was indifferent and he didn't say anything at all. Yang Kai laughed and said, Brother Qi, what you said is very good. But, didn't Qi He Feng tell you that the Phoenix True Fire is no longer with me? Qi Hai smiled bitterly and said, Brother Yang, the Phoenix True Fire is so precious that no one would give it away, right? I just want you to do me a favor. It's just a small matter for you, but for me, it's more important than my own life. Why are you so evasive? Yang Kai's face turned cold and said, Believe it or not, I've already given the Phoenix True Fire to someone, and that person is not here now. Originally, I thought that I would bring that person to the Heaven Chi Castle after she came back because you sold me a favor last time. Anyway, it's not a big deal. But now, your wife's poison is up to heaven. Qi Hai's face suddenly changed and he said in a trembling voice, Brother Yang, the Phoenix True Fire is really not with you. Yang Kai snorted coldly and didn't bother to talk to him anymore. Speaking of which, he didn't have much friendship with Qi Hai. He was lucky that he didn't kill him in the Shattered Star Sea last time. This time, Qi Hai actually leaked the news that he had the Phoenix True Fire, which was really infuriating. Seeing Yang Kai's expression, Qi Hai suddenly realized that Yang Kai shouldn't be lying. After all, when Qi He Feng returned to the Qi family fort that day, he had already mentioned this to him. Now that Yang Kai repeated it again, he couldn't help but believe it a little. For a moment, he was extremely vexed in his heart. The bitterness in his mouth was like eating Chinese gold thread. He stood there in a daze, as if he had lost his mind. Are you the deputy sect master of the Netherworld sect? Yang Kai turned to look at the strong old man and raised his eyebrows. Impudent! The old man who had attacked Qi Hai earlier shouted angrily. Kneel down in front of our sect's deputy master. Yang Kai sneered and said, Who does he think he is? Is he qualified to make this young master kneel? The old man still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Old Man Wu. Old Man Wu looked at Yang Kai indifferently and nodded. Good temperament and cultivation. Boy, this king would like to accept you into your Netherworld sect. What do you think? The group of Netherworld sect disciples were shocked when they heard this. They never expected that their deputy master would think so highly of Yang Kai. The Netherworld sect was a top sect in the Eastern Territory, and its reputation and prestige were second only to the Serene Soul Palace. It wasn't a place that just anyone could join. However, since the deputy master had spoken, it was naturally not difficult for him to accept someone. The Netherworld sect disciple who had his meridians destroyed by Yang Kai just happened to wake up. When he heard this, he was shocked and stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes. Accept me into the Netherworld sect. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Old Man Wu nodded and said, Yes, this king is the Netherworld sect's deputy sect master, Wu Yuanjing. As long as you agree, this king is still qualified to accept you. Yang Kai scratched his face and said calmly, Netherworld sect disciple. This young master has no interest in it. Wu Yuanjing said, What if this king grants you the position of an elder? What? The group of Netherworld sect disciples froze in place as if they had been struck by lightning. The Netherworld sect disciple who had his meridians destroyed spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted again. He had hoped that the deputy master would avenge him and kill Yang Kai, but he didn't expect things to develop beyond his imagination. Not only did the deputy master have no intention of avenging him, but he also wanted to accept Yang Kai into the sect and even grant him the position of an elder. Once Yang Kai really became an elder of the Netherworld sect, how could he have the chance to take revenge? His meridians being destroyed would probably be forgotten. Elder. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded, seemingly unable to believe his ears. He turned to look at Ji Yao and asked, Yao, is master hallucinating? Ji Yao said expressionlessly. Disciple also heard it. She couldn't help but snort. Her honored master was the ancestral founder of Iceheart Valley, and Iceheart Valley's status was almost the same as the Netherworld sects. This Wu Yuanjing actually wanted her honored master to become an elder of the Netherworld sect? She didn't know if his head had been kicked by a donkey. What a joke! Wu Yuanjing said indifferently. Of course, the premise is that you must hand over the Phoenix True Fire to this king. As long as you hand over the Phoenix True Fire, all the grievances between you and my Netherworld sect will be written off. This king will also guarantee you the position of an elder of the sect. What do you think? Yang Kai looked excited and said, That sounds very good. Wu Yuanjing smiled slightly and said, This sect is a top sect in the Eastern Territory. Even an elder's status is not inferior to that of a second-class sect master. You are still young and have a promising future. In time, it is not impossible for you to climb to this king's position. Chapter 26:11. Yang Kai beamed with joy and said, This proposal is tempting, but this young master's grudge with the Netherworld sect is not small, especially with your sect master's legacy disciple, Yin Lushang, Wu Yuanjing said. This king said that as long as you are willing to join this sect, all past grievances will be forgotten. As for martial nephew Yin, this king will persuade him. I believe he is not a person who can't see the big picture. Are you really going to write it off? Yang Kai raised his brow. This king has already said it. How could I lie to you? Even if Yin Lushang and Hua Fei Chen have been killed by me. Wu Yuanjing narrowed his eyes and the smile on his face disappeared in an instant as he shouted. What did you say? Yang Kai said lightly. Yin Lushang and Hua Fei Chen have been killed by me. Wu Yuanjing shouted. That's impossible. The reason why he appeared here was because he heard that Yin Lushang and Hua Fei Chen had brought a group of Netherworld sect disciples to the ancient lands to find trouble with an enemy. Yin Lushang was the legacy disciple of the Netherworld sect master and had broken through from the lower star boundary. His aptitude was extremely good and his future was bright. He was of great value to the Netherworld sect and the sect master valued him very much. Hua Fei Chen was an elder of the Netherworld sect and held a high position in the sect. Wu Yuanjing and the Netherworld sect master did not know that the two of them had brought many disciples into the ancient lands. Later, the Netherworld sect master inadvertently heard about this matter and became angry and worried. After all, the ancient lands were extremely dangerous. He was afraid that something would happen to his legacy disciple, so he asked Wu Yuanjing to come and look for him personally. After Wu Yuanjing arrived here, he immediately went to Heaven Qi Castle. From Heaven Qi Castle, he heard about the grudge between Yin Lushang and Yang Kai and also learned that Yang Kai possessed the Phoenix Fire. Wu Yuanjing was overjoyed and realized that this trip might be an opportunity for him. If he could obtain the Phoenix True Fire and refine it, then he might become another martial flame great emperors in the future. At that time, the Netherworld sect would have to listen to his orders. He secretly made up his mind. Not only did he have to find Yin Lushang, he also had to snatch Yang Kai's Phoenix True Fire. Therefore, he was generous enough to bestow the position of elder to Yang Kai. How could a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master possess a divine artifact like the Phoenix True Fire? Only a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master like him was qualified to subdue this divine fire and use it for himself. Who knew that Yang Kai would suddenly throw out such a heavy bomb? Yin Lushang had broken through to the First-Order Emperor Realm after returning from the Shattered Star Sea, while Hua Fei Chen was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. Now, Yang Kai was saying that he had killed both of them. Wu Yuanjing's first thought was disbelief, not to mention that Yin Lushang still had the Emperor Authority Bead given to him by the Netherworld Sect Master. That Emperor Authority Bead could seal the full power of a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? The Netherworld Sect Elder who attacked Yang Kai earlier sneered. Obviously, he didn't believe what Yang Kai said. With Yang Kai's strength, how could he have killed Hua Fei Chen, a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master? But as soon as his voice fell, his eyes suddenly widened as he looked forward in shock. He saw a pitch-black object appear in Yang Kai's hand. It was dark and gloomy. With a shake of the wind, the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling could be heard. The Netherworld Purgatory Banner, the Elder exclaimed. Wu Yuanzheng couldn't help but twitch as he stared at the Netherworld Purgatory Banner. It really is the Netherworld Purgatory Banner, and the aura from this banner is rich. It doesn't seem to be a Dao Source Grade 1, but an Emperor Grade 1. In the sect, only the Elders, Sect Master, and Vice Sect Master possess an Emperor Grade Netherworld Purgatory Banner. Did he really kill Elder Hua? Shocked, the group of Netherworld Sect's disciples began to discuss among themselves. The Netherworld Purgatory Banner was an artifact that every Netherworld Sect disciple could refine, but the power of the artifact varied according to each person's cultivation. The one in Yang Kai's hand was the Emperor artifact left behind by Hua Fei Chen after his death. Some disciples couldn't distinguish the aura from the banner. However, Wu Yuanjing and the other elder immediately realized that this banner belonged to Hua Fei Chen. For a moment, Wu Yuanjing's face turned ashen. If Hua Fei Chen died, then Yin Lushang, who was with him, wouldn't have a good end. The sect master regarded Yin Lu Shang as the future successor of the Netherworld sect and spent a lot of effort on him. If he died, who could calm the sect master's anger? You really killed Elder Hua. The Netherworld sect elder flew into a rage and roared, "Little brat, hand over your life." Enraged, he flew out without hesitation. Black chi surged out from his body, giving off a frightening aura. It was as if he wanted to kill Kai Yang to avenge Hua Fei Chen. It was unknown what kind of relationship he had with Hua Fei Chen. Wu Yuanjing was shocked and quickly shouted, "Elder Zhong, come back!" Although Yang Kai was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, since he could kill Hua Fei Chen, then Elder Zhong was definitely not his opponent. Elder Zhong was so angry that he lost his mind, but Yang Kai saw through him. But his shout was undoubtedly a little too late. Looking at Elder Zhong who was flying towards him, Yang Kai's face didn't show any surprise. He just chuckled and said, "Elder Zhong, don't be anxious. This young master will send you to accompany Hua Fei Chen." He slowly raised his hand and was about to attack when a beautiful figure suddenly flashed behind him. Ji Yao, exuding an extremely cold aura, stood in front of him and clenched her jade hand slightly, summoning a long sword. An astonishing aura suddenly spread out, and Ji Yao seemed to have transformed into an iceberg that would not melt for 10,000 years. Anyone who dared to approach her would be frozen. Second Order Emperor Realm Master. Elder Zhong turned pale with fright and was horrified. Although he had seen Ji Yao before, because she had been standing behind Yang Kai, he thought that this woman was Yang Kai's attendant or maidservant. How strong could Yang Kai's attendant or maidservant be if she was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master? Not to mention him, even Wu Yuanjing did not look at Ji Yao from beginning to end. It was not until Ji Yao attacked that they realized how wrong they were. This woman, who was quietly standing behind Yang Kai, was actually a second-order Emperor Realm Master, much stronger than Yang Kai. Ji Yao unsheathed her sword, and a sword light flashed and a sword hum rang out. An ice domain suddenly spread out and enveloped Elder Zhong. In mid-air, Elder Zhong felt his body stiffen as he was enveloped by the ice principles. His Emperor Qi was unable to circulate properly, and his hair and beard were instantly frozen. "I'm not her opponent." Elder Zhong's eyes widened as he shouted with all his might, "Vice Sect Master, save me!" But how could Wu Yuanjing save him? This Elder Zhong had attacked without warning, and his speed was so fast that he was not far away from Yang Kai. Even if Wu Yuanjing wanted to save him, it would be too late. Under everyone's gaze, the sword light in Ji Yao's hand flashed briefly before she returned to her original motionless posture, as if she had never moved. However, an ice flower strangely appeared on Elder Zhong's chest. The ice flower had 6 petals. It was crystal clear and beautiful, but this extreme beauty was accompanied by a shocking murderous intent. With a light cracking sound, the ice flower suddenly spread out and covered Elder Zhong's body, completely wrapping him in it. Through the crystal-clear ice wall, hundreds of pairs of eyes could still see Elder Zhong's frozen expression of horror. Elder Zhong, who had been frozen into a block of ice, fell from the sky and shattered the moment he hit the ground. Even Elder Zhong, who had been sealed in ice, was torn apart without a trace of blood. Instant kill. A first-order Emperor Realm Elder of the Netherworld sect had been killed in a single strike by this otherworldly woman. The strong visual impact shocked everyone's soul, and they were unable to recover for a long time. "Those who dare to shout in front of Honored Master will die," Ji Yao said coolly as her beautiful eyes swept across the crowd. Anyone who met her gaze could not help but shudder. Only Wu Yuanjing's anger erupted like a volcano, almost setting him on fire. His robes fluttered without wind, and his hair danced wildly as he said in a cold voice, "Good, good, good. It seems that this sect has been silent for so long that any random cat or dog dares to kill an elder of this sect." While speaking, he glared at Yang Kai and shouted, "Yang Kai, even if you hand over the Phoenix True Fire today, you will die for sure." An elder-level master had died in front of him. If he did not kill the culprit, he would not be able to give the sect an explanation. Yang Kai sneered, "You want to kill this young master? Let's see if you have the ability. Then this king will open your eyes today." Wu Yuanjing grinned and said coldly, "Don't worry, this king won't kill you quickly. I will make you bleed every drop of blood in your body. As for the 2 women beside you, they will know what it means to live a life worse than death. Vice Sect Master, kill them and avenge Elder Zhong. Kill them. Those 2 women are quite beautiful, We can enjoy them before we kill them. Vice Sect Master is in for a treat. That's right, that's right. Heh, those two women are blind. Of all the people they could follow, they actually chose to follow this little brat. Now they're out of luck. After the group of Netherworld sect disciples recovered from the shock of seeing Elder Zhong killed, they were suddenly filled with confidence because they had Wu Yuanjing. Wu Yuanjing was the vice sect master of Netherworld sect, a third-order emperor realm master, second only to the sect master in terms of strength. With the vice sect master taking action, this man and two women would definitely not be able to escape. Senior Yang, how about leaving this person to this mistress? Luan Feng heard the profanities of the group of Netherworld sect disciples and a cold light flashed across her beautiful eyes as she spoke in a low voice. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, I was just about to borrow Madame Feng's strength. A third-order Emperor Realm Master was much stronger than him. Even if he used all his means, he would have to pay a heavy price to kill this person. The reason why Yang Kai was so fearless was because he had Luan Feng by his side. Otherwise, he would have fled with Ji Yao long ago. But now, Wu Yuanjing was probably out of luck. He shamelessly wanted Luan Feng to know what it meant to live a life worse than death. Even the heavens would not be able to save him. Chapter 26:12. While Yang Kai was secretly communicating with the Luan Feng, Wu Yuanjing had already leaped into the air and swooped down like a hunting eagle. His momentum was ferocious as he shouted, Kneel for me! Hua Fei Chen was dead, Yin Lishang was dead, and even Elder Zhong was dead. The Netherworld sect had suffered heavy losses this time. Wu Yuanjing wanted to use Yang Kai and the others to show the world what kind of tragic fate awaited those who killed the Netherworld sect. As he swung his palm down, the pressure of a third-order Emperor Realm Master surged out and solidified the surrounding space. It was as if a mountain was falling from the sky instead of a person. Many Netherworld sect disciples watched in excitement, looking forward to the scene of Yang Kai and the others kneeling and begging for mercy. The dozens of Heaven Qi Castle disciples also watched with complicated expressions, especially Qi Hai, who couldn't help but sigh secretly. He knew that Yang Kai was doomed this time. Now that Yang Kai was dead, whether he still had the Phoenix True Fire or not, Qi Hai had no hope of borrowing it. His wife's Heavenly Frost Earth Rain poison was probably incurable. For a moment, he felt bitter in his heart and hated himself for being too weak and useless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wu Yuan sneered, while Kai Yang and the other two seemed to have been scared silly. They all stood in place, not daring to move an inch. Seeing that the palm was about to land, the Luan Feng suddenly raised her hand and pointed upwards. Her movement was extremely casual, as if she was pointing at an incoming fly. But the power of this finger made Wu Yuanjing's face change drastically. His tyrannical third-order Emperor Realm aura was directly broken by this finger. His ferocious aura was like a deflated balloon. All of a sudden, it was exhausted. Not only that, but there was also a terrifying finger force in front of him. Like an indestructible sword, it tore through the principal strength and protective Emperor Qi around his body and stabbed into his palm. This is impossible. Wu Yuanjing's heart shook violently. He could not hide the shock in his eyes as he desperately poured his cultivation into his palm. He wanted to resist the finger force that was invading his body. However, his third-order Emperor Realm cultivation, which he had always been proud of, was like a joke in front of this inexplicable finger force. It was completely useless. Piff. A soft sound rang out as blood splattered everywhere. Wu Yuanjing, who had pounced down ferociously, looked as if he had been struck by lightning. A bloody hole the size of a chopstick appeared in the center of his palm. His entire body flipped a few times in the air and staggered to the ground. His eyes trembled as he looked at the Luan Feng. The Netherworld sect's disciples were stunned. Many disciples of the Heaven Qi Castle were dumbfounded. What did they see? Wu Yuanjing, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, had his palm pierced by a woman's finger, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back? Everyone was frightened. The entire place was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the sound of heartbeats could be heard. In this world, who could injure a third-order Emperor Realm Master to such an extent? You. Who are you? Wu Yuan's face turned pale. It wasn't because of how serious his injuries were. Although the power of that finger had pierced his palm, it was only a minor injury. He should be able to recover after taking some pills and recuperating for a few days. Compared to his injuries, he was more shocked. He was shocked by the identity of this woman in front of him. To be able to injure him to such an extent, this woman's identity couldn't be too bad. Suddenly, a sensational thought popped up in the depths of his heart. His forehead dripping with cold sweat, Wu Yuanzhang asked bitterly, "Are you Master Huaring?" As soon as these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. Huaring. It was a person's name, and also a title. One of the 10 great emperors. The Huaring Great Emperors. She was also the only female great emperors among the 10 great emperors. Although she was a woman, her strength wasn't any weaker than the other great emperors. She supported the entire Star Boundary's female cultivator, and was the object of reverence for all female cultivators. Unlike the great emperors such as the Serene Soul and the Bright Moon great emperors who founded their own sects, the Huaring great emperors seemed to live in a place called 10,000 Flower Valley. However, no one knew where this 10,000 Flower Valley was located in the Star Boundary. The 10 great emperors all had different temperaments. Some founded their own sects and spread their branches and leaves, some traveled the world alone and lived freely, and some lived in seclusion in the mountains and rivers, unknown to the world. It was just that each of their names had spread throughout the entire astral boundary. The reason why Wu Yuanjing guessed that Luan Feng was the Huaring Great Emperors wasn't without reason. The main reason was that this woman's strength was far beyond his. He was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so those who surpassed him were undoubtedly great emperors. And Luan Feng was a woman, so it was easy for people to associate her with the Huaring. The Huaring Great Emperors. A burst of exclamations rang out. The dozen or so Netherworld sect disciples all turned pale and their legs trembled. They looked as if their parents had died. It's over. The vice sect master could have provoked anyone, but she actually provoked a great emperor's. And she even shamelessly asked her to kneel down. Our actions are even more exaggerated. We even used dirty words to insult this master. How can we live now? The people of Heaven Chi Castle also had dignified expressions. Although they had been silent, they were still mixed up with the people of Netherworld sect. Who knew if the Huaring master would settle accounts with them? On the other side, Wu Yuanjing was sweating profusely and his face was full of fear. He trembled and said, "Master, this one had eyes but failed to see. I did not know that the master had personally come. I hope the master can forgive this one." After provoking the great emperors, Wu Yuanjing's heart was also dead, but he couldn't figure out why Yang Kai, a trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master, had a second-order Emperor Realm Woman by his side. But why was even a master on the level of great emperors following behind him? What is this guy's background? What was even more hateful was that he had been so arrogant just now, but he didn't point it out. It was obvious that he was waiting to watch a good show. This queen is not the Huaring. You've got the wrong person, the Luan Feng said lightly. Not the Huaring master. Wu Yuanjing was stunned and looked at the Luan Feng in a daze. He suddenly thought of something and said, "Then you are. You are." The Luan Feng didn't want to talk to him and pointed at Wu Yuanjing again. But this time, it was different from before. Just now it was just pure finger force. But now, under this finger, a pitch-black flame suddenly floated out. World-extinguishing black flames. You really are. Wu Yuanjing's face changed wildly. He had obviously realized the true identity of the Luan Feng. It wasn't surprising that he could guess this. After all, this was the periphery of the ancient lands. And there was a female divine spirit in the ancient lands. At this moment, seeing the signature world-extinguishing black flames, how could he not know the true identity of the other party? Divine Spirit Luan Feng. Wu Yuanjing was horrified. If he had provoked the Huaring Great Emperors, then he might have had a chance of survival because rumor had it that as the only female Great Emperors, the Huaring had a very good temper. As long as one didn't do anything too heartless, she wouldn't make things difficult for others. However, provoking the Holy Spirit Luan Feng was a different story. Although the Luan Feng was not a person who would willfully slaughter the innocent, it was a different story. Although the Huaring Luan Feng wasn't a kind person, she wasn't a kind person either. "Master, please spare me," Wu Yuanjing shouted with all his strength while urging his Emperor Qi to resist the world-extinguishing black flames. The Luan Feng remained indifferent. Wala. The moment the world-extinguishing black flames touched Wu Yuanjing, his Emperor Qi ignited, turning him into a burning black fireball in an instant. An extremely shrill scream rang out, causing everyone who heard it to feel their hearts skip a beat. "Master, please spare me, master, please spare me." Wu Yuanjing desperately urged his Emperor Qi. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not extinguish the world-extinguishing black flames. On the contrary, the more he urged his Emperor Qi, the fiercer the world-extinguishing black flames burned, as if his Emperor Qi had become fuel. Wu Yuanjing's screams and pleas for mercy soon disappeared because under the world-extinguishing black flames, Wu Yuanjing was burned to ashes in less than 3 breaths, and even the space ring on his hand was completely melted. Dead silence reigned. Earlier, Elder Zhong had attacked Yang Kai but was instantly killed by a woman with an icy temperament. Now, Wu Yuanjing had attacked Yang Kai but was instantly killed by another woman. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed such a thing could happen in this world. "Madam Feng, your flames are too powerful." Yang Kai watched as the space ring on Wu Yuanjing's hand melted. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling distressed. Wu Yuanjing was the vice sect master of the Netherworld sect, so there must be a lot of good things in his space ring, but now it was burned to ashes by the Luan Feng. How could he not feel distressed? The Luan Feng smiled and said, "This mistress was negligent, but I ask Sir Yang to forgive this mistress this time for the sake of the many good things I obtained last time." Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Since the Luan Feng had already said so much, what else could he say? "Master, please spare us, master." The dozen or so Netherworld sect disciples in front of them suddenly knelt down and begged for mercy. Now that Elder Zhong and Wu Yuanjing were both dead, they had no one to rely on. If they wanted to live, they could only abandon their self-esteem and shame. For a time, the dozen or so people knelt down and kowtowed, begging for mercy one after another. "Shut up, if you make any more noise, I'll kill you." Ji Yao's expression became cold as she shouted. She was getting a headache from all the noise. The dozen or so people didn't dare to speak again, but all of them stared nervously at the Luan Feng, fearing that she would kill them in a fit of anger, following in the footsteps of the vice sect master. Asterisk Pudong. Asterisk another person knelt down. Yang Kai glanced over and found that this person was actually Qi Hai. Qi Hai's face was ashen as he said miserably, "Brother Yang, this Qi was wrong this time. I hope that after you kill me, you can calm your anger and let go of my Heaven Qi Castle's disciples." Young Fort Master. The group of Heaven Qi Castle's disciples were shocked. Humph. Yang Kai glanced at him but didn't pay him any attention. He just looked in a direction and said coldly, "Netherworld sect. It seems that it's necessary to make a trip there." The Luan Feng frowned and said, "Does Sir Yang want to go to the Netherworld sect to settle accounts with them?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Whether I want to settle accounts or not, it depends on their attitude. However, I have another matter to ask for their help." After saying that, he turned to look at the Luan Feng and said, "Madam Feng, I'll have to trouble you to come with me." Chapter 26:13. Luan Feng smiled wryly. She knew that Yang Kai wanted her to be his bodyguard, but she couldn't refuse. She nodded and said, "Mr. Yang is too polite. Since the master asked us to take care of you, this mistress will naturally do her best. However, there is one thing Mr. Yang needs to know. This mistress' identity is special. It's not convenient for me to be too presumptuous in a human sect. Otherwise, I will be hunted down by the great emperors." Although she was a holy spirit, she was still in awe of the 10 great emperors. If she was at her peak, she might be able to compete with the 10 great emperors, but she had just given birth to a daughter a few years ago, and her strength had yet to recover. If she really ran amok in a human sect, she would definitely be hunted down by the great emperors. At that time, there would never be a day of peace. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Mistress Feng is mistaken. I'm not going to the Netherworld sect to kill people." Hee hee. Luan Feng smiled. She didn't know whether she should believe him or not. "Let's go." Yang Kai called out and flew out with Ji Yao. Luan Feng didn't move. She turned her head and glanced at the dozen or so Netherworld sect disciples kneeling on the ground. Her beautiful eyes turned cold and she waved her hand. Asterisk bang bang bang. Asterisk with a muffled sound, the dozen or so Netherworld sect disciples burst into a cloud of blood and disappeared from the world. It wasn't that Luan Feng wanted to bully the weak. It was just that these guys didn't watch their mouths and it was really annoying. After dealing with the remnants of the Netherworld sect, Luan Feng turned around and chased after Yang Kai. The dozens of Heaven Qi Castle disciples stood in place, sweating profusely. It was a long time before they gradually came back to their senses and realized that they were lucky this time. They were lucky to have saved their lives. Young Lord, they are all gone. An old man came to Qi Hai and whispered. Qi Hai knelt on the ground powerlessly. His eyes were blank and his face was full of bitterness. Luan Feng seemed to be very familiar with the Eastern Territory. According to her, she had transformed into her human form many times and walked around the star boundary. Due to his experience in traveling, he was extremely familiar with the geography of the various parts of the astral boundary. Under her lead, Yang Kai's group of 3 arrived at a city called Konghai City in less than a day. After entering the city, the 3 of them went straight to the Castellan Manor. Konghai City's city lord was only a first-order emperor realm master. When he heard that someone had trespassed on his city lord's mansion, he flew into a rage and hurriedly rushed over from his retreat. Before he could ask anything, Ji Yao, who had received Yang Kai's orders, released a little of her spiritual pressure. Immediately, the city master was shaken to the spot, not daring to act rashly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Kai's group of 3 left through the Castellan Mansion's space array. After the 3 left, the city master could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. His back was already drenched in sweat. Repeating the same process, he teleported several times. The 3 of them finally arrived at Purgatory City. Mr. Yang. Purgatory City is the closest city to the Netherworld sect. It is also one of the foundations of the Netherworld sect. From here, it will take less than 2 hours to reach the Netherworld sect. After walking out of the space array, Luan Feng explained to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, I will have to trouble Madame Feng to lead the way. Luan Feng smiled and said, Please follow me. After getting along with each other for a few days, Luan Feng found that Yang Kai's temper was quite gentle and he was polite to her. He was completely different from his unruly behavior in the ancient lands that day. This made Luan Feng feel a lot more relieved, knowing that Yang Kai was not the kind of person who would run amok. After leaving the city lord's mansion, the 3 of them went straight to the Netherworld sect. 2 hours later, a spirit mountain appeared in front of them. In the continuous mountain range, there were many pavilions and pavilions. Many cultivators shuttled back and forth. This place was also full of world energy, obviously having an extraordinary earth vein. However, the feeling this place gave Yang Kai was not the same as the other spirit mountains and rivers, because there was always a kind of yin qi here. It probably had something to do with the Netherworld sect's cultivation. The Netherworld sect's disciples all cultivated some kind of yin secret art, and the artifacts they refined were all yin attribute artifacts. The sect also had a strange existence called the Netherworld Pond. Over the years, this spirit river treasureland had become filled with ghost qi. The disciples guarding the gate were only in the Tao source realm, so when Yang Kai's group flew past, they did not even notice. They probably did not expect that there would be someone in this world who dared to trespass into the Netherworld sect without notifying them. After entering the Netherworld sect, the group swaggered and flew slowly, as if there was no one around. Yang Kai looked left and right, constantly looking at the surrounding scenery. Luan Feng said, Mr. Yang, are you looking for the Netherworld sect master, Fu Bo? Yang Kai said, Yes, Madame Feng. Do you know where he is? Luan Feng shook her head and said, This mistress does not know. I have never been to the Netherworld sect before. Then we'll have to find someone to ask. While the 2 of them were talking, they suddenly heard a shout from not far away. Those people over there, stop right there. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a stream of light flying over. When it got close, the stream of light dispersed, revealing the figures of a man and a woman. The man was about 30 years old, but his face was slightly sallow, his aura was weak, and his forehead was dark. His cultivation was only in the first-order Tao source realm, and his brocade robe showed that his status was not low. As for the woman, her eyes were full of lust, her cheeks were red, and her hair was slightly messy. Her eyes were watery and seductive. Her beauty was not bad, especially her figure, which was extremely enchanting. Her cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than the man, in the third-order Tao source realm. When the man and woman approached, a lewd smell drifted over with the wind. Yang Kai was very experienced, and when he smelled this smell and looked at the woman's seductive eyes, how could he not know what the man and woman were doing just now? He secretly laughed in his heart. It was daytime, and they were in the mood to do this. He did not know which mountain they were at just now. Luan Feng frowned and said, "What is this smell?" Although she had a daughter, she was not the kind of girl that Yang Kai had imagined to have sex with a monster king. Instead, she gave birth to a child by using her own blood essence and yuan qi to condense a spirit egg in her body. When it came to the matters between men and women, Luan Feng was still a blank piece of paper. So how could she understand the essence contained in this smell? However, this smell made her instinctively feel that she did not like it. Hey, what an ice mountain beauty! As soon as the young man arrived in front of Yang Kai and the others, he suddenly stared straight at Ji Yao, who had an indifferent expression on her face. Because they cultivated an ice attribute secret art, many of the disciples of Ice Heart Valley had cold looks on their faces, as if they were trying to keep strangers at a distance of 1,000 kilometers. After washing up and dressing up, Ji Yao no longer looked as dirty as before. Her beauty was outstanding, her figure was graceful, and coupled with her cold aura, it was easy to arouse the desire of men to conquer her. The young man in front of her was undoubtedly the kind of person who liked women, otherwise, he would not have pulled his female companion into such a shameful act in broad daylight. Scram! Ji Yao felt very uncomfortable being stared at by this young man, and immediately shouted coldly, "Ha, your little temper is quite irritable. I like it." The young man's face was extremely thick. Ji Yao clearly did not care about what he said, but he had a look of pleasure on his face, his eyes flashing as if his appetite was aroused. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled Ji Yao behind him as he looked at the young man with a smile. The young man's face became cold as he snorted. "Who are you? You aren't a disciple of my Netherworld sect, are you? Why have I never seen you before?" Yang Kai said lightly, "You don't need to worry about that. We came to Netherworld sect to collect some debts." "Tell me, your sect master." Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, the young man suddenly seemed to have found a treasure and his eyes bulged as he stared straight at the Luan Feng standing to the side, licking his lips as he said, "What a beautiful woman, ha ha ha, this young master's luck is not shallow today. I've decided, you will serve me in bed tonight." Compared to Ji Yao, that ice-cold beauty, this young man seemed to prefer a mature and charming woman. Previously, his eyes had been attracted by Ji Yao, but now that he suddenly discovered the Luan Feng, he became excited and his breathing became slightly rapid as a wicked light flashed across his eyes. Saying so, he stretched out his hand to grab the Luan Feng. Looking at his posture, it seemed he wanted to forcefully capture the Luan Feng. Are young people nowadays so arrogant? Yang Kai was startled and quickly stepped aside. Courting death. The Luan Feng was furious. What kind of status did she have? Even if Netherworld sect master Fu Bo personally came here, he would still have to treat her with respect. But this so-called First-Order Dao Source Realm youth actually dared to reach out his hand to her. Not only that, he even dared to speak obscenities and ask her to serve him in bed tonight. Even a clay figurine had a temper, let alone a divine spirit Luan Feng. While the young man reached out to grab the Luan Feng, he glanced at Yang Kai with both contempt and admiration in his eyes, as if he was saying that Yang Kai was very sensible. Just now, when Kai Yang had stepped aside, he had naturally seen it. He had thought that Kai Yang was afraid of him. This caused the young man's vanity to explode and he said, "Little girl, you'd better not resist. This young master's grandfather is the great elder. If you obey this young master, you will enjoy endless benefits in the future." The Luan Feng snorted and struck out with her palm. Before the young man could react to what had happened, he was struck by the palm and exploded into a mist of blood, not even leaving behind a corpse. Ah! The woman who came with the young man instantly paled and covered her red lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. She couldn't believe her eyes as she stared at the pieces of flesh and blood that were falling from the sky. The grandson of the great elder, who had sworn an oath of eternal love with her at the foot of the mountain and promised her countless benefits, had died just like that? She hadn't even fulfilled those benefits yet, so how could he die like this? Even if he died, he should have given her the benefits first, otherwise, she would have suffered a great loss this time and been played for nothing. When she thought about how this pool of minced meat and blood was still wriggling and running amok on her body, the woman's face suddenly turned pale. She turned sideways and vomited. She vomited until the sky darkened and the earth darkened. Her eyes became dizzy. Chapter 26:14. Madame Feng, Didn't you say you couldn't be too presumptuous in a human sect? Now you've killed the grandson of a great elder. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Yang Kai glanced at the cold Luan Feng. Luan Feng gritted her teeth. He's already bullying this queen. Should I just let him touch me? After a pause, she angrily said, Mr. Yang is also not a good person. What are you saying? Yang Kai was speechless. What does this have to do with me? It's others who want to molest you, not me. Luan Feng glared at him. Why did you move aside? Kai Yang was fully capable of stopping what had just happened, but instead, he stepped aside, causing Luan Feng to become even angrier. If Yang Kai hadn't moved aside, she wouldn't have killed him in anger. Haha. Yang Kai dryly laughed. It was just an instinctive reaction. He's just a piece of trash, so it's fine to kill him. Madame Feng doesn't need to care. Luan Feng's face was cold, but she still seemed to care. She suspected that Yang Kai had done this deliberately to drag her into the water. But now, she had killed the grandson of a great elder in a fit of anger, forming a grudge with the Netherworld sect. Do you know who he is? On the other side, the woman who was used to vomiting finally recovered and accepted the fact that the grandson of a great elder had died tragically in front of her. But she still couldn't help but look at Yang Kai and the others in shock. These guys were too bold. They had killed the grandson of a great elder and acted as if nothing had happened. Not only did they not run away, but they even stood here and chatted. I heard him when he introduced himself, so he's the grandson of a great elder. Yang Kai looked at the woman with a smile. You. The woman was completely stunned. Her peach blossom eyes, which were originally overflowing with spring, were now filled with shock. She didn't know what to say. But she knew one thing. The great elder wouldn't let them go. The great elder's bloodline was thin, and in the third generation, only this grandson was left. Unfortunately, this guy was ignorant and incompetent, and his aptitude wasn't very good. All he thought about was playing with women. Many senior sister and junior sisters in the sect had fallen into his evil hands. Some of them had taken the initiative to throw themselves into his arms, while others had been forced to be humiliated. Because he was the grandson of the great elder, he had abundant cultivation resources in his hands. Thus, there were many senior and junior sisters who had designs on him. They took the initiative to undress themselves in order to obtain some useful cultivation resources. She was one of them. As for those who were forced to be humiliated, they had no way to take revenge because that fellow had the protection of the great elder. However, this fellow was quite smart. The senior sister and junior sister who had been forced to humiliate her didn't have any status in the sect, so they had no one to complain to when they were wronged. As for those with status, he never used force. He always used benefits to entice them. Just like that, he had boarded the pirate ship. Who would have thought that after sacrificing her body, not only would she not obtain any benefits at all, she even witnessed his death with her own eyes. Of course, this man and two women didn't have a good ending. He was afraid that he would be implicated as well. Thinking of the scene of the first elder's rage, the woman couldn't help but shudder, her face turning even paler. Don't be afraid, Yang Kai said in a gentle voice. We won't do anything to you. What do you want? The woman asked in a sobbing voice. Where is your sect master Fubo now? Yang Kai asked with a smile, but in the woman's eyes, that harmless smile was even more terrifying than a demon. She subconsciously pointed in a direction and said, That mountain peak is where the sect master cultivates. Oh. Yang Kai looked in the direction of her finger and nodded slightly. Thank you. Saying so, he flew towards the mountain peak with Ji Yao and Luan Feng. The woman from the Netherworld sect stood there in a daze. After a long while, she suddenly shuddered and hurriedly flew towards another mountain peak. She had to quickly report what had just happened to the Great Elder. Otherwise, once the Great Elder investigated, she would undoubtedly die. At the summit of the mountain peak, the Yin Qi was dense. There seemed to be a huge array protecting this place, preventing the dense Yin Qi from leaking out. Inside this dense Yin Qi, one could faintly hear ghostly cries and howls, causing one's hair to stand on end. Just as Yang Kai's group of 3 arrived, an angry roar suddenly came from inside. Who goes there? Fubo. Yang Kai raised his brow and asked. Junior, how dare you call this king by his name? Do you want to die? The voice sounded again. It looks like you are Fubo. Yang Kai grinned and stepped forward, directly blending into the Yin Qi and disappearing. Ji Yao and Luan Feng hurriedly followed. The yin qi that shrouded the mountain peak seemed to be used only for cultivation and had no defensive or hallucinatory properties. Yang Kai led Ji Yao and Luan Feng all the way in and suddenly opened up. A palace appeared before them. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately felt a powerful aura inside the palace. As he walked in, he saw a tall and sturdy man standing there. His eyes were glaring at him with a gloomy expression. In any case, his netherworld sect was one of the top forces in the eastern region. Even if it was compared to the entire star boundary, it would still be considered extraordinary. But now, someone had actually barged into his cultivation grounds. Naturally, Fu Bo was furious. Sweeping with his divine sense, he found that Yang Kai was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master and became even angrier. However, he was still the sect master of a sect, so his knowledge and experience were extraordinary. Seeing Yang Kai walking calmly without the slightest hint of nervousness, Fu Bo subconsciously felt that this person's background was not small. Otherwise, how could he dare to call him by his name and break into this place? Who are you? Why have you broken into my netherworld sect? Fu Bo asked with a cold snort. Yang Kai glanced around and smiled slightly. This young master is Yang Kai. I wonder if Sect Master Fu has heard of me? Yang Kai. Fu Bo frowned. It sounds familiar. After thinking about it carefully, his expression changed and he shouted, "Are you Lushang's enemy?" Yin Lushang was his legacy disciple and Fu Bo had high hopes for him. Yin Lushang did not hide what happened in the Shattered Star Sea from him after he returned. He even mentioned the name Yang Kai. However, Fu Bo was too lazy to pay attention to the grievances of the younger generation, and just told Yin Lushang to cultivate more so that he could personally take revenge in the future. But Yin Lushang was in a hurry and after staying in the Netherworld sect for a few days, he urged Hua Fei Chen to go with him to the ancient wildlands to find Yang Kai. After the news leaked, Fu Bo immediately asked Vice Sect Master Wu Yuan to lead a group of people to provide support, lest his disciple meet with an accident in the ancient wildlands. But what he did not expect was that before his disciple and Vice Sect Master returned, this boy named Yang Kai actually came. It seems that Sect Master Fu knows this young master. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and nodded. Then this matter will be easy to handle. Fu Bo turned a deaf ear to this and his expression became gloomy as he slowly said, "As far as this king knows, Le Shang went to find you. Did you see this king's good-for-nothing disciple along the way?" "I saw him." Yang Kai smiled. "There was a guy named Hua Fei Chen with him, who seems to be an elder of your noble sect." Fu Bo's heart instantly sank when he heard this, and he shouted in a low voice, "Where are they?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Sect Master Fu seems to be a sensible person. They went to find this young master, but now this young master is here, unharmed. What do you think will happen to them?" Sect Master Fu also said that your disciple was a good-for-nothing, so this young master decided to be merciful and help you clean up your sect. No need to be polite. Fu Bo's blood boiled as he shouted angrily, "That's impossible." Yang Kai said coldly. Wu Yuanzhang said the same thing before he died. What? Fu Bo was really shocked this time. Even Vice Sect Master Wu died? After a while, Fu Bo suddenly calmed down and snorted lightly. "Ignorant brat, this king was almost fooled by you. With your weak cultivation, even Elder Hua could easily deal with you, so how could you kill Vice Sect Master Wu? What a joke." Yang Kai said lightly, "This young master's strength is indeed not as good as Wu Yuanzhang's, but I didn't say that I killed him. The one who killed him was someone else." Fu Bo frowned, feeling that Yang Kai was not lying. His heart skipped a beat and he quickly released his divine sense again to investigate the two women beside Yang Kai. The woman with the frigid aura had a good cultivation, actually a second-order Emperor Realm Master, which surprised Fu Bo. When he wanted to use his divine sense to investigate the Luan Feng again, he suddenly felt an extremely fierce divine sense approaching him, causing his face to pale in fright and he couldn't help retreating a few steps in horror. "Who are you, honored guest?" It was only at this moment that he realized how unfathomable this beautiful woman was. Standing there, this woman gave him the feeling that he was facing great emperors. As the sect master of Netherworld Sect, Fu Bo had met great emperors before. He had met the great emperors of Serene Soul more than once in the Eastern Territory. Every time he went to the Serene Soul Palace to meet the great emperors, Fu Bo's mood was exactly the same as it was now, extremely uneasy, as if this woman could take his life with a wave of her hand. This young man is actually accompanied by one of the great emperors? What is his background? Compared to this, Fu Bo was more interested in figuring out the identity of this beautiful woman. The Luan Feng snorted lightly and had no intention of introducing herself. After all, as a divine spirit, she shouldn't have come to a human sect, so if it wasn't necessary, she didn't want to expose her identity. Sect Master Fu, do you believe me now? Yang Kai looked at Fu Bo calmly. Fu Bo gulped and glanced at the Luan Feng with a look of dread, then glanced at Yang Kai, realizing that Yang Kai was the one in charge here, so he nodded and said, with this master taking action, I'm afraid Wu Yuanjing has no chance of surviving. With Wu Yuanjing dead, Yin Lushang and Hua Fei Chen naturally didn't have a chance to survive. What he didn't know was that Yin Lushang and Hua Fei Chen were both killed by Yang Kai and had nothing to do with the Luan Feng. Sighing, Fu Bo said dejectedly, since my worthless disciple had eyes but failed to see and provoked your excellency, he deserved to die. It's just, your excellency and my disciple had a personal grudge after all. Since he has already been executed, why did your excellency come to my netherworld sect? Chapter 26:15. Yin Lushang provoked such a strong enemy and died. Although it was heart-wrenching, Hu told him not to open his eyes and take a closer look. He even implicated the netherworld sect, causing them to lose 2 of the Emperor Realm's elders and a vice-sect master. This time, the netherworld sect's loss was huge. Fu Bo firmly believed that it was Luan Feng who killed those people, so he didn't dare to have any thoughts of revenge and his attitude softened. What he was most worried about now was whether the other party would give up. If they were unwilling to turn a big problem into a small one, then it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the netherworld sect. The arrival of the great emperors was no joke. If they were not careful, the netherworld sect might be removed from the star boundary. Yang Kai snorted and said, Yin Lushang provoked me time and time again. This young master is kind and merciful, so I let him go in the Shattered Star Sea, but I didn't expect that he would still try to find trouble with this young master, causing this young master a lot of trouble. You killed them all, so what trouble do you have? The one who is really troubled is this king bastard. Fu Bo was furious in his heart, but he didn't dare to refute. As the saying goes, it is the father's fault if the child is not taught well. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Although Yin Lushang is dead, your responsibility as his master is not small. If you had taught him well, he would not have been so stubborn and narrow-minded. It's coming, it's coming. This matter really implicates the netherworld sect and me. Although he had expected this, after hearing Yang Kai's words, Fu Bo still felt deep resentment, wishing he had never accepted Yin Lushang as his disciple, but now that things had come to this, it was impossible for him to escape. What does your excellency want? Fu Bo sighed. Luan Feng stood behind Yang Kai, glaring at him, making his hair stand on end. He was afraid that if he said something wrong, it would make the other party unhappy. Take this opportunity to make things difficult. Yang Kai snorted and said, the mental trauma and physical and mental torture your disciple brought to this young master cannot be erased. Even now, when this young master thinks about it, his heart palpitates and he can't eat or sleep in peace. That memory is like a ghost haunting me, impossible to drive away. Fu Bo raised his hand to interrupt him and said dejectedly, Sir, please state your price. He could tell that Yang Kai didn't really come here to do anything to the netherworld sect and him, the sect master. Instead, it seemed like they were here to blackmail him. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. If he could pay a price to make the other party give up, he could accept it. However, this price would not be small. Yang Kai squinted his eyes and said angrily, Sovereign Fu, aren't you looking down on us too much? Do you think this young master can be bribed so easily? Fu Bo was startled. Could he have misunderstood? He couldn't help but panic. He had no idea what Yang Kai wanted to do by coming to the netherworld sect. On the other side, Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject, stroking his chin and saying, But if Sect Master Fu is really sincere, then this young master may be willing to settle this matter peacefully. When Fu Bo heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Yang Kai speak so righteously just now, she thought that he was a man of principles. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, this fox's tail would be exposed? In the end, he was here to blackmail him. Fu Bo's expression turned ugly as he asked, I wonder, how sincere is your excellency's request? Yang Kai said lightly, If I can get a few tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of source crystals, this young master might forget about those people from your noble sect and be able to sleep peacefully in the future. Tens of millions. Hundreds of millions. Fu Bo was shocked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he asked, "Mid-rank source crystals? What a joke." Yang Kai's expression became angry. Glaring at Fu Bo, he said, "It seems that Sect Master Fu's sincerity is not enough to extinguish this young master's anger. Madam Feng!" He shouted angrily. Luan Feng immediately stepped forward and said, "What is Senior Yang's order?" Wait. When Fu Bo saw the Luan Feng step forward, he was startled and hurriedly raised his hand to stop her. Cold sweat poured down his back like a waterfall as he asked weakly, "Your Excellency, are you referring to high-rank source crystals?" Yang Kai sneered. Why does Sect Master Fu have to pretend to be confused? Fu Bo couldn't help gulping, only now understanding how big Yang Kai's appetite was. Tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of high-rank source crystals. It wasn't that the Netherworld sect couldn't afford it, but it would definitely hurt them. Although the Netherworld sect was one of the top sects in the Eastern Territory, they also controlled a lot of source crystal loads and produced a lot of source crystals every year, but with so many disciples and so many assets, their consumption was also high. If they really met Yang Kai's needs, the cultivation resources of the disciples would be greatly reduced in the next few years. Fu Bo was furious. His sect's vice-sect master, 2 great elders, and even a legacy disciple had been killed, yet his enemy had come to blackmail him and demanded an exorbitant price. Anyone in his position would feel uncomfortable, but his fists were not as big as his enemies. Just as Fu Bo was hesitating, a voice suddenly came from outside the hall. "Sect Master, Zhou Yong requests an audience." Great Elder. Fu Bo frowned, not knowing why his great elder had come here at this time. At this moment, he was like a dragon swimming in shallow water, so naturally he didn't want others to see his embarrassment. However, after thinking about it for a moment, it was better to have more people present. With Great Elder here, perhaps he could recover some of his losses. After all, Great Elder was not an outsider. Thinking so, Fu Bo opened his mouth and said, "Come in." To the side, Yang Kai glanced at Luan Feng with a smile on his face. Luan Feng's expression was cold as she snorted lightly. When she had just entered the Netherworld sect, Luan Feng had killed a man who was obsessed with women and wanted to kidnap her. That man had also introduced himself, saying that he was the grandson of the Great Elder. Now that the Great Elder of the Netherworld sect had suddenly come in person, how could she not know what he was here for? He was clearly here for revenge. In fact, this was indeed the case. After the charming woman who had followed the man who had been killed gave Yang Kai and the others directions, she immediately went to see the Great Elder and reported everything that had happened. The Great Elder was furious. After learning that Yang Kai and the others had come to find Fu Bo, he naturally hurried here. His grandson had been killed in the sect. How could he accept this? Not to mention that it was his only grandson. The hatred of his grandson was absolutely irreconcilable. Just the other party's arrogant behavior was tantamount to slapping his old face. Outside the hall, Zhou Yong walked in with a cold expression, the murderous intent in his eyes almost tangible. After greeting Fu Bo, he immediately looked at the 2 women standing behind Yang Kai. He had heard from the disciple of the Third Order Dao Source Realm that the one who had killed his grandson was a dignified and graceful woman. Luan Feng and Ji Yao's temperaments were very different, so Zhou Yong quickly determined who the murderer was. At this moment, Fu Bo frowned, thinking about how to explain the situation to the Great Elder so that he could come up with an idea, so he did not notice Zhou Yong's anger and murderous intent. Without waiting for him to come back to his senses, Zhou Yong suddenly roared out, "Lowly slave, was it you who killed this king's grandson?" "HM?" Fu Bo was startled and looked up at Zhou Yong, asking in horror, "Great Elder, what are you saying? Did he hear wrong? The Great Elder actually called her a cheap slave?" Zhou Yong stretched out his hand and pointed at Luan Feng standing behind Yang Kai, angrily shouting, "Sect Master, it was this cheap woman who killed Zhouji in the sect. That was this elder's only grandson." "Zhouji?" Fu Bo frowned. That ignorant and incompetent guy? He obviously knew who Zhouji was. After all, he was the Great Elder's grandson. If it had been an ordinary disciple, he would not have remembered him. After all, with his status, how could he care about a small First-Order Dao Source Realm? But Zhouji was different. He was the Great Elder's grandson. Fu Bo had long heard of this person and knew that this guy was ignorant and incompetent. Relying on the Great Elder's support, he often ran amok. However, this boy had never damaged the foundation of the sect, nor had he harmed any of the female disciples with outstanding aptitude, so out of respect for the Great Elder, Fu Bo did not bother to interfere. Who would have thought that the debauchee would actually be killed by someone, and even killed in his own sect? The person who killed him was the expert that even he was afraid of. Zhou Yong said with a pained expression. Although Ji was ignorant and incompetent, he was still young. With this old master's personal guidance, he could have become a great talent in the future, but today he died. Killed by this cheap woman, my Zhou family has no more descendants. Fu Bo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, quietly observing Luan Feng's reaction as he shouted, "Great Elder, shut up." She was an existence on the level of a heavenly emperor. How could Zhou Yong be so blind as to insult her time and time again? How could he possibly have a good ending if he had angered her so much? For a moment, Fu Bo's intestines turned green with regret. If he had known this would happen, how could he have let Zhou Yong in? Not only did he fail to help, he even added to the chaos. Zhou Yong angrily shouted, "Sect Master, even if they are your guests, this old master must avenge my grandson." He thought that Yang Kai and the others could stand here because of Fu Bo's guests. But even if they were Fu Bo's guests, he was not afraid. As a third-order Emperor Realm Master and the Netherworld sect's Great Elder, Zhou Yong believed that the sect master would stand on his side. But the situation was completely different from what he expected. Fu Bo's face was gloomy as he shouted angrily, "Great Elder, please consider the overall situation." Overall situation? Zhou Yong sneered. This old master has no more descendants. What overall situation is there? Today, sect master, please grant this old master's wish. But if you don't, this old master will leave the Netherworld sect to kill these people. Fu Bo trembled as he realized that he was in trouble. His face turning ugly as he said, "What nonsense are you talking about? The vice sect master was already dead, and so were the two elders. If the Great Elder left the sect as well, the strength of the Netherworld sect would definitely plummet. At that time, even with a third-order Emperor Realm sect master like him, he would not be able to save the sect. I hope sect master will grant my request." Zhou Yong cupped his fists and shouted with a firm attitude. What he said just now was just a retreat in order to advance. He did not really want to leave the Netherworld sect. After all, he had devoted his entire life to the Netherworld sect. How could it be so easy for him to leave? Chapter 26:16. Zhou Yong believed that as long as he showed the slightest bit of determination, the sect master would definitely grant him his wish. After all, he had worked hard for the sect for so many years. Great Elder Zhou, is it? At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly chuckled and looked at him with a playful expression. Why don't you tell sect master Fu why your grandson died? Fu Bo was startled. That's right. As soon as Zhou Yong came in, he accused the great emperors of killing his grandson. But why would the great emperors attack a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator for no reason? Normally, they wouldn't even look at him, let alone make a move. Zhou Yong snorted. No matter what Ji did wrong, you can't kill him. Yang Kai was startled and was speechless. After a long time, he gave a thumbs up and praised. Great Elder is indeed domineering. Zhou Yong said angrily, Ji is this king's grandson. It's pardonable for him to make some small mistakes, but you all killed him. Today, this old man has come here to take your lives and avenge my Ji. Small mistakes. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Fu Bo and said, Sect Master Fu, that Zhou Ji was lustful and wanted to kidnap this lady Feng beside this young master to serve him. Sect Master Fu, what do you think? Kidnap? Serve him? Fu Bo was shocked. His forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and his eyes were spinning. He felt that there was no more light in this world. In front of this lady Feng, even he had to be obedient and not dare to act rashly. That Zhou Ji actually dared to kidnap her? And wanted her to serve him? This was courting death. Only now did he finally understand why the great emperors would attack a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. And with his understanding of Zhou Ji, that hedonistic son of a rich family could really do such a thing. Yang Kai looked at Zhou Yong with a smile. He said today, this young master has finally witnessed great elder's might. As expected of someone from a large sect, the way you speak is completely different. It's really an eye-opener. As you said, if that grandson of yours is still alive and you personally teach him, he will be able to do so. In the future, he would definitely become a great man. After all, like grandfather like grandson. It's useless to talk about this now. Zhou Yong coldly stared at Yang Kai, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Only death can quell the anger in this old man's heart. Turning around, he looked at Fu Bo and said in a low voice, "Please grant my wish, sect master." Fu Bo's expression sank as he silently cursed the great elder for being so blind today. Just as he was about to send him a secret sound transmission to explain the Luan Feng's strength, a voice suddenly rang out. Yang Kai suddenly spoke up, "Sect Master Fu, since this great elder is willing to leave your sect in order to kill me, why don't you fulfill his wish? If you continue to obstruct us like this, I'm afraid no one will be happy." When Fu Bo heard this, how could he not understand what Yang Kai meant? He sighed heavily. And closed his eyes. It was as if he had nothing to do with this matter. "Many thanks, sect master." Zhou Yong was overjoyed. Turning around, the Emperor Qi in his body fiercely surged as he viciously slapped towards the place where Yang Kai and the others were standing. From the looks of it, it was as if he wanted to kill Kai Yang and the others with a single slap. How dare a speck of light compete for glory? The Luan Feng coldly snorted. She didn't seem to move, but her body suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai and she raised her hand, sending a jet-black flame towards Zhou Yong. As soon as the jet-black flame appeared, it gave off an aura that seemed capable of incinerating all things. The power of Zhou Yong's palm collapsed. Suddenly it collapsed. His entire body shook violently, and his body was full of flaws. What? Zhou Yong's face changed drastically as his eyes filled with horror. The aura of death rushed towards him as he cried out in alarm. "Sect Master, save me!" He finally realized that he had kicked an iron plate. The strength of this dignified and beautiful woman far exceeded his own. She was not someone he could contend against at all. Fu Bo's closed eyes suddenly opened, but before he could say anything, Yang Kai said coldly, "Sect Master Fu, it's best if you don't draw fire to yourself." Fu Bo's heart jumped and he swallowed the words he was about to say. Ah! A scream rang out as the wisp of world-extinguishing black flame turned into a ball of fire that wrapped around Zhou Yong and burned him. Just like before Wu Yuanjing's death, the more desperately Zhou Yong urged his Emperor Qi, the fiercer the flames on his body burned, as if his Emperor Qi had become fueled. Sect Master. Zhou Yong was still screaming miserably and desperately, still trying to call for help. Although Fu Bo couldn't bear it in his heart, he didn't dare to intervene and could only watch with a gloomy expression. After a full 10 breaths of time, Zhou Yong turned into a pile of ash and the wisp of world-extinguishing black flame was summoned back by the Luan Feng. The current great elder of the Netherworld sect had died. After venting her anger, the Luan Feng still seemed to be angry and glared at Yang Kai. "Mr. Yang, this mistress has forgotten his space ring again." How was this forgetting? This was clearly intentional because she knew that even if she killed Zhou Yong, the space ring would never fall into her hands. In the end, it would only benefit Yang Kai, so she simply melted it down. Yang Kai was largely responsible for today's events. The Luan Feng was obviously still angry about Yang Kai stepping aside and forcing her to kill that playboy disciple. If it weren't for Yang Kai stepping aside, there wouldn't have been so much trouble today. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said embarrassedly, "It's fine, it's fine." Seeing Yang Kai like this, the Luan Feng's angry mood calmed down significantly. Speaking of which, this man had the protection of that Heaven Punisher descendant, so she really shouldn't have shown him any disrespect. But now that Yang Kai wasn't angry at all, Luan Feng felt that he was a good person. Turning his head, Yang Kai looked at Fu Bo and asked, "Sect Master Fu, Lady Feng killed your noble sect's great elder. Do you have any objections?" Not only did he not have any objections, he had a huge objection. The sect's 3 great emperors were third-order elders, and now he was the only one left. How could he not have any objections? But so what if he had objections? Fu Bo saw the Luan Feng attack with his own eyes and recognized the origin of that black flame. When he heard Yang Kai call her Lady Feng, he faintly guessed the Luan Feng's identity. Divine Spirit Luan Feng. She was one of the 4 holy masters of the ancient wild lands and had 8 monster king subordinates. The left and right divine envoys were no weaker than him. Although they weren't great emperors, they were comparable to great emperors and were existences he couldn't afford to provoke. If he angered her, she could just casually send a few monster kings over and easily destroy the Netherworld sect. Feeling bitter in his heart, Fu Bo forced a smile and said, Zhou Yong has already left this sect and is no longer a member. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with this sect. His heart was also full of doubts. How could the dignified divine spirit Luan Feng be willing to follow behind a human cultivator and be ordered around at will? What kind of hidden background did this Yang Kai have? Yang Kai looked at Fu Bo meaningfully and smiled. Sect Master Fu is really a wise man. Since that's the case, let's continue to talk about compensation. No need. Fu Bo smiled bitterly. This Fu will definitely satisfy your excellency. Previously, when he heard Yang Kai demand an exorbitant price, he wanted to bargain, but now he just wanted to send these demons away as soon as possible. His own sect's disciple had taken a fancy to the Luan Feng's beauty and wanted to kidnap her. It was already fortunate that the other party didn't get angry and destroy his entire sect, so how could he dare to be long-winded? While speaking, Fu Bo took out a communication artifact from his space ring and poured his divine sense into it, obviously communicating with someone. After putting away the communication artifact, Fu Bo forced a smile and said, Please wait a moment. Yang Kai nodded and suddenly said with a serious expression, Sect Master Fu, this young master actually came to the Netherworld sect for 2 matters. The first matter has already been completed, but the second matter needs to be discussed with Sect Master Fu. Fu Bo's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know what other tricks Yang Kai had up his sleeves, so he asked nervously, What other instructions does your excellency have? Yang Kai smiled and said, Sect Master Fu, don't be so nervous. To Sect Master Fu, this second matter was as easy as lifting a finger. In fact, I want to borrow your noble sect's space array. Borrow the space array? Fu Bo's mood relaxed, feeling as if he had suddenly ascended from hell to heaven, and he said with relief, No problem, no problem. He had been wondering what the other party's second matter was, but it turned out that it was just borrowing the space array. Where does your excellency want to go? Fu Bo asked tentatively. Yang Kai said, The Northern Territory. The Northern Territory is so far. Fu Bo frowned and said, Although my sect's space array can be considered a large-scale array, it can't teleport directly to the Northern Territory. If you want to go directly to the Northern Territory, you must use a territory crossing space array. As far as this Fu knows, in the entire Eastern Territory, only the Serene Soul Palace has a territory crossing space array, and it is something that has been passed down since ancient times. The Serene Soul Palace has a territory crossing space array? Yang Kai raised his brow, seeming a little surprised. This Fu has only heard of it and has never seen it with his own eyes. Yang Kai nodded. Not to mention that Fu Bo had only heard about it. Even if Serene Soul Palace really had a cross-domain space array, Yang Kai wouldn't use it. The Serene Soul Palace was guarded by the Serene Soul Great Emperors, so it wasn't a place that just anyone could go and cause trouble. Moreover, Yang Kai had a conflict with the Serene Soul Great Emperor's daughter, Yao Lin. Last time, the Serene Soul Great Emperors didn't make things difficult for him, so if he really sent himself to their doorstep, who knew what the consequences would be? Since we can't cross territory, then help me teleport to the closest place to the Eastern Territory, Yang Kai said. No problem, this Fu will personally arrange it for your excellency later, Fu Bo promised. Mr. Yang wants to go to the Eastern Territory? Luan Feng listened for a while before asking. Yang Kai nodded and glanced at Ji Yao. Ji Yao's current state was unstable. Although she had always mistaken him for Senior Bing Yun and was always obedient around him, who knew when her mind would become chaotic again? Yang Kai wanted to go to the Northern Territory to send Ji Yao back to Iceheart Valley. With Bing Yun personally taking care of her, perhaps Ji Yao would be able to recover. This kind of thing couldn't be delayed, so Yang Kai could only deal with it first. Chapter 26:17. Turning his head, Yang Kai smiled and said, Madam Feng, do you want to come with us? The Northern Territory's scenery is beautiful, and there are many outstanding people here. It would be nice to go and take a look. In your dreams. Luan Feng rolled her eyes at him. This guy wants to use me as a free bodyguard? How hateful. Originally, She could have just sent him out of the ancient lands, but she had no choice but to accompany him to the Netherworld sect. Now, who would want to go to the Northern Territory with him? If you don't want to go, then don't go. What are you getting angry for? Yongkai rubbed his nose. Fu Bo watched from the side with trepidation. He really couldn't understand Yongkai's origins and why he had such a close relationship with the divine spirit Luan Feng. However, he knew one thing, and that was that this young man must not be provoked. After waiting for less than half an hour, a woman's voice came from outside the hall. Sect Master, subordinate requests an audience. Come in. Fu Bo hurriedly said. After staying here with Yongkai and Luan Feng for half an hour, Fu Bo felt like there was a thorn in his back, but at this moment, it was as if he had seen his savior, his face filled with joy. Following the sound of footsteps, a woman in palace attire walked in from outside. This woman was extremely beautiful, dressed in a dignified and calm manner, and her cultivation was at the second-order emperor realm. It seemed that her status in the Netherworld sect was not low. After entering the hall, the woman glanced curiously at Yongkai and the others, wondering who this man and two women were and why they were staying in the sect master's retreat. As far as she knew, this place was not a place that just anyone could enter. Even elders like them were not usually summoned and had no chance to set foot here. Where are the things? Fu Bo looked at the beautiful woman and asked. The beautiful woman quickly replied. They are ready. While speaking, she handed a space ring to Fu Bo. Fu Bo took it. Sweeping it with his divine sense, a faint pained look appeared on his face, but he quickly restrained himself and waved to the beautiful woman. You may leave. Sect Master. The beautiful woman, however, did not leave immediately. Instead, she looked at Fu Bo curiously and asked, Why are you suddenly in such a hurry to get 100 million high-rank source crystals? As the manager of the entire Netherworld sect, the beautiful woman was in charge of the sect's storehouse and all the cultivation materials. Although she had taken out the 100 million high-rank source crystals from the storehouse, it was still not enough. However, he had no choice but to ask about its purpose. After all, the quantity was simply too large. Without 100 million high-rank source crystals, all the disciples' cultivation resources would be greatly reduced in the next few years. When the time came, the disciples would complain, and the one who would be criticized would be her, the chief steward. Cultivate. Fu Bo replied indifferently without even raising his eyelids. The beautiful woman stared blankly for a moment before exclaiming in joy, Sect Master, could it be that you? Fu Bo waved his hand. Don't ask so many questions. The beautiful woman hurriedly cupped her fists and said, Yes. However, there was a trace of unconcealable joy between her brows. She thought that the sect master had taken so many source crystals because he sensed the hope of a breakthrough. Fu Bo was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master. If he broke through, he would be at the level of the great emperors. If Fu Bo really became one of the great emperors, then the Netherworld sect would definitely rise in status. Compared to the sect master's cultivation, what was a mere 100 million high-rank source crystals? The beautiful woman immediately felt relieved. Then, this subordinate will take her leave. The beautiful woman bowed respectfully and was about to leave. Prepare the space array on the way. This king will send these guests away in a moment, Fu Bo instructed. The beautiful woman obeyed. He left joyfully. After the beautiful woman left, Fu Bo showed a trace of embarrassment and threw the space ring in his hand to Yongkai. As the current sect master of the Netherworld sect, he couldn't lie in front of Yongkai and the others no matter how thick his face was. However, what else could he do? Tell his subordinates that he had been blackmailed? He really didn't have the face to say that. Yongkai took the space ring and swept it with his divine sense, but he didn't count it carefully and just put it away. He believed that Fu Bo wouldn't play any tricks. If he said 100 million high-rank source crystals, then it was 100 million high-rank source crystals. Having suddenly obtained a windfall, Yongkai was in a good mood. Counting the income he obtained in the ancient wildlands last time, he had more than 700 million high-rank source crystals in his hands. This number was simply too terrifying. Sect Master Fu is really sincere. Yongkai laughed and said, Since Sect Master Fu is so sincere, then this young master's grievances with the Netherworld sect will be written off. From now on, the well water will not interfere with the river water. What does Sect Master Fu think? Very good, very good. How could Fu Bo dare to say no? Yongkai said. Then, the second matter will require the help of your noble sect. Please follow me. Fu Bo didn't hesitate and hurriedly led the way. Outside the palace, the group of four immediately flew off in a certain direction. When they arrived at a mountain peak, Fu Bo led Yang Kai and the others down to the flat ground where a palace stood. Before entering, Yang Kai felt a clear fluctuation of space force. This was the fluctuation of a space array being activated. It seemed that the beautiful woman who had left before had made preparations. After entering the palace, the Netherworld sect disciples guarding the space array immediately saluted respectfully. The beautiful woman who had delivered the space ring also hurried over and cupped her fists. Sect Master, everything has been prepared. We don't know where the target is. Mysterious Armor City, Fu Bo said lightly. The beautiful woman nodded and turned around to signal the several disciples standing next to the space array, who immediately set about adjusting it. After a short while, the space array was fully adjusted. Fu Bo smiled and stretched out his hand. This way, please. Yang Kai led Ji Yao forward and stood in the center of the space array before turning to Luan Feng with a smile and asking, Madam Feng, are you sure you don't want to come with me? Luan Feng replied expressionlessly. Have a safe trip, Senior Yang. Yang Kai chuckled and said, Then I must thank Madam Feng for escorting me. If there is time in the future, this young master will visit again to express his gratitude. The corners of Luan Feng's mouth twitched as she squeezed out a forced smile, but she didn't say anything. At this moment, the more one spoke, the more mistakes one would make. Silence was king. Yang Kai turned his head and said to the Netherworld sect disciples, Begin. The several disciples glanced at Fu Bo, and after Fu Bo nodded, they fully activated the space array. A strong light flashed and the high-rank source crystal placed on the space array was instantly drained of its energy and turned into a pile of dust. After the light disappeared, the figures of Yang Kai and Ji Yao also disappeared. Phew! Luan Feng exhaled softly, thinking that she had finally sent this little ancestor away. For a moment, she was in a good mood and a smile blossomed on her face. Turning around, he didn't even have the intention to say goodbye to Fu Bo. He directly left the palace and flew away. Fu Bo led a group of Netherworld sect disciples to the entrance of the palace and cupped his fists to see her off. Sect Master. The beautiful woman wore a blank expression at this moment because she found that her sect master was extremely respectful and fearful of that woman. Others didn't even pay attention to him, yet he ran out to see her off. That woman just now. Who was she? The beautiful woman couldn't help asking the question in her heart. Before Fu Bo had time to answer, a loud cry suddenly came from the distant sky, melodious and clear, resounding through the sky. Vaguely, there was a huge object flying in the clouds, and it quickly disappeared. Sure enough. Fu Bo's eyes couldn't help narrowing as a sense of lingering fear appeared in his heart. Although he had some guesses about Luan Feng's identity before, he hadn't confirmed them. Now that he heard the cry and saw the behemoth in the clouds with his own eyes, how could he not know that his guess was correct? That woman really was a saint venerable of the ancient wild ancient land. Ordinary martial artists didn't know much about the situation within these ancient lands, but once one's cultivation reached Fu Bo's level, they would be able to learn some secrets through various channels, including the division of forces within the savage desolate ancient land. If it weren't for the 4 Saint Venerables and the 32 Monster King, the ancient wild ancient land would have been divided up by the great forces of the star boundary. Don't ask too much, just do your own thing. Fu Bo replied indifferently. Yes. The beautiful woman respectfully replied before suddenly asking. By the way, Sect Master, I heard from this disciple that Great Elder went to your place. Why didn't I see him? The corner of Fu Bo's mouth twitched as he sighed heavily. Zhou Yong is dead. What? The beautiful woman turned pale with fright as she asked in horror. Great Elder is dead? Who killed him? He provoked someone he shouldn't have. Fu Bo explained briefly before looking at the beautiful woman and saying, Elder Zhua, your curiosity is too strong. After saying that, his figure flashed and turned into a stream of light as he flew back to his place of seclusion. The beautiful woman surnamed Zhua still stood there in a daze, as if she hadn't digested the news of Great Elder's death, her face filled with shock. If she knew that even the Vice Sect Master was dead, how would she feel? Black Armor City, located at the border of the Eastern Territory, was only 50,000 kilometers away from the Northern Territory. Above the city's space array, the figures of Yang Kai and Ji Yao appeared. Before the two of them could stabilize themselves, a swift and fierce palm strike came over, accompanied by a loud laugh. This person is mine. HM? Yong Kai was stunned and turned his head to see a burly man with a full beard flying towards his chest. Yong Kai didn't know what kind of enmity this man had with him. However, Yong Kai was sure that he had never seen this burly man before. "Sha Yong, the man is yours, the woman is mine." "Hiss! This woman is so beautiful, we're in for a treat." Another man's voice sounded, followed by another figure rushing towards Ji Yao, his face full of lust, as if he couldn't wait to capture Ji Yao and have a good time with her. The burly man named Sha Yong didn't seem to care much about Ji Yao before, but now hearing this, he quickly sized her up and found that she was really beautiful, especially that cold temperament that kept people thousands of miles away, making it easy for people to have thoughts of conquering her. Sha Yong turned around and rushed towards Ji Yao, shouting, "Change one, change one. Gu Peng, you stole a woman last time. This time it's Uncle Sha's turn." Chapter 26:18. While speaking, Sha Yong and Gu Peng had already arrived in front of Ji Yao, each of them reaching out to grab her. Ji Yao's expression suddenly turned cold, and with a clanging sound, her sword flashed and blood splashed out. Accompanied by two miserable cries, the two who had flown over were sent flying backwards like arrows, their faces extremely pale. Asterisk pa pa. Asterisk two severed arms fell to the ground. "My arm." Sha Yong looked at the severed arms on the ground and seemed to have only just realized that one of his arms had been cut off and cried out in panic. Gu Peng's expression was not much better. "What the hell? You dare to jump out and court death with this little bit of cultivation?" Yong Kai looked at the two with a strange expression, completely puzzled. Previously, when these two people had rushed over in such a threatening manner, one wanting a man and one wanting a woman, Yong Kai had thought that they were very strong, but after sweeping them with his divine sense, he discovered that these two were only from the third-order Dao source realm. "You!" Gu Peng looked at Yong Kai and Ji Yao in horror. "How did you recover so quickly?" Yong Kai frowned, not understanding what he meant, but after thinking about it, he suddenly understood and said with a smile, "Did you think that there would be some side effects from being teleported here? No matter how far the teleportation distance was, it would more or less cause the cultivator to feel a little dizzy. This was the side effect of teleportation. In this state, the cultivator's reaction and perception would become extremely sluggish, making it the easiest time for someone to launch a sneak attack. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the space arrays of major cities were guarded by the city lord's mansion's cultivator. Firstly, they were responsible for protecting the space array from being destroyed. Secondly, they were responsible for protecting the cultivator who was teleported here from being ambushed. However, the space array of this profound first city was not like this. It was located in the center of the city and there were no guards nearby. However, there were a few people who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune and run amok here. The people called Sha Yong and Gu Peng wanted to take advantage of Yong Kai and Ji Yao's slow reaction to launch a sneak attack. Who would have thought that they would end up kicking an iron plate? Yong Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space. He had already used the Tao of Space to protect himself and Ji Yao when they were teleported to the Netherworld sect. How could a mere teleportation affect him? Why is this happening? Sha Yong was also puzzled. His expression was extremely ugly. Because this young master is powerful. Yong Kai grinned, but that smile made Sha Yong and Gu Peng tremble with fear. "Master, please spare my life, master. Please spare my life." Sha Yong immediately begged for mercy. However, Gu Peng's expression flickered as he turned around to escape. "Humph!" Ji Yao coldly snorted, the long sword in her hand turned, and with a throw, it transformed into a sword light that pierced towards Gu Peng, catching up to him in an instant. His heart was pierced through, and he fell to the ground, dead. As a second-order Emperor Realm Master, Ji Yao didn't need to use her true strength to deal with a cultivator from the third-order Dao Source Realm. Seeing this, Sha Yong's face turned even paler, his legs trembling as he cried, "I beg the two master. Please spare my dog life." Yong Kai looked at him indifferently. He said coldly, "You seem to have done a lot of sneak attacks and robberies." No, this is my first time, really my first time." Sha Yong raised his head and said pitifully. Yong Kai said, "If you often walk by the river, how can your shoes not get wet? Since you have entered this line of work, you should have the corresponding awareness. You are too young. Don't do this kind of thing in your next life." Next life. Sha Yong was stunned, his eyes filled with horror, but before he could react, Ji Yao had already struck out with her palm and turned him into a meat paste. The surrounding cultivators all kept quiet out of fear as they stared at the beautiful yet cold woman who killed people like scything flax. They were all terrified, afraid that her murderous intent would rise and she would turn this place upside down. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took the 2 space rings, but he didn't look at what was inside. These were the space rings of a cultivator from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, so he really didn't care about them. No matter what, he was now a rich man, so he turned his head and said to Ji Yao indifferently, "Let's go." Ji Yao nodded and flew out with him. After leaving Profound Armor City, Yang Kai pointed in a direction and said, "Yao, that should be the way to the Northern Territory. Do you know the way back to Ice Heart Valley?" Ji Yao nodded, "I do." "Then lead the way. Master needs to cultivate for a while," Yang Kai ordered. At the same time, he threw out his small wooden boat, landed on it, and called out to Ji Yao. Unexpectedly, Ji Yao glanced at the small wooden boat and said embarrassedly, "Master, it's better to use Yao Er's flight-type artifact. Yours doesn't seem to be very good." Yang Kai was embarrassed. This small wooden boat was given to him by Jiu Feng in the past. It was Dao Source Grade High Rank. Yang Kai used to think that it was quite good, but now that he had broken through to the Emperor realm, this small wooden boat didn't match his status. Ji Yao obviously saw the quality of this small wooden boat, which was why she said so. Since she had a good one, Yang Kai didn't refuse. He nodded and put away his small wooden boat, so as not to embarrass himself. Ji Yao pursed her lips and smiled, as if she had sensed Yang Kai's thoughts. She waved her hand and a small exquisite boat appeared in front of Yang Kai. This boat wasn't big, only about 10 meters long, but it was exquisitely built. At a glance, it was obvious that it was made by a great master. Rich world energy fluctuations fluctuated on the boat. It was undoubtedly an extraordinary emperor artifact. Yang Kai didn't expect that Ji Yao, who had been crazy all these years, would have such a treasure in her hands. "Master, please." Ji Yao gestured with her hand. Yang Kai pretended to be dignified and nodded before flying onto the boat. "Master, find a room to rest. Leave the rest of the journey to Yao Er." Ji Yao volunteered. "Okay." Yang Kai nodded and walked into the cabin with his hands behind his back. He found a room and entered it. Before he could sit down cross-legged, he felt the boat shake slightly and immediately flew up like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was much faster than his small wooden boat. Not only was it fast, but the crux of the matter was that it was comfortable to stay in this ship. It was unlike his small wooden boat. If he didn't activate the wooden boat's protective shield, his face would be blown out of shape by the wind. "It looks like I need to find a better flight-type artifact. Otherwise, I won't even have a means of transportation in the future." In fact, he still had a Sea King shuttle in his hand. Its grade wasn't low and it was brought out of the solitary void-sealed world. However, that thing was good for sailing in the deep sea, but it was much worse for traveling. In terms of speed, it might not even be as fast as his small wooden boat. After sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai entered the sealed world bead again to check. Ever since Ruoshi forced the stone fire essence into his embodiment, it had been in a deep sleep, sitting cross-legged without moving. Yang Kai didn't know when it would truly be able to fully integrate with the stone fire essence. Yang Kai then went to the medicine garden to take a look and found that the spirit grasses and medicines in the medicine garden were also thriving. The medicinal efficacies of the more than 100,000 emperor-grade spirit medicines he obtained from the ancient wild lands were no longer deteriorating. The entire small sealed world was quiet, making Yang Kai feel a little lost. Every time he came here before, there was Ruoshi, Lu Yen, Sister Hua. Now, only the embodiment was left, and it was still in a deep sleep. There wasn't even anyone to welcome him. Shaking his head and sighing for a while, Yang Kai left the small sealed world. Sitting in the side room, Yang Kai took out a large number of high-rank source crystals and some of the emperor-grade spirit pills he refined last time. Only then did he silently circulate his secret art and enter retreat to cultivate. Everything he encountered in the ancient wild lands, especially the feeling of powerlessness in the face of the divine spirit stone fire, made Yang Kai feel an urgent thirst for power. Now that he had some free time, he naturally couldn't wait to enter a state of cultivation. For a time, the extremely rich world energy almost materialized, filling the entire side room and being absorbed into Yang Kai's body at a rate visible to the naked eye. The energy contained in high-rank source crystals was extremely huge, but even so, Yang Kai's consumption was extremely terrifying. Piles of source crystals turned into dust, and emperor-grade spirit pills were consumed one after another, increasing Yang Kai's strength constantly. After an unknown amount of time had passed, the ship suddenly shook and came to a stop. Yang Kai was disturbed and woke up from his cultivation. He couldn't help but frown, not knowing what happened. Before he could release his divine sense to investigate, Ji Yao's voice came from outside, extremely cold, "Get out of my way." As soon as her voice fell, an old voice immediately followed. "Young lady, please make things convenient. Young lady Xueman seems to like your ship very much. Could you please part with it? Of course, the price will definitely not disappoint you." "Get out of my way." Ji Yao ignored him and just coldly said 2 words. The old voice seemed to be a little angry as it said, "Young lady, why must you keep people at arm's length? Young lady Xueman wants your ship for your own good. In recent years, the Northern Territory has not been peaceful, so if you drive such a beautiful ship through the city, I'm afraid it will easily attract the attention of others. If you attract some bad guys, I'm afraid your fate will be bleak." "That's right, young lady. Making things convenient for others is also making things convenient for yourself. The price will definitely not disappoint you," another younger voice sounded. "What's the situation?" Yang Kai asked as he walked out of the ship and stood beside Ji Yao on the deck. Looking up, Yang Kai saw a group of 3 people blocking the way ahead. A man, a woman, and an old man. The man and woman seemed to be a couple, looking very intimate. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful, making them a golden couple, but the look in their eyes ruined the impression they gave off. The man looked at Ji Yao with a look of amazement on his face. As he spoke, his eyes stared straight at Ji Yao, obviously moved by Ji Yao's beauty. As for the woman, there was a trace of jealousy in her eyes. Her big eyes constantly roamed over Ji Yao's body, but she found that no matter how she compared herself to Ji Yao, her mood was not good. Noticing the bewitching expression of her male companion beside her, the woman pinched him in jealousy, causing him to cry out in pain. Chapter 26:19. What's the matter? Yang Kai turned to look at Ji Yao and asked. "Reporting to Honored Master, these 3 people are inexplicably blocking our way," Ji Yao replied. "Honored Master?" The 3 people in front all showed a look of astonishment when they heard this. After all, judging from their appearances, Yang Kai and Ji Yao seemed to be about the same age. But they did not expect this man to be this ice-cold woman's honored master. The ship was protected by a protective spirit array, so even if the old man wanted to check the cultivation of Yang Kai and Ji Yao, he was powerless. However, since he could become someone else's honored master, his cultivation should not be too bad. The old man estimated that Yang Kai was at least the emperor realm. After all, this exquisite ship was an emperor artifact, and it was impossible for an ordinary Dao source realm cultivator to obtain it. Thinking so, the old man smiled slightly and said to Yang Kai, "Little brother, don't be nervous, we have no malicious intentions." "Am I nervous?" Yang Kai grinned, thinking that this old man really had a good sense of himself. He had even ventured into the ancient wild lands, stirred up a storm in front of the 4 Saint Masters, the 32 Monster King, and the 8 Saint Envoys. He had even met more than 1 great emperors, so there was probably no one in this world who could make him nervous. The old man turned a deaf ear to this and continued, "It's just that young lady Xueman has taken a fancy to this ship, so this old man wants to discuss with little brother if he can part with this ship and this old man will buy it." After a pause, the old man said, "I forgot to introduce myself. This old man is Yen Qing from Black Thunder Pavilion. This is my young pavilion master Bai Lu, and this is the daughter of Peaceful Peace City's city lord, young lady Yen Xueman." After the introductions, no matter which old man it was, there was also the young man and the young woman. They all showed an extremely proud look, as if the Black Thunder Pavilion and the Peaceful City were some great forces. The young pavilion master of Black Thunder Pavilion, Bai Lu, smiled gently and cupped his fists. "May I ask for young lady's name?" He directly inquired about Ji Yao's name and did not take Yang Kai seriously. It was obvious that he was moved by Ji Yao's beauty. Although Yen Xueman, the city lord's daughter, was also not bad, compared to Ji Yaoi, she was still a lot worse. As soon as he said this, Yen Xueman, who was standing to the side, kicked him fiercely. She glared at him and shouted. Why are you asking this? Do you like her? You lecherous bastard. Isn't it enough that you have me? You're actually thinking about other people. I'll beat you to death. As she spoke, she began to punch and kick Bai Lu. It was only a round of punches and kicks, but it didn't hurt him at all. She seemed to be acting coquettishly, causing Bai Lu to laugh loudly. He stretched out his hand and pulled Yan Shuaman into his embrace, looking like a winner in life. Yan Qing looked straight ahead and said, Young Master and Miss Xueman are used to fooling around. Please don't take it to heart. Ji Yao said coldly, Your matters have nothing to do with us. Master and I still have to hurry on our way. Please step aside. Yan Qing said, Mississippi. My young master just wants to buy this ship. I said I'm not selling. Ji Yao's face turned even colder. Bai Lu smiled gently and said, Don't be so cold, Mississippi. As the saying goes, the more friends you have, the more options you have. It's just a ship. Just name a price. This young master won't bargain. Okay. Yang Kai stepped forward and looked at Bai Lu with a smile. I like friends like young Master Bai who have strength and wealth. Elegant and classy. Since young Master Bai is so straightforward, we'll sell this ship. What do you think, Yao? Ji Yao frowned. However, she still nodded and said, If Master says we'll sell, then we'll sell. Bai Lu cupped his fists and said, Thank you, Mississippi. From beginning to end, he only talked to Ji Yao, as if he didn't see Yang Kai at all. However, at this moment, he turned to Yang Kai and said, How much does your excellency want to offer? 100 million, Yang Kai said lightly. If young Master Bai can give 100 million, then this ship is yours. Bai Lu's expression remained unchanged as he nodded lightly. 100 million. A flight-type Emperor artifact isn't too expensive. Not only was it not expensive, it was simply too cheap. He thought that Yang Kai was deliberately showing goodwill and wanted to befriend him. After all, as the young pavilion master of Black Thunder Pavilion, not just anyone could make friends with him. Black Thunder Pavilion was also a great force in the Northern Territory, so Bai Lu just smiled lightly and said, Old Yen, pay up. Yes. Yan Qing nodded, fiddled around for a moment, then threw a space ring to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it, scanned it with his divine sense, smiled slightly, put away the space ring, and said, Young Master Bai, this amount of source crystals seems to be a bit off. What's wrong? Bai Lu frowned and turned to Yan Qing. Old Yen, have you checked carefully? Yan Qing said, 100 million source crystals. This old master can't be wrong. 100 million source crystals is correct. Yang Kai nodded, then changed the topic. But, those are only low-rank source crystals. Yan Qing heard this and his expression changed. You don't want low-rank source crystals? Could it be mid-rank? What? Bai Lu was also taken aback. 100 million mid-rank source crystals. That was 10 billion low-rank source crystals. This young man really had the nerve to ask for such a sum. No. Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it. Not 100 million mid-rank source crystals. This young master wants 100 million high-rank source crystals. You're crazy. Bai Lu trembled. 100 million high-rank source crystals. This was a number Bai Lu didn't even dare to think about, and he didn't know how this young man in front of him dared to ask for such a sum. Although Black Thunder Pavilion's forces were extraordinary, even if they emptied their pockets, they couldn't gather so many high-rank source crystals. Even if an Emperor-grade ship was extraordinary, it couldn't be worth so much. Old Yan's eyes flashed fiercely for a moment. Yang Kai smiled. Young Master Bai just said that he wouldn't bargain, and now you want to go back on your word? A real man's words are like nails. It seems that young Master Bai's reputation isn't very good. Ji Yao pursed her lips and smiled. Previously, when Yang Kai said he would sell the ship, although she was a little reluctant, she couldn't disobey her honored master's words. Only now did she realize that Yang Kai had no intention of selling her the ship at all and was just teasing her. When did honored master have such leisure and elegance? In her memory, her master had always had a cold appearance. Only when she was facing her disciples would the coldness on her face melt. However, she had never looked like she did today. Thinking about it, Ji Yao suddenly felt that something was not quite right, and her brow furrowed as she looked at Yang Kai in confusion. That stalwart figure seemed to be different from the one in her memory. Boy, you're toying with me. Bai Lu flew into a rage. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Where did young Master Bai get these words from? The three of you blocked my master and disciple's path for no reason, and insisted on buying Yao Er's ship artifact. This young master was only trying to help young master Bai out of goodwill. If young master Bai didn't want to thank this young master, why did he have to make such slanderous accusations? Could it be that young master Bai really thinks this young master is easy to bully? When Bai Lu heard this, he was immediately enraged and his whole body began to burn like a volcano. It was obvious that the other party was toying with him, but in Yen Zhaoga's mouth, it was the other party who was in the right. This made Yen Zhaoga very angry, and he shouted, "Elder Yen, kill this bastard." Yen Qing was already filled with murderous intent, so when he heard Bai Lu's order, he didn't hesitate and immediately rushed forward. Bai Lu hurriedly said, "Don't hurt that young lady." Even at this time, he was still concerned about Ji Yao's beauty, so it was obvious that women had their unique advantages at certain times. Old Yen flew across the sky, his Emperor Qi rolling as he pushed his First Order Emperor realm cultivation to the limit and slammed his palm down on the ship. The ship's defense shattered under the power of this palm, unable to defend itself at all. Yang Kai was taken aback and secretly felt that something was wrong, because this ship was an Emperor artifact, so its defensive capabilities shouldn't be so weak. Turning his head to look at Ji Yao, he saw that she was looking at him blankly at this moment, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Not good. Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't know what went wrong for Ji Yao to have a relapse. During this time, Ji Yao had been staying by his side peacefully, so he didn't expect that something would go wrong at this critical juncture. The reason why the ship's defense was so weak was obviously because the ship's owner's state of mind had fluctuated. "Little brat, how dare you play with my young pavilion master? Today you will die." Old Yan's confidence was greatly boosted after breaking the ship's defense, and he aggressively slammed his palm down on Yang Kai, his palm pulsing with Emperor Qi and principles as if he wanted to smash him into a pulp. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled the dazed Ji Yao into his arms, enveloping her with his Emperor Qi as he met the attack with his palm and shouted, "Scram!" He was very worried about Ji Yao's sudden problem and wasn't in the mood to mess around with these people anymore. Yen Qing couldn't resist this attack in anger. Although he and Yang Kai were both First Order Emperor Realm Masters, Yang Kai had always been able to kill enemies above his realm. Not to mention Yen Qing was just a First Order Emperor Realm Master. Even if he was a Third Order Emperor, Yang Kai wouldn't be afraid. Kong. There was a loud bang and a gust of wind. Under the collision of Emperor Qi, Yen Qing let out a muffled groan, as if he had been struck by lightning. He felt his Emperor Qi and principles burst like a bubble, suddenly bursting by a tremendous force. The huge force spread up his arm and smashed it into pieces, filling the air with blood and flesh. With a cry, Yen Qing coughed up blood and was sent flying. Yang Kai stood in place, protecting Ji Yao, motionless, like a god who had descended to the mortal world. This. Bai Lu was stunned as he watched old Yen fly out, blood spraying from his body mid-air, his body suddenly trembling violently. Yen Xueman, who had been in his arms all this time, also turned pale and her teeth chattered. How could the two of them not know that they had provoked a strong enemy? They thought that with old Yen, the Emperor realm, protecting them, it would be easy to take down this young man, but the result was the opposite of what they had expected. It was unacceptable. Chapter 26-20. Yang Kai's cold gaze fell on the two of them. Bai Lu broke out in cold sweat and said in a trembling voice, "What do you want to do? I am the young master of Black Thunder Pavilion. If something happens to me, you will be finished." Knowing that he was no match for him, he could only use his background to make Yang Kai hesitate. "Get lost." Yang Kai spat out a word. Bai Lu shivered as if he had been granted amnesty. He turned around and fled. Before he left, he even forgot about Yen Xueman. In the end, it was Yen Xueman who chased after him. Not far away, Yen Qing climbed up from the ground with a pale face. He glanced in the direction of Yang Kai with great fear, and then hurriedly chased after Bai Lu. Although one of his arms was crippled, he still had the foundation of the Emperor realm, so his life was not in danger. However, he was afraid that he would be disabled for the rest of his life. "Yao." Yang Kai turned around and called softly. These two simple words were like a sharp sword that pierced Ji Yao's eyes, pushing away the light that was blocking her eyes. Ji Yao's delicate body shook as she suddenly woke up. "Master?" Yang Kai couldn't help but exhale and asked tentatively, "Just now? What happened to you?" Ji Yao frowned and said, "Just now? Just now?" She seemed to have no recollection of what had just happened. She turned around and asked in surprise, "Hey, where are those 3 annoying people?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "They were chased away by me. No need to look for them." Ji Yao glanced at the blood on the ground and knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth, so she said, "Those guys should have been killed. Yao already said that she wouldn't sell the ship. But they insisted on pestering endlessly. I don't know how many times they forced people to buy and sell." Yes, they should have been killed. Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything more and could only follow her wishes. He asked somewhat nervously, "Yao, how do you feel now?" Ji Yao looked at him curiously and said, "Yao is very good. Master, you should go in and rest first. In a few days, we will be able to return to the valley." Yang Kai said, "Put the ship away. Let's find a place to rest first." Ji Yao suddenly had a problem again. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because she had been using her power all this time, but he didn't dare to let her control the ship anymore. If she became delirious again, things would be troublesome. Letting her rest might be good for her. Since Yang Kai had spoken, Ji Yao naturally obeyed and put away the ship. Together with Yang Kai, they flew forward. Half a day later, a city appeared before them. The two landed in front of the city gate, paid some source crystals, and successfully entered the city. This city seemed to be extremely prosperous. The city was bustling with activity, and the streets were extremely wide. Shops lined both sides of the road. The goods sold were even more dazzling, making one dizzy just by looking at them. After finding an inn, the two of them walked in. The innkeeper stood behind the counter, glanced at Yang Kai and Ji Yao, and asked with a smile, "Where are you two staying? What are you doing here?" Yang Kai snorted. The innkeeper laughed dryly. "Do you want 1 room or 2? Yang Kai frowned, glanced at Ji Yao and said, "1 room." He really didn't dare to let Ji Yao out of his sight. Living together would allow him to observe her more, so he didn't have any other thoughts. Ji Yao naturally didn't have any objections either. In her opinion, living in the same room as her honored master was a matter of course. However, the innkeeper glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully, showed a knowing smile, took out a room card, and respectfully handed it over. 5th floor, room A3. Honored guest, please rest assured that this humble innkeeper has arranged spirit arrays in every room, so privacy is absolutely protected. No matter what happens inside, no one outside will hear. Speaking of which, the innkeeper beamed with joy, a lewd look on his face. Haha. Yang Kai took the room card with a fake smile and asked, "The price?" 10,000 low-rank source crystals. The innkeeper replied with a smile. Yang Kai waved his hand and took out 10,000 low-rank source crystals and threw them on the counter before leading Ji Yao upstairs. On the 5th floor, Yang Kai found room A3, opened the room's barrier with the room card, and walked in. Looking around, Yang Kai found that although the room was not very spacious, it was fully furnished, with a red carpet on the floor and a golden silk bedding on the bed, giving off a luxurious feeling. 10,000 low-rank source crystals was well worth the money. After looking around for a while, Yang Kai sat down and Ji Yao skillfully took out a tea set from her space ring and began to boil tea. After a while, the room was filled with a mellow tea fragrance. After turning off the fire and pouring tea, Ji Yao respectfully handed the teacup to Yang Kai and said, "Honored master, please enjoy." Yang Kai took the cup and slowly tasted it. After a long time, he suddenly came to his senses and said, "You sit down too. Disciple will be fine standing." Ji Yao stared at Yang Kai without blinking. For her, it seemed that being able to watch her honored master drink the tea she brewed was the happiest thing in the world, and her face was filled with a sweet smile. "If I tell you to sit, then sit," Yang Kai said with a firm attitude. "Yes." Ji Yao could not dissuade him and could only sit down as she was told. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Yao, disciple is here." Ji Yao responded quickly. Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed dryly before saying with an embarrassed expression, "If one day you discover that Master has concealed or deceived you about something, I hope you can understand Master's painstaking efforts." Concealed or deceived? Ji Yao frowned and asked curiously, "Is there something honored Master wants to conceal or deceive Yao?" Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and said, "It was just a casual remark, but if there really is such a time, don't blame me." However, you can rest assured that Master will not do anything wrong to you, nor will he hurt you. They were only a few days away from Ice Heart Valley. Once they returned to Ice Heart Valley and saw Bing Yun, Yang Kai did not know how Ji Yao would react. The best-case scenario would be for her to suddenly wake up and realize that he was just an imposter. At that time, Ji Yao would definitely recall how he had taken advantage of her during this period of time. That would not be a big deal as Yang Kai was also trying to stabilize her, so he believed she would understand. The key point was that he had seen her entire body in Luan Feng Palace. Although it was just a glance, it was still related to Ji Yao's reputation. Yang Kai was not sure if she would fight with him or not, but he decided to say it here first. When the time came, even if Ji Yao fully recovered, she would definitely forgive him. Yao believes in honored master, Ji Yao said with a solemn expression. Ji Yao said with a solemn expression. Yao and the other senior sisters are all orphans. It was honored master who taught us and raised us. Yao achievements today are all thanks to honored master. Even if honored master wants Yao life, it doesn't matter. Yang Kai sweated profusely as he thought to himself, I'll thank the heavens if you don't try to kill me in the future. However, her words made Yang Kai realize the supreme position Bing Yun held in the hearts of these disciples. Honored master. Ji Yao called out softly, Honored master, is there something you need? Do you need Yao to help you? No, don't think too much. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ji Yao got up and walked towards him, wrapped in a fragrant wind, and said, Yao is useless. So honored master, please let Yao massage your shoulders. Yang Kai was stunned, but before he could react, Ji Yao had already stood behind him and gently rubbed his shoulders. Yang Kai's whole body stiffened as he could not bear it. Ever since he came to the Star Territory, he had always been pure and focused on becoming stronger. However, he was also a man and had his own desires. Last time, he had accidentally seen Ji Yao's body and almost had a nosebleed. Now that they were alone in the same room, Ji Yao actually took the initiative to massage his shoulders. Not only that, that warm body was pressed against his back, and smelling that wisp of fragrance at the tip of his nose, made Yang Kai feel restless and his throat dry up. Ji Yao laughed softly behind him. Honored master, your shoulders are so hard. Have you been too tired recently? Yang Kai thought to himself, how can a man's body be compared to Bing Yun's soft and fragrant body? Of course the feeling is different. He wanted to refuse this kind of thing, but he was afraid that Ji Yao would think too much and affect her current state, so he could only brace himself and say, a little. Ji Yao smiled and said, Honored master, just relax. Yao hasn't served honored master for many years. I don't know if my skills have fallen behind. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai realized that Ji Yao must have often massaged Bing Yun like this when they were in Ice Heart Valley. That was why she was so familiar with it. Since he could not stop or refuse, Yang Kai could only enjoy it. Gradually, his body and mind relaxed. As Ji Yao's jade hands pressed down with varying degrees of strength, Yang Kai felt so comfortable that he felt as if he was floating in the clouds. Ji Yao blushed when she heard this, wondering why her honored master was making such strange sounds, but she was too embarrassed to ask. After massaging his shoulders, she massaged his arms, his head, and even his thighs were not spared. After serving her for a while, Yang Kai felt comfortable and praised Ji Yao's skills. Ji Yao smiled like a flower, unable to contain her joy. However, the scene of Ji Yao kneeling in front of him and massaging his thighs really made Yang Kai feel excited and amorous. After enjoying it, Yang Kai's face turned bitter. He felt that when Ji Yao completely woke up in the future, he would have one more crime to commit. For a moment, he felt sad and regretful. After a peaceful night, Yang Kai and Ji Yao sat on the bed and on the floor to rest. Ji Yao also did not show any bad symptoms, which made Yang Kai feel relieved. At noon the next day, the two walked out of the room and went to the counter on the first floor to check out. When the shopkeeper saw Yang Kai's appearance, he was naturally envious. He smiled meaningfully and said, Did honored guest have a good rest last night? Very good. Yang Kai nodded. How could he not know what this guy was thinking? He was too lazy to say anything more to him. Since honored guest has found it good, the next time you come to Peaceful City, please be sure to patronize this humble store. The shopkeeper nodded and bowed, sending Yang Kai and Ji Yao out. Chapter 26-21. Peaceful City. Yong Kai walked out of the inn and thought about it carefully. He suddenly said, "Isn't this the city where the woman named Yen Shuaman is?" When the three people stopped the way and wanted to buy Ji Yao's ship, the old man introduced the man and the woman. He said that the man was the young master of the Black Thunder Pavilion, and the woman was the daughter of the city lord of Peaceful City. When Yong Kai entered the city yesterday, he was worried about Ji Yao's condition and did not care about the name of the city. Only now did he know that it was Peaceful City. This was a bit of a coincidence. However, Yong Kai wasn't afraid. A trivial city didn't have the qualifications to make him feel fear. He led Ji Yao all the way out of the city and came to the city gate in a short time. Many people were waiting in line at the gate to go out of the city, and there were many cultivators at the gate. Everyone who went out of the city had to be checked by those cultivators. Yong Kai saw this scene and could not help but frown. He did not know if this was the inherent rule of Peaceful City or something had happened. "Master, is it because of the three people yesterday?" Ji Yao suddenly asked in a low voice. "Are they looking for us? How can there be such a coincidence?" Yong Kai chuckled. "We did not disturb anyone when we entered the city yesterday. Maybe something else happened in the city." Ji Yao nodded gently. The two did not rely on their high cultivation to force their way into the city gate. Since they were in other people's territory, it was not a problem to follow their rules. At the moment, the two lined up behind the crowd and waited to go out of the city. The cultivator at the city gate checked very carefully. There were even divine senses secretly checking those who were preparing to go out of the city. One by one, the cultivator was checked and allowed to go. The line gradually moved forward. "Master Dong." Suddenly, a person's voice came from a house next to the city gate. "Haven't you found her yet?" Another person asked. It seemed to be the Master Dong. "Not yet." The person who spoke first replied, "But Master Dong, please rest assured that the other 3 city gates have been closed urgently. If your wife wants to go out of the city, she will definitely go through this city gate. As long as she appears, we will definitely be able to find her." "Thank you for your trouble, Commander Yu. Sigh. This is really a misfortune for our clan." The Dong clan master sighed deeply. Commander Yu suddenly chuckled and said, "Master Dong, as far as I know, you and your wife have always been in love with each other. You often go in and out of Peaceful City as a couple. Everyone is envious of you. How did you get into such a mess overnight? Why did your wife run away from home?" The Dong family's patriarch didn't hesitate to borrow the power of our city lord's mansion to find her. When Commander Yu asked this question, he was stunned. The room immediately fell silent, as if it was difficult to speak. Commander Yu continued, "Dong family head, if it's not convenient for you to say, then just pretend I didn't ask." Sigh. Dong family's patriarch sighed heavily and said, "As the saying goes, don't wash your dirty linen in public." This Dong wanted to keep the peace and not make a big deal out of it. But that stupid woman just had to force me. Actually, there was nothing inconvenient to say. That foolish woman was greedy, and stole our Dong family's most precious treasure. Steal. Commander Yu was shocked. This shouldn't be, right? Your wife is second only to one person in the Dong family. And this you also heard that your wife seems to come from a big sect. What could the Dong family have that she could steal without asking? This Dong family doesn't know if she ate too much lard and lost her mind. How could she do such a disgraceful thing? Dong family's patriarch said bitterly. Then he said solemnly, "Commander Yu, I hope that the Dong family has treated you well in the past. After you find that foolish woman, take her down quietly. Don't alarm others. Especially, don't alarm City Lord Yen." Commander Yu replied, "I understand. Don't worry, Patriarch Dong." These two people were talking in a low voice in the room. Although their voices were low, Yong Kai heard them clearly. He didn't mean to eavesdrop. He just heard them by accident. However, after doing this, he finally understood why this peaceful city was under martial law. It turned out that a mistress of a family stole a family's most precious treasure, which provoked the patriarch of the family to come and hunt her down. He borrowed the power of the city lord mansion. This was a full family scandal. Yong Kai was amused by the helplessness and grief in Patriarch Dong's words. He estimated that Patriarch Dong was in a terrible fix at this moment. On the one hand, he wanted to recover the stolen treasure. On the other hand, he wanted to cover up this scandal. He didn't know what the stolen treasure was. It aroused the greed of a mistress of a family. The team continued to move forward. In a short while, Yang Kai and Ji Yao were about to reach the city gate. At this moment, a streamer suddenly flew in from outside the city and shot straight to the city gate. "Who are you? Don't be presumptuous in front of the city gate of Peaceful City." A cultivator guarding the city gate shouted. At the same time, he flew up to greet the streamer. The streamer paused, revealing the figures of a man and a woman. "Are you blind? Don't you see who I am? How dare you shout?" The man snorted coldly. The cultivator guarding the city gate took a look and immediately trembled. He hurriedly said, "It turns out to be young Master Bai and young Miss Yen." This man and woman were Bai Lu and Yen Xueman, who had met with Yang Kai yesterday. He didn't know where they had come from, but old Yen, who was with them yesterday, was nowhere to be seen. "Get out of my way!" Bai Lu's mood seemed to be very bad, and as he spoke, he sent a palm strike towards the cultivator blocking his way, sending the cultivator flying back, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair, looking extremely miserable. Under the attentive gazes of numerous pairs of eyes, Bai Lu and Yen Xueman directly charged into the city and descended to the ground. Their gazes moved about as if they were superior to the heavens. But soon, Bai Lu's eyes trembled and his body trembled. He looked in a certain direction in horror. In that direction, Yang Kai was looking at him indifferently. Yesterday, he had lost face in front of Yang Kai and almost lost his life. How could Bai Lu forget Yang Kai's appearance? It had only been a day, but he didn't expect to meet him again in front of the city gate of Peaceful City. The scene of old Yen, who was as strong as the Emperor realm, being crushed by him was still vivid in his mind. Bai Lu was really afraid of Yang Kai from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but lower his body by half, and his momentum was gone. "What's wrong?" Yen Xueman, who was beside him, noticed his abnormality and couldn't help but ask softly. As she asked, she followed his gaze. In the next moment, her pretty face turned pale and she avoided his gaze. She had undoubtedly also seen Yang Kai. "Let's go!" Bai Lu shouted in a low voice. He withdrew his gaze and pulled Yen Xueman away from this place. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into the city. The group of City Lord's mansion cultivator was very surprised. They looked at each other and didn't know what had happened to young Master Bai and Miss Yen today. At the corner of a street, Bai Lu and Yen Xueman poked their heads out and quietly looked in the direction of the city gate. Yen Xueman said in a trembling voice, "Those two. Why are they here?" Bai Lu said with an ashen face, "You ask me? Who should I ask?" The big loss they had suffered yesterday had really frightened them. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai was like a mouse seeing a cat. They couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Suddenly, Yen Xueman seemed to have thought of something. She frowned and said, "That's not right. This is Peaceful City. Why should I be afraid of them? This won't do. I have to tell father and let him teach them a lesson." As she spoke, she was about to go to the City Lord's mansion to find her father. Bai Lu pulled her and said with a sullen face, "Why are you so big-breasted and brainless?" Who's big-breasted and brainless?" Yen Xueman said angrily. Bai Lu said, "Old man Yen and your father's cultivation are on par. Even old man Yen couldn't withstand a single blow from that man. Even if your father comes, what do you think he can do to that man? When your father dies, don't cry in front of this young master." When Yen Xueman heard this, her pretty face immediately turned pale. She thought to herself, "That's right. Even Elder Yan's arm was knocked off by that person in one move. How could her father be a match for him? If she really called her father over, the unlucky one would be her father. Then what should we do?" Yen Xueman was anxious. "Why don't you call Uncle Bai over? Uncle Bai is a second-order Emperor realm master. It shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with that man." Bai Lu shook his head and said, "I don't know how to tell father about old man Yen. There aren't many Black Thunder Pavilion in the Emperor realm. If father knows that old man Yen was seriously injured, he'll definitely skin me alive. Speaking of which, this is all your fault. Why did you have to buy someone else's ship? You even caused old man Yen to lose an arm." Being blamed by him, Yen Xueman's eyes immediately turned red and she said in a trembling voice, "Surnamed Bai, why didn't you say this when you were with this young lady? Now you're blaming me? Do you have any conscience?" When she cried, Bai Lu only felt annoyed, but he had to comfort her. Okay, don't cry. Yesterday's matter was my fault, okay? It's not your fault. You're bad, you're bad, you're bad. Yan Shuiman shouted and threw another round of punches. Don't make trouble. Bai Lu was not in the mood to mess around with her. He quickly grabbed her hand and said, "It's more important to send these two demons away first. It looks like they're going to leave the city." Hiss, while speaking, Bai Lu pulled Yan Shuiman and quickly hid back. Because he saw Kai Yong actually turn his head and look in their direction with a smile on his face. That one look almost scared him out of his wits. At the city gate, Yang Kai, who was waiting in line to leave the city, turned his head and sneered. He didn't expect that young Master Bai and Yan Shuiman would have such a reaction when they met him today, but this saved him a lot of trouble. If they really didn't know what was good for them and wanted to call a master for revenge, Yang Kai didn't mind making a scene here. Cough, cough, cough. A series of violent coughs could be heard. The old woman at the front of the line was on the verge of collapse. She suddenly leaned back and almost fell to the ground. Ji Yao's eyes were sharp and her hands were quick. She held on to her grandmother and asked with concern, "Mother-in-law, are you all right?" Chapter 26-22. The old woman coughed violently a few more times, coughing so violently that it seemed she was about to cough out her heart and lungs. After a long time, she finally managed to catch her breath and turned her head weakly. "I'm fine, I'm just a little old. Thank you, little girl." Ji Yao shook her head, but before she could let go, the old woman's legs went soft again. Ji Yao hurriedly pulled her back and said with a frown, "Grandma, let me help you." The old woman said, "Thank you, thank you. Little girl is kind and will be rewarded in the future." Cough, cough. Ji Yao smiled slightly and said, "Honored master often teaches us disciples to respect the old and love the young when we go out. It's just a small matter." Oldo chuckled and said, "Little girl, you're not bad. Your honored master has taught you well. May I ask which sect little girl comes from?" Ji Yao shook her head and smiled without answering. Kai Yang's eyes flashed as he smiled and said, "Respecting the old and loving the young is a virtue, but when you go out, you must also carefully wipe your eyes. Don't be easily deceived by others. You must know that in this world, there are many people who deceive each other and scheme against each other. Who knows, when you do a good deed, you will be used by others. That would be helping the evildoer. Grandma, don't you agree?" The old woman's body trembled involuntarily and she forced a smile. This little brother is right. Ji Yao nodded seriously and said, "Disciple will remember." Disciple? The old woman was shocked when she heard this and vaguely realized that the honored master Ji Yao mentioned before was the man standing behind her, which made her feel a little incredulous. "Grandma, your earrings are very exquisite," Yang Kai suddenly said without rhyme or reason. The old woman was startled and subconsciously touched her earlobe. But there was nothing there. Turning her head, she forced a smile and said, "Little brother is so young. How could you be mistaken? This old woman is already so old. How could I have the nerve to wear earrings?" Yang Kai said, "You didn't wear them today, but I'm afraid you wore them yesterday. Your ears are very clear. It doesn't look like you haven't worn any accessories all year round." His words were laced with sarcasm, so even if Ji Yao was a fool, she could sense that something was wrong. With a thought, she quietly poured her emperor qi into the old woman's body. In the next moment, Ji Yao's expression suddenly became cold and she grabbed the old woman's arm and asked coldly, "Who are you, and why did you lie to me?" She hadn't noticed this before, but now that she had discovered this old woman, this seemingly terminally ill old granny was actually brimming with vitality. Her aged appearance was clearly not her true appearance. Everything was a disguise she had put on. This infuriated Ji Yao. Just now, she had helped the old woman up with good intentions. Who would have thought that this old woman actually had ulterior motives? She was truly infuriated. The old woman's cultivation base was not high. She was only a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, so after being grabbed by Ji Yao, she couldn't move at all. Her source qi was suppressed in her body and she couldn't circulate it. This time, she really panicked and looked at Ji Yao pleadingly, whispering, "Senior, I don't have any malicious intentions, I just had no choice but to do this. I hope Senior can be magnanimous and not expose me." Ji Yao's expression changed. Glancing at the cultivator guarding the city gate, she asked, "They came for you?" The old woman nodded silently. Why did you think of using me? Ji Yao asked coldly. The old woman said, when young Master Bai and young Lady Yan entered the city, they seemed to be very afraid of you, so, Yang Kai raised his brow and said, Madam Dong, you really have good eyesight. You noticed such a small thing. When the old woman heard this, her body trembled and she looked at Yang Kai in horror. Do you know me? Madam Dong? Ji Yao also frowned, wondering why her honored master had seen through this old woman's identity. As far as she knew, this was the first time she and her honored master had come to Peaceful City, so they didn't know anyone here. Yang Kai said, I don't know you, but I heard some people talk about you. What did they say about me? The old woman asked in a trembling voice, as if she wanted to know. Yang Kai said indifferently, the madam of the Dong family's patriarch stole the family treasure. The patriarch was furious and asked the city lord's mansion's powerhouses to guard this place and search for Madam Dong's whereabouts. If they find her, they will arrest her secretly. Stealing the family's heirloom. The old woman smiled bitterly. This crime. I don't dare to bear it. Ji Yao frowned and said, Is my honored master wrong? Madam Dong shook her head and said, What family treasure? I have never seen it, and the Dong family doesn't have such a thing. I have been married to the Dong family for so many years, and I am the madam of the patriarch. If there is any family treasure, how can I not know? Then why did they slander you? Ji Yao was curious. Madam Dong said, Because they want to catch me. Ji Yao seemed to want to ask more, but Yang Kai waved his hand and said, Madam Dong, we are not interested in your business. You want to use us to get out of the city, but I won't argue with you. You are on your own now. Master. Madam Dong looked at Yang Kai pleadingly and said, I was wrong before. I only ask Master to take me out of Peaceful City. I will repay your kindness in the future. Yang Kai sneered and said, What can you repay me? I don't want to get involved in other people's business. Master, if you say one more word, I will catch you and throw you out now. Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Madam Dong suddenly shivered. She didn't doubt that Yang Kai had this ability. Ji Yao, as a disciple, could subdue her in an instant, so how could Yang Kai, as an honored master, be weak? She hoped that she could persuade Yang Kai to help, but it was just wishful thinking. She turned around in a daze and stood in the middle of the team. Sure enough, Madam Dong didn't dare to say anything. Honored master, this person's disguise technique is so brilliant. Ji Yao secretly transmitted a message to Yang Kai. If Yang Kai hadn't noticed it, she wouldn't have thought that such an old woman was actually a disguise. This was not a secret technique, but a pure disguise technique, which was not something that anyone could master. Yang Kai nodded slightly and said, It is indeed brilliant. If I didn't have a preconceived idea, I'm afraid it would be difficult to notice her. It was because he heard some of the conversation between Commander Yu and Master Dong, and the fresh ear holes on the old woman's ears that Yang Kai became suspicious of her. Honored master, are we really going to stand by and do nothing? She seems to have something she can't say. Ji Yao saw the old woman's distracted look and couldn't help feeling a little sympathetic. Yang Kai said lightly, The world is full of tricks. We don't know who is right and who is wrong in this matter. If we intervene rashly, we may be helping the villain do evil. Yes. Ji Yao nodded. While the two of them were talking, the line had reached the old woman. A cultivator guarding the city gate beckoned to the old woman and she walked over shakily. The cultivator opened a cloth bag in his hand and placed it in front of the old woman for her to take a look. With just a glance, the old woman's face suddenly changed and a squeaking sound came from the cloth bag, as if a monster beast was crying out. The old woman's figure flickered and she no longer looked like she could be blown away by the wind. Instead, she rushed out of the city gate. Catch her! The cultivator shouted. Since you've come out, stay here. Another person's voice was heard. Immediately after, a flash of a blade broke through the air and slashed at the old woman's path. The old woman's face changed again. She knew that if she forced her way forward, she would definitely be injured, so she had no choice but to take a few steps back. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk suddenly, one figure after another rushed out from the surroundings and shot towards the old woman. After being delayed for a moment, when the old woman came back to her senses, she was already surrounded by those people. Sigh. Ji Yao couldn't help but sigh when she saw this scene. She knew that the old woman had no hope of escaping. The old woman only had a cultivation base in the third order Dao source realm, but there were 5 or 6 people from the third order Dao source realm surrounding her. None of them were weaker than the old woman, and they had the advantage in numbers. It would be a real joke if the old woman was allowed to escape. It's the Dong family's elders. Yes, it really is the Dong family's elders. Strange, why are they here? Who is that old woman? How did she provoke the Dong family? Sounds of discussion came from the nearby cultivator. They were all curious about the scene in front of them. However, although these Dong family's elders had surrounded the old woman, they weren't in a hurry to make a move. Obviously, they all knew the old woman's true identity. For a moment, they looked at the old woman with complicated expressions. After all, this was the family head's wife. In terms of status, she wasn't inferior to them. Another 2 people walked out from the side and came to the city gate. The cultivator guarding the city gate cupped their fists and bowed when they saw the 2 people. Greetings, Commander Yu. Greetings, Family Head Dong. Yang Kai glanced at the 2 people and saw that one of them was wearing a black armor and looked majestic, while the other was wearing a green robe and had a dignified expression. Both of them were from the third order Dao source realm. The one in the black armor should be Commander Yu, and the other was naturally the family head Dong. The old woman turned around and fixed her gaze on the family head Dong. She gritted her teeth and said, "Let me go." The family head Dong shook his head slowly and said, "You know that's impossible. I beg you, let me go. If I don't leave today, I will leave tomorrow. You can't stop me. How are you going to leave if I break your legs and cripple your cultivation?" The family head Dong said coldly. The old woman trembled and said in disbelief, "You and I have been husband and wife for 100 years. Are you really going to be so heartless?" Husband and wife? When the old woman said that, the surrounding cultivator was shocked. They thought, isn't the family head Dong's wife as beautiful as a flower? When did she become an old woman? For a moment, the crowd whispered, and the family head Dong's expression was extremely ugly. The old woman in the air wiped her face and removed her disguise, revealing a beautiful face. Hiss! It's really Mrs. Dong. How could this be? Hee, what is the Dong family doing? This is going to be a good show. The family head's wife wants to escape from the Dong family, and the Dong family is here to stop her. I don't know what's going on. Chapter 26-23. Maybe Madame Dong has found a new lover, so she wants to leave Master Dong. But Master Dong won't agree, so he took her back. Brother, you're right. For a moment, everyone looked at Master Dong sympathetically, as if he had been cheated on. Master Dong's face became gloomier, and he shouted, "Stupid woman, look at what you've done." Madame Dong stood in the air, looking at Master Dong with a sad expression, and said sadly, "Dong Hai, don't you care about your relationship with your wife at all?" Dong Hai's face twitched slightly, and there was a hint of struggle in his eyes. He sighed and said, "Tianhe, if you still care about your relationship with your wife, come back to the Dong family with me obediently. From now on, don't leave Ataraxia City, and we will spend the rest of our lives together." Madame Dong burst into tears and shook her head. "Dong Hai, you know why I want to leave, and you know what I'm going to do. Don't make it difficult for me." Dong Hai said sternly, "You're forcing the Dong family into a dead end." I'm sorry. Mrs. Dong's tears fell down her cheeks in big drops, and her face was full of self-reproach and guilt, as if she had really done something that angered both men and gods. It made the onlookers confused, and they had no idea what was going on. "Come back with me, and I won't pursue what happened today, and neither will the Dong family. You're still the madam of the Dong family." Dong Hai stretched out his hand to the sky, indicating to Madame Dong. Madame Dong's tears fell like rain, and she just kept shaking her head. The gentleness on Dong Hai's face gradually disappeared, and it was slowly replaced by coldness. Finally, he put down the hand that was stretched out. He said calmly, "Stupid woman, sure Tianhe, since marrying into the Dong family, she hasn't had a child for 100 years. Her sin is to not have a descendant. She is vain, and it's her nature to compare with others. She has ruined the Dong family's reputation. She has no sense of shame, and she stole the Dong family's most precious treasure. Today, I, Dong Hai, as the master of the Dong family, hereby announce that Shi Tianhe is expelled from the Dong family. From now on, the relationship between husband and wife is severed, and we have no relationship with each other. Everyone was in an uproar, especially the local cultivator in Ataraxia City. All of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Although they had never seen this Madame Dong, there were many rumors in the marketplace that this Madame Dong was a kind and compassionate person who helped the poor in the city. Unexpectedly, the head of the Dong family had mentioned it. She had actually become a shameless and vain person. However, rumors were rumors after all. Since her husband had said so, how could it be false? Moreover, she had stolen the Dong family's ultimate treasure. This could no longer be described as a bad character. It was simply a moral corruption. All of a sudden, everyone sighed. They didn't know why the Dong family's master's wife would do such a thing. It was no wonder that she had provoked the Dong family's elders. If it was any other man, he probably wouldn't be able to accept such a woman as his wife, right? Puff. With a soft sound, Shi Tianhe, who was standing in mid-air, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was flushed red, and the blood soaked the front of her clothes. It was dazzling. She staggered slightly, clutching her chest, as if she was enduring the pain of thousands of ants gnawing at her heart. Looking down at Dong Hai, her face was filled with despair. She had never thought that Dong Hai would be so heartless. After all, she and Dong Hai had been husband and wife for over 100 years. Back then, she did not hesitate to offend her own master and was expelled from the sect. She swore to be with Dong Hai even if she had to die. In the end, she got what she wanted, but she had not returned to the sect for 100 years. She had never seen the many senior and junior sisters who she missed dearly in her heart. She had been staying in the Dong family with Dong Hai. She had thought that she had found her Mr. Right in this life, but she had never thought that he would stab her in the heart. The man she regarded as heaven, earth, and the only man in her life, had stabbed her in the heart. Master, this matter doesn't seem to be so simple. Ji Yao watched for a while before suddenly whispering to Yang Kai. Yang Kai curled his lips. This is other people's business. Why do you care so much? Although he said so, he was sighing in his heart. Shi Tianhe's desperate eyes seemed to be covered by a thick layer of dark clouds, without the slightest trace of light. Obviously, she was heartbroken to the extreme. After a pause, Yang Kai asked, Yao do you want to help her? Ji Yao replied, yes, master. Ha! Yang Kai couldn't help sighing. Although he was not very willing to intervene in today's matter, these people from the Dong family had obviously crossed the line, especially Dong Hai. The two of them had lived together for 100 years. Who didn't understand each other? Even if there was some friction between them, they could have just sat down and talked it out. Was there a need to expel her from the Dong family in public and divorce her? How was she supposed to face others in the future? This man had no sense of responsibility. Shi Tianhe must have been blind to follow such a man. Ha ha ha. In the sky, Shi Tianhe suddenly laughed like a madman, blood still flowing from the corners of her mouth, shocking everyone who saw it. Her laughter was full of bitterness, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Dong Hai! Shi Tianhe suddenly shouted, for the Dong family, you are willing to go to this extent. As the patriarch, you are really competent. It's useless to say more. Dong Hai didn't want to continue being entangled. With so many onlookers watching, if this continued, the Dong family and his face would be lost. Waving his hand gently, he said, Elders, let's do it. Hearing this, the elders' expressions sank as they said, Please excuse us. As soon as the words fell, they urged their source qi to rush towards Shi Tianhe. Clang! A sword cry rang out as an ice-cold long sword suddenly appeared in Shi Tianhe's hand. As soon as the long sword appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and an icy cold aura suddenly spread out. As the sword light flashed, a large number of snowflakes suddenly fell from the sky, enveloping the Dong family elders. The snowflakes were like sharp weapons, causing the Dong family elders' expressions to change drastically. They didn't dare to meet them head-on. It's snowing? No, this is her secret technique. It's an ice attribute secret technique. Is this Lady Dong's strength really so great? A group of people cried out in surprise. On the other side, Dong Hai's face sank when he saw Shi Tianhe make a move. He shouted in a panic, "Stupid woman, are you still going to resist?" Commander Yu, however, frowned and said, "Patriarch Dong, your wife. And why does this woman's move feel a bit like Ice Heart Valley's secret technique?" Dong Hai forced a smile and said, "Commander, you must be joking. This stupid woman has cultivated an ice attribute secret art since she was a child and has mastered some powerful secret techniques. She has nothing to do with Ice Heart Valley." Listening to his words, it seemed that once the Dong family got involved with Ice Heart Valley, a great disaster would befall them. Commander, you didn't doubt him and nodded lightly. That would be for the best. You also know the current situation of Ice Heart Valley. If this woman is really an Ice Heart Valley disciple, your Dong family will be finished. Dong Hai's forehead suddenly oozed cold sweat as he laughed dryly. She is her. She has nothing to do with my Dong family. Clear sky snowfall. Ji Yao suddenly shouted, her brow furrowed as she stared at Shi Tianhe, who was struggling to make a move in the sky. As Bing Yun's third disciple, Ji Yao was extremely familiar with Ice Heart Valley's various secret techniques. As soon as Shi Tianhe made her move, she recognized that it was Ice Heart Valley's clear sky snowfall. Only Ice Heart Valley's disciples could cultivate this secret technique, and only core disciples could do so. In the sky, Shi Tianhe had pushed back those elders of the Dong family with one move. Just as she was about to flee, those elders stuck to her like plasters. Shi Tianhe had no choice but to turn her long sword around and thrust it out one sword flower after another. These sword flowers were like pear blossoms, blooming in mid-air. They were beautiful but contained an indescribable murderous intent. Shi Tianhe's body shuttled back and forth between these pear blossoms, her figure flickering as she waited for an opportunity to escape. Ice Snow Pear Blossom Sword. Ji Yao let out another shout. If she wasn't sure that Shi Tianhe was an Ice Heart Valley disciple when she recognized her clear sky snowfall secret technique, she was now completely certain. If she wasn't an Ice Heart Valley disciple, how could she have mastered these two secret techniques? Ji Yao was greatly surprised. She hadn't expected to meet an Ice Heart Valley disciple in Peaceful Peace City, right after she returned to the Northern Territory. At this moment, a Dong family elder struggled to break through Shi Tianhe's sword attack and attracted her attention. Another elder flashed behind Shi Tianhe and struck her back with his palm. Although Shi Tianhe's strength was not bad, after all, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. Within 2 or 3 moves, she was beaten to a corner. Although she felt the strength coming from behind, she was already powerless. For a moment, she was burning with anxiety. Dang! Right at this moment, a tender shout suddenly rang out. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes as a beautiful woman with an ice-cold expression suddenly appeared behind Shi Tianhe. That woman seemed to have casually sent out a palm strike, yet it was enough to turn a third-order Dao Source Realm Dong family elder into a cloud of blood mist. She was Bing Yun's third disciple, and her seniority in the sect was extremely high. Now that someone was bullying an Ice Heart Valley disciple in front of her, how could Ji Yao show mercy? She killed the Dong family elder with a single palm. She then stretched out her hand and pulled Shi Tianhe over, protecting her behind her as she continued to strike forward with her jade-white palms. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a series of explosions rang out as several bloody mists exploded in the sky. Without exception, the Dong family elders who were besieging Shi Tianhe all exploded into bloody mists. Not even their bones remained, and they had no power to fight back. The Emperor Realm. A cry of alarm rang out, and the crowd went into an uproar. It turned out that Shi Tianhe was in a perilous situation. The onlookers thought that she was doomed this time, but they didn't expect that a beautiful woman with an ice-cold temperament from the Emperor Realm would suddenly jump out and kill a group of Dong family elders with one palm strike, turning the situation around abruptly. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.